Thank you. As a programming note, I'd like to make clear that anyone who would like to testify during these hearings are welcome to do so. Please fill out a witness card, return it to our staff. Additionally, when we get to public testimony, we would like to ensure that anyone here from the Uvalde community testifies first. So please indicate if you're from Uvalde on your witness card real clear so we can identify that. Witness cards are available outside the chamber, and while we anticipate this hearing will last a substantial amount of time, we'd like to set an end time for today at midnight so that this committee members and the public can get some rest so we can begin again at 9 a.m. in the morning. Today we'll be covering 3 of the 5 areas we've been tasked to cover. We'll start with police training, school safety, social media. Tomorrow we'll cover mental health and firearm safety. With that in mind, I'd like to start by thanking Governor Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Patrick for their leadership over the last several weeks. I'd like to specifically thank Lieutenant Governor Patrick for trusting me to lead this committee. Topics we're going to cover are sensitive in nature and will be difficult to talk about at times. Nonetheless, protecting our school children is the most pressing issue facing our state today. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this is the 3rd special Senate committee and 3 different interims to cover these issues. Much has already been done over the past several years. I applaud that work, but clearly it has not been enough. You may notice there are members of the Senate here today that are not members of the committee. It was important to me that this hearing be open to any member of the Senate who wish to participate, as this is a statewide issue. We'd like to welcome them as well. I would ask those members to try to stay at their desk. Let the members of the committee ask their questions or make their opening comments, and then indicate to us if you would like to ask a question or make a comment. I'd like to ask the committee members come to this hearing without any specific policy outcomes in mind. It's important that we be open to any recommendations presented to us by witnesses over the next 2 days. We cast a wide net in preparing for this hearing. Understand that a multifaceted problem requires many different solutions. These tragedies sit at the crossroads of mental health, public education, criminal justice system, law enforcement, and Second Amendment rights. Those systems failed Uvalde. It's time for this body to have an honest conversation about all of it. With that, I'd like to introduce my co-chairs, Senator Gutierrez and Senator Creighton. Thank them for serving on the committee and helping our staff prepare for these hearings. Your collective ideas on who should testify and information that should be brought forward. And so we will now go to open comments if anybody has any, and I'll start with our Vice Chair, Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Governor Abbott for asking the Lieutenant Governor, Governor Patrick, and Speaker Dade Phelan to create committees to consider a myriad of issues, Mr. Chairman, as you talked about, a crossroads, and very eloquently stated, surrounding the tragedy that occurred in Uvalde. There is no issue more grave or important than to understand the circumstances that led to this horrific act and to take action on how to prevent this evil from threatening or taking the lives in the future. I want to thank Governor Patrick for allowing me to serve on this committee with my esteemed colleagues. In preparation for these hearings, I visited every superintendent and/or their personnel in over 70 school districts within my Senate district. I represent 3 of the largest school districts in the state of Texas, as well as some of the smallest. I reached out to gather their ideas and thoughts about how to keep our children safe in a learning environment. Through hours of conversations, conference calls, Zoom calls, I was inspired by their resilience and determination to take the lessons learned from Uvalde and to make their school districts better and safer. Without fail, each superintendent mentioned mental health and behavioral health as a driving issue, especially as a result of the COVID lockdowns. Collectively and individually, they stressed the need for more mental health support. They also mentioned the need for more school resource officers and training for their own personnel. Many used the Guardian program and were extremely supportive of this program. There continues to be challenges with hardening of school buildings, with the need for more upgrades and tools. Many ideas have and will be considered, yet one superintendent might have said it best when he said during one of those calls, "We tend to hold institutions accountable, but we don't hold the individual accountable." A superintendent that I visited with on my drive here this morning said, "Oh, Senator, there just are so many issues, but at the heart of it, it's a societal issue. We need help from moms and dad being involved in their children's lives." Experience is a stern master, and we learn from pain. We learn from tragedy, and hopefully we will learn from this committee's findings, leaving no stone unturned. We owe it to those 19 children, Senator Gutierrez, and the two teachers at Robb Elementary. We owe it to them to chart a way forward. We honor their lives today by seeking truth, facts, and knowledge. The perpetrator was an evil soul, and we must shine light into the darkness covering so much of this nation and this world. Evil will always be with us, but it is up to us as a good and moral society to seek new ways to thwart such actions in the future and allow a safe and free society, and as this committee is named, keep all Texans safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I look forward to serving with you the next 2 days and in the days, weeks, and months to come.
All right, thank you. Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, Co-Chair Colkhorst. Appreciate it as well, the Lieutenant Governor assembling this committee and putting these excellent members together to work on making our schools more safe. I know we all share the sentiment that we owe the people of Texas not only answers for the things that took place and the harm that was done in Uvalde, but as a legislative body, we can appropriate funds and we can set up programs, but we have to be willing to follow the money, and we have to be willing to follow up, and we have to be diligent to make sure that we don't just advance policy, whether it's mandates or it's audits, whatever it may be. We have to be sure that over 5 million kids in our public schools are safe, and we have to protect these students and these teachers. I look forward to the testimony today. I know we will all be working together to find solutions that are real and that we are all dedicated to the outcomes we seek for Texas schools to be safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and co-chairs and members of the committee. What an incredible task we have ahead of us, to listen to testimony that will be very compelling, very moving, and I believe very instructive. I hope that all of us can pray to the Lord for inspiration, that we do and we say and we make the right recommendations, that we all keep an open mind and listen to all the solutions offered, because we have to take action. Thoughts and prayers are wonderful and important, but they are not enough. And actions speak louder than words. We have an incredibly important responsibility that we face today as a group, and we must take action. We must make a difference. My perspective is based on not only having represented Uvalde before 2 redistrictings ago, and also representing Sutherland Springs, and in addition to that, being on campus during the Whitman shooting. I still have vivid, vivid memories of that. Having experienced something like that is something that stays with you always. And I feel so deeply for everyone who has been impacted in the too many shootings we have had in our nation, and specifically in our state. The people of Texas want us to make decisive decisions. The people of Texas, in some cases, are demanding that we take action. And I hope that all of us will have the courage and the inspiration to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you. Senator West?
Thank you very much. I too want to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for allowing me to serve on this committee. Many of you know that this has been an issue for this state for a long time. The fact is that our history in this state has been one of being fearlessly supportive of Second Amendment rights. And I know most Texans are supportive of those rights. But without having a discussion about those rights and limits associated therewith, this will be an incomplete discussion. And I'm hoping that we can take our jerseys off, Republican and Democratic jerseys off at the door, and make certain we're doing within the best interests of Texas. I too, Senator Kokors, surveyed my superintendents, my teachers, and my police chiefs in coming down here, as well as parents. And I promised them one thing. I said, in every step that I take in asking questions, listening to testimony of witnesses, I'll ask them, amongst other questions, whether we have done enough to reassure the parents in Texas that their children will be safe in schools. All of us had never had to just kind of think about phantom being unsafe in our schools or our children. But we, at this designated point, as elected officials in the history of the state of Texas, must reassure our parents that their children will be safe. And we have done everything, we've left no stone unturned in making recommendations to reassure them that their children will be safe. We must reassure the teachers that we're not going to ask them to be armed guards, but what we're going to do is to make certain that when they are in the classroom, that they're focused with laser certainty on teaching our kids. I think that if we leave any stone unturned, I think that if this committee ends up in a partisan divide, that it further intensifies the tension in this state concerning whether our children will be safe during this next school session. Mr. Chairman, I one other point I'd like to make. I really believe that we should invite teachers' testimony also. We're talking about school safety, but I don't see any reference to teacher organizations being invited to provide us input in our deliberation process. So I'd ask you to take a look at that and figure out whether or not we need to invite teacher organizations to be a part of this also. Members, I look forward to working with you and coming up with solutions that will reassure parents that their children will be safe during the next school year and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Senator West. Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Lieutenant Governor for the appointment to the committee. Thank you for your leadership. My staff member that will be staffing me is my Chief of Staff, H.W. Dickey, and I look forward to your leadership in discussing the issues before us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the sentiment of my fellow senators who have gone before me. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with such an esteemed group, such a sensitive heart. I think this is a sensitive hearing as we look at the horrendous events that brought about this intense sadness in an effort to prevent such an event, such murders, ever from happening again. I think there are many dynamics that we may get to, hopefully, as a causal relationship to what happened. But I think there are many dynamics that affect the mental well-being of our society at large. And I believe the problem started way before evil grabbed the gun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's tough to be here for the reasons that we're here today, for sure. And I don't think there's a member, 181 members in the legislature, that doesn't have a heart sick and an objective that we can probably do better, for sure. I think that we hopefully will learn through this process that we have a lot of data creators. We ask for a lot of reports and a lot of statistics and a lot of feel goods. And then we have a lot of check the boxes at every level. We say you should have a security plan. Check the box. Had a meeting, got a security plan. We ask that you should harden your assets, but we really don't give any specificity to what that should look like, nor funding to follow. We have districts that spend millions on new infrastructure, yet didn't really take advantage of technology to harden those assets. So what I hope that we do as a state that spends $9 billion in mental health arena, that we get out of what we say we're doing and look at what it's really doing at every level. Because I think as we go through this process, we're going to learn a lot of things that a lot of boxes were checked, but follow-through was way short. And had follow-through happened, this hearing wouldn't have been necessary for that event, I think. So I'm kind of more about the boots on the ground, the practical side of life that we face. I'm also a believer of faith and understand that the next shooter's already walking the streets. He's already out there. She's already out there. Whoever that is, it's already there. It's the world I live in, on this side of heaven, so to speak. My job is to thwart the success of the next attempt to the best of our abilities. But for anyone to believe that we're going to make a policy, a law, or a funding that's going to prevent the attempt is being naive and did not recognize the enemy we face. And that's a win for the other side already on the front end. So we need to get honest and recognize that these people that do these things are going to be here. They're going to be here from day one and day till the end of the times. How do we prevent, to the best of our abilities, from having success in that arena? We spend a lot of money, and you'll hear testimony tomorrow on a lot of those initiatives. But as typical, we spend money, and then 4 years later, the program's still getting kicked off and those kind of things. So we, as a legislature, can't let that stuff slide anymore. We have to hold people accountable at every level. Or we just check the box that the state met, threw out some policy, threw out a statute, funded it, and move on. We don't have the luxury in the world we live in of moving on anymore. We got to stay on top. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's, I think, obvious that Lieutenant Governor's appointment of this committee and you as chairman is designed to get to the facts of what happened. I have never seen in my entire public policy career facts that change 180 degrees from one week to the next. And the public and the citizens of Texas deserve the facts. We can't write good laws if we don't have good facts, because if we write bad laws based on bad facts, we'll have bad law. And I hope today, with the witnesses that we have, we can get near to the bottom of the facts, because they've been elusive. And it started with the initial reports of having literally a heroic standoff with a police resource officer against a shooter that had a bulletproof vest, and we still don't know the facts. I think today we'll get very close to the bottom of the facts. And when we do, I think we can move forward, because without Texans knowing what happened, we're all in the dark, because we still, to a greater part, don't really know what happened at Robb Elementary. We all know it's a horrific and horrible tragedy, but how could it have been prevented? What actually happened? What doors were open? What was the operational response? There's so many questions that we all have today. And I know with this august group of the senators and the senators that are all, because Texans deserve the facts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator, glad to be on this committee with you. We all know how you operate, and we're all glad that you're leading us through this. We've seen your work. We've worked with you. We know you're thorough, you're detailed, and you want to get the job done right. And so it's all been said very well. As the least senior member of this committee, I'll try not to say too much. I suspect the ground will be covered before it gets to me, but like each of you, I want to ask hard questions. Senator Betancourt said it very well. When the facts keep changing, it's frustrating for us. And how frustrating must it be for folks back home who don't have access to the source and get to ask these questions? So yes, we have a serious responsibility, which I know we all take seriously. And as we take the information and move into policy, I know there'll be things that we'll all hash out, we'll all figure out. Certainly there are things that even right away we can agree on, we can all agree on, without, as Senator West says, no jerseys required to make a real difference. This work is so important, and so I'm honored to be appointed to this committee, and I'm here to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I've got several non-committee members that are Senate members here today who have asked to make some opening statements. Senator Gutierrez. I just try to keep it under 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for doing this. It's an important part of what we have to do as legislators. I will tell you that the last 28 days have been deeply personal to me, and it's probably good that I'm sitting here rather than sitting around this table. I want to acknowledge some of the things that happened, and I will try to keep this brief, Chairman. I have made it a point to be there just about every day in Uvalde for the last 28 days. I think of the 28 days, I've been there 20 days. For the first 14, I didn't leave. I left my home at 5:30 in the morning. I got home at 1 a.m. every night. I went to as many viewings as I could. I saw 7 baby girls in their coffins. And I did this because I wanted to come back and talk to you all and tell you what I saw and tell you the things that you don't ever want to see in your communities. I've spoken to families of those that, of all the deceased, not quite all, but almost. I've spoken to all of the families of the injured children. I have heard the most gruesome stories from little kids little fourth graders and stories that I dare not say at this time. I'd be glad to talk to you all privately of what little kids heard and saw that day. Most importantly, I want to tell you what the first day was like as I arrived and saw many of our own DPS troopers and police and everybody there at the scene of a civic center. Now, that night was called a reunification center, where parents who had not yet received their children were waiting to give their DNA samples and to be matched with their children, whether they were in a hospital or, unfortunately, if they had succumbed. You all are fixers in this room. You fix things. That's why we do this. That day I couldn't fix anybody. Families were huddled in prayer. I didn't have the courage to put my arm around them and tell them, I'm here for you. They didn't want to be talked to by their senator or by their governor or by anybody. They wanted to be just alone with their loved ones, waiting. As they received the most horrific news that any one of us with children or even any rational person would ever want to hear, their silence turned into the most awful screams that you could imagine. These women and their husbands walked to their cars screaming in tears and crying and sounds that were not normal tears nor normal crying. This is the reason I wanted to come to you today, Chairman, was not to rub anything in anybody's face or tell us to vote a certain way, but was to tell you that you don't want to live 14 days straight in a community talking to those families and hugging them finally, even though that first day I just could not. I felt like such a coward. I didn't have the power in me to deal with that and those emotions for these people. So I stayed back talking to law enforcement. Through the last 4 weeks, I've built the strength to become their friend and their consoler and someone who says, we're not going to leave there for you. You said one thing, Chairman. You said those systems failed them, and you're right. We failed them. You have another function today, Chairman, which I'm very glad that you suggested we're going to cover, which is the law enforcement response. And I was heartened to hear the Lieutenant Governor's statement last night on social media, where he said that we were going to get to the bottom of this in an open process, because we live in a democracy. In a democracy, things need to be transparent. So I commend you for that. As to the laws and the things that we need to change, to your point, Senator Perry, we have 8,000 school campuses. 8,000. We've got to do more than $100 million in school hardening. We've got to find the will and the money to do that. We have a mental health crisis in this country, in this state, and we've got to find real money to attach to it. And we do have to find, Senator West, common sense gun solutions. When 65% of the Republicans in my community tell me that we need to raise an age limit, I can tell you that an 18-year-old shouldn't be able to go into a store like he's going into a 7-Eleven to buy a Slurpee. And that's what happened here. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will not keep you. You have important work to do. I told you I would respect this body entirely. And I thank you for allowing me to ask questions if they're not covered. And I assure you that I will be respectful. But I will close with one last thing, Mr. Chairman. I don't want you or anyone else to have to do for your constituents what I've had to do over the last 4 weeks.
Thank you. Senator Hall. Chair recognizes Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me, and thank you, members. I listened carefully to what each of you had to say, and there were some really wise statements that were made. And I think that's what we have to be, is very wise in what we're doing. I think, Senator Perry, I think your comment of where we are with this, the next perpetrator is already out there, and it's what do we do to minimize what's going to happen, because we got to keep in mind what we can affect with law and what we can't affect. And we don't want to fool ourselves by thinking we just, as Senator Perry said, check the box by passing a law that we then think is going to do something. I think we have to make a serious, very serious look at the root cause of where we are and recognize there are things we can't legislate. We cannot legislate morality. We can't legislate integrity. We can't legislate responsibility. We just can't legislate for people to do what's right. And to say we pass a law would stop a crime. You got cities like Chicago that have the strongest possible gun laws. I don't think there's a gun law that doesn't exist in Chicago. Yet guns are used on a daily basis. And we have to keep in mind that when someone decides to break the law by killing someone, and they're putting their life up on the line knowing they're probably going to die in doing it, just having a law back up from there that the penalty is a misdemeanor or even a state jail felony is not really a deterrent. And so I think we need to look at getting to the root cause of what we've had in these young people. That if you look at the incredibly rapid increase in juvenile delinquency, anger, ADA, ADH, dysphoria, general behavior, anger. Look at I've read one report on the background of this young man that basically had been cast aside by society. We look at what's being taught to our young folks that's counter to innate understanding of what's right and wrong. Now, we put a lot of money into mental health, and I put mental health in quotes in the last years, out on the how do we fix it after it happens. It's like worrying about people getting a cut and buying extra Band-Aids as a solution to it. I think out of this, we have got to step way ahead of laws to physically protect and look at what is the root cause. Why are these young people entering into a state of mind where they want to hurt other people like this? What is it that's happening that is different than happening before in them? So that as we come out of this, I recognize there are things that we can change and do more of and hold people accountable. I mean, one of the biggest things we have that causes crime, the contribution, is the failure to hold people accountable for crimes that are committed. Look at the number of people that commit a crime and turn right back out on the street. That's not a deterrence. But the big thing I hope we come out of this is step ahead of this, step beyond the thick doors, bulletproof glass, and look at what's the root cause that causes a young person to want to harm someone. And it doesn't take a gun. This man had enough time to do it with his hands or a baseball bat. And so it's not the gun, it's the person. And I think if we can come out of this of something to change what we're doing that's leading these kids into this state of mind, I think we could call that a success. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for indulging.
All right, thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Eckhart, or did you want to make any comments? Okay, Senator Menendez? Okay. Then we'll close opening comments and we'll go to our first witness, Steve McCraw, Director, DPS, and I think Philip Adkins. Please come up. Members, I think it probably will be helpful if each of us, I know, has questions that we're going to be wanting to ask. Let's let him go through his entire presentation first, make a list of your questions, and then we'll, because he may end up covering some of your questions. I think it'll be more efficient that way. So with that, Director. And while you're getting ready, after their presentation, the next up would be Cullen Grissom, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, and John Kernett, Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response, then TEA, Mike Morath. If y'all want to come down, I think we've got some chairs out here. So go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. As Senator Gutierrez noted, it's been 28 days since the senseless massacre of 19 innocent children and their 2 teachers at Robb Elementary School. Much has been done, but much more needs to be done before this investigation is completed and presented to the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell, for her review. However, we do know this. There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre. 3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to isolate, distract, and neutralize the subject. The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children. The officers had weapons, the children had none. The officers had body armor, the children had none. The officers had training, the subject had none. 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. That's how long the children waited and the teachers waited in rooms 111 to be rescued. And while they waited, the on-scene commander waited for a radio and rifles. Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed. The post-Columbine doctrine is clear and compelling and unambiguous. Stop the killing, stop the dying. You can't do the former unless you can't do the latter unless you do the former. Certainly, some things were done well, and even very well. The teachers quickly implemented active shooter protocols prior to the subject gaining entry. In fact, one teacher was able to call 911 and report that before the subject entered the campus. Law enforcement officers were able to evacuate hundreds of children in a safe and orderly manner. The district attorney, Christina Mitchell, and her staff led tireless efforts to take care of the victims and their families in the aftermath. And Senator Gutierrez talked a little about victim identification and victim notification. That is always a priority after such a tragedy. Very difficult to do, and she did an outstanding job in trying to handle that situation, blending all the different resources from local, state, and federal agencies at the time. Importantly, what I'd like to know that at the time of this death, or first of all, I'll go a little before I go to the timeline. I just want to cover one more thing, if you don't mind, is that with your permission, to quickly review some of the pre-attack events is what I'd like to do. I just think it's important to note, plus, this is not just a DPS investigation and a Texas Ranger investigation. We've worked closely from the beginning with all federal agencies and all agencies on the scene. In particular, on the investigative side, the FBI has provided tremendous resources, hundreds of agents, covered leads throughout the country, throughout the world, and also enhanced the videos with technology capabilities that they have back in Quantico. Very important to do, to get to the facts, to see exactly what happened. Because one thing is witness statements, another thing is video and audio recordings, period. So we're grateful for them. We're also grateful for ATF in terms of the initial phases as it relates to the firearms and weapons that were involved and ammunition. And their efforts continue. In fact, we'll continue to use the FBI in this regard. There's more interviews to go. We got re-interviews to do. So again, we're not done at this point in time, and we won't be done until the district attorney is satisfied that the investigation is completed and we're satisfied that what we have is correct. I can tell you just a quick overview of the subject. At the time of his death, he was 18 years old, lived with his grandparents on Diaz Street, which was 0.29 miles from Robb Elementary School. In fact, he attended Robb Elementary School 1 year, and that was 4th grade, in the very classroom that he was killed. He communicated extensively on several different social media platforms, including gaming platforms with individuals. And what's disturbing about some of the communications is that over the timeline, and you look at them, it's almost as if he's communicating with people that's, if not supportive of the school shooter community, if there's such a thing, but certainly empathetic and sympathetic, as if they support. Look, it's a good thing. You get notoriety. You get points for being a school shooter. And it's obviously disturbing. And as a result of that, there are several messages. If we go back and look and assess after the fact, what could we have done, law enforcement, to prevent this before even happening? And that was the call after Santa Fe. Well, what can we do? Yes, we responded well, but what we can do to prevent it? And that was the focus, and it still is a continued focus. But we have yet to identify even one report to the school or to law enforcement that discussed animal cruelty, that discussed many things are described, a morose, suicidal, fatalistic loner who had sympathies with and been called a school shooter. He certainly took on the persona of a school shooter in dress and demeanor and over the last year. And people noted this, but yet it didn't get reported. So there's clearly, we did have and leveraged also the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, which is very good. Experts that independently look at this and look at the shooter and ask the question, could we have intervened? If we'd have known, could we have done something? And the answer is almost overwhelmingly yes. So when you go back and look after the fact, there's always things that could have been done if we would have known. That's why it's so important that the public reports this. So important, even if it's suspicious. Give us a chance. And we certainly know that we arrested a 13 and 14-year-old in Uvalde for planning an attack on Uvalde High School back in 2018. And they were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. That's what right looks like because the public reported it and it was investigated. And that's what right looks like. We know that I mentioned a number of statements. Also, at least 8 months prior to the attack, he was moving towards on what they would call a pathway to violence. He'd asked a family member to purchase him a weapon. Refused. He was 17 years old at the time after he dropped out of high school on October 28th. Other messaging, other conversation. He also began buying things, and several purchases for rifles, accessories, specifically magazines. He didn't have a rifle, but he purchased magazines. He purchased slings. He purchased high-end optics, and he had money. He had money in a joint bank account, and I can't discuss some of the specifics. It's issued through a grand jury subpoena. But he had money and a joint account with his grandmother and used a debit card to make those online purchases, several online purchases, at least 6, prior up until the day of the attack, or actually to the day of his birthday, May 16th. On May 16th, he was eligible to purchase a weapon. He purchased 2 5.56 millimeter rifles, one a higher end version of it. He purchased as many as 1,740 rounds through an online retailer and was able to purchase it. Was delivered to that residence at a later time. He purchased another 375 rounds of ammunition within that same couple of day period. We know that on May 14th, he placed online, he messaged, make it very careful, messaged online on these social media platforms, various different ones, 10 more days. Someone responded, what can you do, shoot up a school? No, you'll see. Those types of things are those words are out there, but yet not reported 10 days before. And of course, very disturbingly, many messages that occurred on the day of the attack on May 24th, And, you know, to a number of different friends, some tell them delete your messages along those lines. You'll see what's going to happen. And he's in communication many times, in messaging and earlier FaceTime with a 15-year-old juvenile, and it was in Germany at the time, and told her, and I quote, I'm going to shoot my grandma in the head. And he later, I just shot my grandma in the head, and I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school. That was at 11:21 when that happened, 11:21. And with your permission, Chairman, I'd like to go to the timeline. And these events are taken from audio, video, body camera, 911 tapes. And so it's not subject to interpretation. It's simply subject to transcription. And you have a copy of the timeline in front of you. And I'll begin on page 1. And I'll try to quickly go through them. 11:28, and I'm going to round off the times. I'm not going to say the seconds, but I'll do it in order. The suspect crashes his vehicle into a ditch. Okay, this was at the intersection of Goss and Gerardine, in front of the school and in front of a funeral home. The subject didn't have a driver's license. The subject couldn't drive. And when he did drive, he was described as having problems with taking a turn. So people wonder, why, crashing like he did when he also attempted to turn, almost left, but then crashes into a ditch, a concrete ditch, and right in front of the school. If he's really going to the school to do something, what's his destination? Well, his destination was Robb Elementary School. There's no question about it. He did crash. Once he crashed, 2 males from the funeral home went out to see how he was. And at that point, that was 11:29. We heard a teacher. This teacher was inside the school, by the way. The teacher, was observant enough inside the school. She calls 911 and reports a man with a gun. That was 11:29. 11:31, the suspect began shooting between, the suspect had shot at, the individuals that came from the funeral home. Now he left 3 rounds. He shot 3 times at him. Missed him. One of the individuals got up, and they continued on, and of course reported that later. 11:31, the suspect begins shooting at the school. And there's classrooms on the west building. And if we have the diagram on my left here, you can see this right here. So you can see the Diaz Street location, and you can see the west entrance. And if your permission, if I can stand up, Chairman, to be able to point that out. Okay, this is Diaz Street. Diaz Street's up here, 0.29 miles around. This is Goss Street. This is Gerardine Street. This is the funeral home I talked about. This is where he crashed, right here. The crash location. He was trying to make the turn here and crashed. It was his grandmother's pickup truck that he crashed in. He climbed out on the passenger side and took with him 1 rifle. He took with him his backpack at that point. That's when he shot at, when I described the time he shot at those 2 individuals, ran back to the funeral home. Then he situates himself. He moves to a fence. The fence is approximately 4 feet, throws the bag over, jumps over the fence, and proceeds in this direction. And the red on your chart is the direction that the subject is moving. As he moves into this area, as he moves along this area, he gets into this area right here. He begins shooting, okay? As he's been shooting into the classrooms is what he's doing. He's initially right here, and on the timeline, if I go back up to the timeline, and note that he's 3 Uvalde PD officers, okay? Higher up here. Okay, multiple shots. In fact, he shot 27 times as he proceeded, as he walked along here. He dropped the backpack here for no apparent reason. He was situated right here among cars. There was cars at the time. And as he walked, he shot into these classrooms. There's 2 classrooms. There's actually 4, but 2 he shot into. There's 4 windows, 2 windows on each. He was firing into those classrooms. He proceeded to the west building, or the west entrance of the building, what we're calling the west, we're calling this east, and this is the south entrance. He proceeded in there. He opened the door. It was open. It was unlocked. I know there were reports before about a teacher putting a rock in it. That's a practice around the school, practice in many schools. Yes, that did happen, but that same teacher also removed the rock. It was the same teacher that called 911 and reported a man with a gun outside the school and the crash. So he also called the alarm, and the school goes into a lockdown, active shooter. And they get the kids, and I won't go through the protocols, but they did what they were supposed to do in that regard. And one of those things is to lock the interior doors to the classrooms where the kids are at, lower the lights, and put them in a particular area, the furthest away from the windows, furthest away from the doors possible. As the teachers were trying to protect the kids throughout the entire campus, he entered the west building here. Now, I can tell you from the door aspect, we can discuss the door a little bit later. You may have questions on it, but it was open as he walked in. Thanks. This is where he is. Red indicates the subject. As he walks in, it's about 20 feet when you walk into this corridor, this east-west hallway. Then he's in the north-south hallway. He turns left. Then he approaches, and you can't tell from the video. The challenge with the school video is it's a fisheye video located at this location. A little different than the video that we had at Santa Fe. So the view is very distorted. You can't see all the way to here, and you certainly can't see very far over here on the first iteration. The second iteration, we got a little bit better when it was sent back to Quantico to be enhanced or enhanced the second time. You can see much of what's going on. It provided a much clearer way for us to document exactly what happened in that hallway over that 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. The subject lines up here. What you can't see, it's inset in here. What you can't see is which classroom he's shooting into exactly. But he's shooting at either 111 or 112 initially. Overall, there was 24 rounds that were left, recovered out here, 27 in the hallway. Now, some of those rounds could have been, when we're evacuating, first responders are evacuating, trying to save lives, could have drugged some of those rounds out there. But for right now, it appears when we finish with the trajectory analysis, we'll be able to tell you how many exactly were fired by the subject into that room and how many were fired out by the subject. But for right now, it appeared we had 27 rounds recovered in the hallway. The only shooting was not in this direction, it was in this direction here. He walked up to the door, he opened the door and walked in. Okay, then we heard shooting. As the timeline suggests, and through audio enhancement, we can hear how many shots were fired. The initial barrage of firing occurred within 100 rounds, occurred within the next couple of minutes. So you can go up on the timeline here. Again, shooting into classrooms 111, 112. He enters to 11:33. So we're talking about 32 seconds after he enters, because he entered West Building at 11:33. So the crash is at 11:28, enters the building at 11:33, or 11:33 exactly, and 11:33 in seconds, begins shooting at the classroom, and then he enters into what we believe is 111. I say believe, okay, at this time, 111, and he begins shooting. If you go over your timeline, look at, you'll see more than 100 rounds were fired initially. Another 11 rounds were fired at 11:37, okay, and injuring 2 officers who were approaching. That the rooms, the walls inside the interior are sheetrock, and bullets go through. The 2 were grazed at that point, retreated. I can tell you at 11:36, as we mentioned before, you had 3 Uvalde PD officers enter the west door. 11:35, 11:36, 2, and 2 Uvalde PD officers. So we had 4 officers, 7 officers right now in the building at 11:36. So that's pretty quick time for considering all the different factors in that regard. There was never a school resource officer on the scene. A school resource officer did respond, and when he responded to the location. He heard a man with a gun. So he's off campus, he's in his vehicle, he responds rapidly. As he does, he sees what he thinks when he drives in, he sees what he thinks is the subject back here. It wasn't the subject, it was a teacher. He drives directly towards that subject, the teacher, and says, "I'm out with the subject." So it had already been reported on the radio, man with a gun, okay, at the school, after a crash. He thinks he's got the subject. He drives quickly. He drove, over 50 miles an hour into it, going towards the subject. And unfortunately, that wasn't the subject. The subject was right here. He passed the subject as he went. So that's why some of the confusion early on. Now, the doctrine for active shooters is clear. I mentioned it before. And it's two sets of it. Hey, you stop the killing, you stop the dying. The other part of that doctrine is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize. Everyone's taught this. You require it in TCOL training. We practice it, we preached it. This is the doctrine, and it recognizes that you run to the sound of gunfire. When you get to gunfire, you don't stop. Okay, when you get there, you run into gunfire, okay, and it's so important to do so. And I'll tell you what, and I've said it before, and I hope I underscore this, there's no doubt in my mind that those officers would have gone, any one of them would have sacrificed their life for those children, any one of them. If they knew there was kids in that room and teachers in that room, I have great confidence that those police officers, those local officers, would have done what was right. 1140, we have Chief, 1140, we have Chief, first report, officers contained in the office. Contained is not a word for active shooter. Contained is a barricaded subject. Contained is a situation where you may have a hostage, you need a SWAT team. Okay, you have time. The C's, first you contain, then you communicate with the subject, then you call for SWAT, then you create an immediate action plan. That's not what this was. This was never anything more than an active shooter situation. But at some point, he's contained in the office. Then we have Chief Ariano calls Uvalde PD. It has been reported he did not have a radio with him. He did not. That was actually true. That was correct report. And this is the conversation that he had, and you can read it yourself in your notes. But all this for purposes of this, Chief Ariano. Hey, it's Ariano. Can you hear me? I'd like to tell you where we're at. It's an emergency right now. I'm inside the building. Where this man has an AR-15. He shot a whole bunch of times. We're inside the building. He's in one room. I need a lot of firepower, so I need this building surrounded with as many AR-15s as possible. Can you hear me? The dispatcher responds. You can be heard talking in the background and asking what room number. The chief, is the teacher with him? Is she in the room as he's in? Can you hear him? Ma'am? Dispatcher, I'm right here. Chief, ma'am, is the teacher with him in his classroom? Dispatcher, she's in another classroom. She's in room 102. Another person possible shot across from her. It wasn't in 102, it was 112. Is the accurate number. Chief Ariano, okay, we have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. He's in the room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded, but I don't have a radio with me. Please let all units know he's going to be in a room. He's in room 111 or 112, and we're in here. I'm in the hallway. Sergeant, another sergeant are here. We need this place surrounded, and if you have SWAT, I need them to set up south side of the building, which is the nearest to the location to the funeral home. Dispatcher confirms SWAT location. Chief Ariano, yes. They need to be outside the building and prepared because we don't have enough firepower. Right now it's all pistols and he has an AR-15. You can get the SWAT team set up by the funeral home, okay? And we need, yes, I need more firepower in here because we have pistols and this guy's got a rifle. So I don't have a radio. If somebody can come in, the dispatcher, Chief Ariano, but I am going to drop it when he comes out of the door, all right? So I need you to bring a radio for me and give me my radio. For me, I need to get one rifle. Hold on, I'm trying to set him. I'm going to set him up right now, okay? Do me a favor. Call me when SWAT is set up. I'm going to have you a vibrate, though. Call me twice if you have to. It's okay. All right, thank you. Questions have been asked about who's in charge. And much to the chagrin to some, that when people believe in what they hear, that when the FBI shows up, no, they're not in charge, okay? When other agencies show up, you're not in charge. It's the agency that has the original jurisdiction is in charge, but you have options. Just because you're in charge and you have the authority and you're the ranking official, senior official on site, you can actually delegate that down. In my case, the lower I delegate it, the better in terms of sound decision making, or you can delegate it to another agency, or you can ask another agency to take the lead. This is common practice in ICS, in Incident Command. We practice that in Texas. We always practice it. We preach it. We're very careful, and you'll find when you talk to the experts in the alert training program, as self-deploying as a risk, deciding who's in charge, deciding it on your own to take action without it being properly coordinated is a risk. It's one of the challenges you have in these type of situations. But nevertheless, in terms of if you're going to issue commands, okay, if you're going to direct action, you're the ranking official from the agency that has jurisdiction, you're the on-scene commander. Gunfire happens again at 11:40. Let's assume that was a barricaded subject who was contained. Well, he fires again, and he's room 111 and 112. It's not reasonable to expect that there's children and teachers in that room still alive. 1141, Uvalde PD officer. We believe that he's barricaded in one of the offices. They're still shooting. More misinformation. He's not barricaded in an office, okay? He's in a classroom, 111 and 112. Dispatch asks if the door is locked, to which a Uvalde PD officer replies, I'm not sure. We have a hooligan to break it, a hooligan tool, so you can just break the lock and move in at the door. At 11:41, 4 first responders in the room from the east hallway. We had 2 constables, a fire marshal, and UPD officer. So officers continue to flood into the particular area. So we had 11 to begin with. We've added another 4 officers to it. The DPS trooper was the first DPS officer to arrive.
Director McCraw, we've got to ask you this.
Yes.
Best you can, speak into the mic.
Oh, yes, sir. I apologize.
So the system can pick it up. If you
Yes,
can
sir.
pick that mic up, that would be
Yes, sir.
great.
All right. How about that, sir? Does that work?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. At 11:42, we had a DPS trooper and 2 PD officers enter from the east hallway. She was there less than 2 minutes, looked around because at that point in time there's multiple officers, and she left the building to find other duties as assigned. 11:44, another suspect fired around. 11:44 later, UPD officers have some officers there available to get everybody back. A UCISD officer, Ruben Reese, and one of our sergeants, Sergeant Maldonado, actually drove Officer Reese to the scene. He enters at that point in time. Unknown officers, they need to get out of the hallway. Well, before I need to talk about Officer Ruiz. He notes that she's been shot. He's talking about his wife. He got a call from his wife. His wife was in room 112 and later died. Unknown officer says they need to get out of the hallway, to which an officer responds, Chief is in there. Chief is in charge right now. Hold on. 11:51, 7 Border Patrol agents enter the west door. There had been a call earlier for BORTAC, and BORTAC was en route. These aren't BORTAC agents that first responded. At 11:52, there's a first ballistic shield that enters the west door. At 11:52 later, UPD officers, units just showing up, can you help with crowd control? So officers after 11:52 are being diverted to crowd control activities. 11:53, unknown officer informs a DPS special agent that they need right now is a perimeter. Someone comments on whether there are still kids inside, to which the DPS special agent responds, if there is, then they just need to go in. Someone comments about whether there are still kids, in which he responds, if there is, then just need to go in. He enters the west building and is directed on where the suspect is focused on. This is from a body camera, and you'll note that any information that I'm using right now, it came from, it's color-coded, so when it's blue, it's body camera. Obviously, from video surveillance, it's either, whether it's funeral home and indicated, and of course, the Uvalde PD recordings as well. And you have that in your booklet. After some time, the DPS officer, said, "Are there kids in there? We need to go in right now." Then he said, "What's that?" Then whoever's in charge will determine that, because of what he recommended, if there's kids in there, we need to go get them. And then later on, the DPS, he left the scene to look for kids, found a young boy in the restroom in the west building that was hiding, and then went outside to look at, search other classrooms. There's a PD channel recording. Again, it's critical that let the PD take the point. 11:58, after an unknown officer was asked where the shooter is, another unknown officer advises the school chief of police is in there with him. There's a 911 call at 12:03, and that's the call from Chloe, the first time Chloe calls. And of course, it's heart-wrenching to listen to her. She's in room 112, okay? She was actually the only child in room 12 that was uninjured. Okay, there was 8 children killed, 2 teachers killed in that room. And of course, she was uninjured. 9 children were injured in room 112. 12:03, the second ballistic shield enters the west door. 12:04, the third ballistic shield enters the west door, and yet there's no action. 12:09, PD officer, go around and get the master keys to the room. Elements of the BORTAC arriving at the elementary school was at 12:09 or 12:10, and I think the first BORTAC members went into the building at 12:15. During that time, the Uvalde ISD Ariano requests master key. Uvalde ISD Chief Ariano gives instructions to officers to have a sniper on the east roof. Master key, there's more than one master key for the west building. Anytime the locks were changed, there was another master key for that lock. So you may find a master key, but there's 2 master keys. You've got to get both master keys. So there was some frustration in the discussion about this master key doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work because that master key is not for that door. $12:16, the USD chief says, I just need a key. The chief says, tell them to expletive wait. No one comes in. 12:20, the fourth ballistic shield shows up. At 12:21, importantly, the suspect fires 4 rounds. So if this is a barricaded subject, why is he still firing? Oh, thank you. The chief says at 12:28, let me back up to 12:21. Can you get a breaching tool, like a trailer house, like for a trailer house? The chief, we've lost 2 kids. These walls are thin. If he starts shooting, we're going to lose more kids. I have to say, we have to put those to the side right now. Uvalde chief attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. Now, the entire communications was always one way. The suspect never communicated, so it was not communication. We're talking at. But an officer, there's a teacher shot in there, to which the Uvalde PD officer replies, I know. The chief, people are going to ask why we're taking so long. We're trying to preserve the rest of the life. The chief, do we have a team ready to go? Do we have a team ready to go? Have at it. It was at 12:27. 12:28, the chief. There's a window over there. Obviously, the door is probably going to be locked. Probably going to be locked. That is the nature of this place. I'm going to get some more keys to test. 12:28, the chief. These master keys are working here, bro. Aren't working here, bro. We have master keys, and they're not working. The chief at 12:30. Okay, we've cleared out everything except for that room. We still have people down. They're just past the flag to the right. But, we're ready to breach, but that door is locked. 12:33. The chief. I say we breach through those windows and shoot his expletive head off through the windows. This is an hour and a half, an hour after he entered the building. 11:35, a hooligan tool arrives through the west door. At 12:38, the chief attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. At 12:41, the chief says, just so you understand, we think there are some injuries in there. And so you know what we did, we cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more besides what's already in there, obviously. 11:42, the chief says, we have an expletive problem getting into the room because it's locked. He's got an AR-15 and he's shooting everywhere like crazy, so he stopped. 12:43, Uvalde chief, they got to get that expletive door open, bro. They can't get that door open. We need more keys or something. 12:46, the chief says, if y'all ready to do it, you do it, but you should distract him out that window. 11:47, a sledgehammer enters from the east hallway. 11:50, the breach and termination gunfire. At the time, there was a stack of 7 officers that went in. Actually, only 4 went directly in because the door closed, as will happen in some of these operations, and left the 3 out. 3 entered thereafter, shortly thereafter. 5 officers fired rounds at the subject, killing the subject at that time. Chairman, that concludes the timeline. And of course, I know that you may have some questions on the door and other questions that I'm ready to discuss right now with some of the pictures that we have. And I thank you for the opportunity to have gone through that.
Okay, so you're ready to get some questions now?
Yes, sir.
I've got a couple, and then we'll open it up. You said the outside door was unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Now, was that lock, as I understand it, there at one time was a rock, the teacher removed the rock, the teacher closed the door or heard slam the door. We don't know really what all to believe because we've heard so much stuff. But was the door closed, and did the lock just not work?
The only way you can lock these exterior doors in the west building, there's 4 doors. One is for the library and 3 other entrances, east, west, and south. The only way to do that is from the outside. You can't do it otherwise. So when she knocked the rock out, it closed securely. But there's no way for her to tell that the door was unlocked. And the only way to know that the door was unlocked is go out, close the door, okay, then try it. So that's the only way you can tell on this particular model.
But he came straight through the door with no problem.
It was unlocked. He walked straight through it.
So did y'all check the lock later to see if the lock was malfunctioning, or was it working?
Yes, the locks were working fine. And that on the exterior doors, the locks were working fine. Now I can tell you, looking at the picture here, you don't need a key to get into this building. It could have been locked. This glass doesn't have mesh on it. All you have to do is shoot through this glass. Okay, reach in. There's a bar. Well, here's a bar. Pull that, and you're in. Now, the subject would have known that. He would have known it. And the same thing, these panes are also vulnerability.
Yeah, anybody can look at that and tell it'd be easy to take a gun and shoot holes in it and reach it around.
Yes, sir.
But the first question was, the lock was functioning correctly?
The lock was functioning correctly, and the door was unlocked. It was closed but unlocked.
I thought when it closed, it was supposed to automatically lock.
Well, you can set it to two sections, and it's similar to the actual door in the interior as well. You can turn it all the way one direction. It's unlocked. You can turn it another direction, and it's in the locked position.
So the latch was working functionally.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just turned in a position when you close it, it doesn't lock.
Exactly. Someone did not lock that door.
Okay.
And similarly, the south door, which I described officers going in early on, that door was unlocked as well.
Second thing, okay, you may have just said what I was fixing to ask, but the classroom door, was it locked or not locked?
The classroom door, if we can get a picture of it, I think this one is probably the best example to if you don't mind. This isn't the actual door. Well, this shouldn't really. This is the actual door, but we don't really want to use that. This is room 127 and 126. That's what 111, that's 112 and 111 would look like in that regard. And here's the door. You cannot lock this door from the inside of the classroom. There's nothing the teacher could do to lock the door inside the classroom. The teacher can come outside the classroom as the requirement is to lock the door with a key, only with a key, and this right here by turning it, you know, and the lock position. And I can actually have the door of another. This came from the West Building, one of the doors right here, and I can demonstrate that if you'd like at this time, Mr. Chairman.
So the teacher could not even lock the classroom door from the inside?
That's correct. There's no way to lock the door from the inside, and there's no way for the subject to lock the door from the inside.
It was open.
We'd heard reports that the lock was malfunctioning, that they had turned in a request for the lock to be fixed. Is that all fictitious? Or
we had a locksmith inspect the lock and the strike plate. The lock was functional. The strike plate was not. What was not happening is, so as you can see on this door here, is that, yes, the lock was working as it was designed, but if it doesn't, if the through doesn't get into the strike plate, it may be locked, but it's not secure. You can just open it. And that's, you know, so it can be the locked position, ironically, in the locked position or unlocked position, and it's still unsecured and can be opened.
Okay, so there was never a request to have a lock fixed?
There was evidence that the requests were made about that lock based on an interview with the teacher and also some reports that we found of submissions to have it fixed.
So a teacher thought the lock was broken?
Yes, the teacher was convinced it was unlocked and it was broken and reported it earlier.
And was that request made like days before the shooting, or weeks, or months?
I think I can't say. I'd have to go back and get the exact timeline. I don't have that right now. Chairman, I'll get that back to you in the committee, exactly what days that were requested that they would be fixed.
On the officer's radio, you know, I heard he went in without his radio, then he obviously was requesting his radio.
Yes, sir.
But I was told later, or maybe by you or someone else, that the radio would not actually function inside the school.
Yes, sir.
Because it did not have the strength to reach out of the school.
Yes, sir. We conducted a threat and vulnerability assessment of the site while we had control of the school. And our DPS special agents brought in our communications team, and we conducted tests of everybody's portable radio, Uvalde PD, Sheriff's Office, Border Patrol, DPS, everybody's portable radio in that West Building. And the only portable radios that worked in that West Building were Border Patrols. Okay, and they were the only ones that worked.
All right, so we've got a police school officer whose radio will not work inside the school.
That's correct. Yes, sir. And nor would the PDs, okay? So if they're responding to assist, nor would the sheriff's office if they're responding to assist, and nor will DPS officers if they're responding to assist. The Border Patrol has a station there in Uvalde, and that's why they had so many agents in the area. And of course, they've got a stronger, you know, boost on their particular tower. I can tell you that even when we take Border Patrol and we were able to link them and patch them all together, then even Border Patrol's radios didn't work.
Okay. I've got Senator Zaffarini raised her hand first. Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McGraw, you talked about different stages of this tragedy, starting with the shooter's social media messages, his communications with people, including the young woman and the young lady in Germany. And you talked about communications. You talked about the communication among the officers, the radio communications and others. Looking back specifically at all of those areas of this tragedy that you have addressed, what is it that we must change going forward? What lessons have we learned that we could implement going forward?
And one thing we did early on, Senator, is recognize that, it would be better if the Department of Public Safety was asked to do the investigation. It was far better that we enlisted the expertise of really active shooter situations, and fortunately Texas has a nationally recognized experts at the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Program at Texas State University. And they have well-known experts, and we asked them early on while we had control of the scene and provided information to please let them do an assessment, okay? The tactics were employed, where the breakdowns occurred, and make recommendations, okay, in terms that other options that could have been used at that point based upon the facts of this particular scenario and options going forward. Moreover, we also requested that the School Safety Center conduct an audit, an assessment of the school safety and compliance with rules and regulations that relates to the requirements that have been laid out by the Texas legislature. And well, as I just mentioned earlier, we conducted our own threat and vulnerability assessment, not unlike what DPS Special Agents did for the University of Texas campus in the aftermath of that brutal attack on a co-ed, and also at Texas Tech University at the request of the chancellor. So we did that same thing at that location, and of course we came away with recommendations. From that, we made that available to the Commissioner Morath, and we met with him last week. The team met with him last week and went over the assessment. It's a preliminary assessment, the draft, but there's some clear things that do need to change, and I know that he's always looking for ways to improve, and those have been provided to the Commissioner, and I can discuss some of them if you would like.
That's exactly what I want, some recommendations.
Sure. The perimeter. First, the campus perimeter fence is inadequate to prevent threats from accessing the campus, period. Okay, just I mentioned 4-foot fence. It's tubing, very easy, very lax. There's gaps in it. There's a lack of controlled access points. And as you know, the Capitol, we use what? We use these badges, right? To badge in. And the advantage if a teacher leaves or if a student leaves, you can deny them access to come back into it, and you can control access, and you can see when people enter and exit. So that's an advantage. Plus, it's a locking mechanism that's more secure than what we've seen, especially when the defects would be detected easier and earlier. A lack of card key access, we just mentioned, controlled. I just mentioned, but lack of controlled access points. The access points and the entrance gates are not controlled, and they do not guide visitors to one location. Now, this didn't make any difference in this situation, but it is a concern was brought out. The exterior doors, as mentioned, do not have strike plates installed to protect the bolt or latch from prying or picking. There are no deadbolts installed on the exterior doors to strengthen them. Rocks and other debris were removed from the area around the door, painted rocks they had throughout the campus along those lines to let people back in. Exterior door inset glass panes, which I showed before. I mean, obviously, this is like a no-brainer. Someone can go through that at some point very easily. And of course, within arm's reach, if you take out the window, then you're able to reach your hand and do it. Now, ironically, in the interior classrooms had web inside this interior pane that you see, and the exterior doors did not, so it was tougher. You can still take them out and put your hand in and open the door. It doesn't mean you can't get it out. You absolutely can. The subject could have, but he didn't need to in this particular case. The classroom doors are vulnerable to all classroom doors being accessible from the hallways once in the building. This is further enhanced due to the fact that the access to the campus is not controlled. The classroom doors are vulnerable to attack, and some of the locations of classrooms outside doors, there's many as 40 doors across, I believe 8 buildings on that campus. But some of those are like mobile units that they open directly out, and there's access to those mobile units from the outside. So if you get inside, the perimeter, then immediately you can access that. You're right looking at a mobile, and essentially a mobile unit, and you can drive around campuses all over the state and see these because of the growth of students, and they expand. So now you got an access door, an access issue, especially if you haven't controlled the access around the campus that would allow anybody to go up to that particular door. They have adjoining classroom door, and I didn't mention it specifically, but there was an adjoining door. Okay, that's how he was able to get easily between 111 and 112. It facilitated him, but could have facilitated action by law enforcement. So between 111 and 112, the door was, we believe, unlocked because it was always kept unlocked, because teachers will watch their students for someone else's students if they're out of the room at that point in time. So and even if not, it's easy to breach that particular doorway, and there's 2 doors adjoining the room. A knock box, we heard a lot about keys. Where are the keys? Where are the keys? Well, a knock box, is a secure safe where a campus or building master key is kept, for first responders. And if we had it, you may have 3 master keys, but they're all in one place. A duress system. There was no duress system throughout the campus, and the lack of it, linked to a mass alert system with redundancy features, which is recommended. A mass alert system can immediately alert the entire campus via multiple notification platforms. So they have a Raptor system and they did, the principal, they sent messages out and hit teachers, it went to everyone along those lines, but it's not the same as a duress system. Emergency evacuation diagrams. We found red bags are left in rooms. And in that red bag, one of the things you'll have is a diagram of the campus. And the advantage of that is you can look at, so if you're a first responder, you have that immediately. Oh, this is what it looks like right here, right now. You don't need blueprints. You don't need to. The challenge was some of those diagrams are wrong. I mean, some were correct, but some are wrong. And one of the ones that was wrong was used to look at and say, hey, what about a sniper location? Well, if you look at it, it looks like the library covers the windows. And the back end would eliminate a sniper position. So and that's an example that why it's important to have the diagrams correctly. Emergency response communication enhancement system, that goes back to the radio communications. There are systems, and we saw it after 9/11, when we had officers and firefighters that were killed in 9/11 because they couldn't get communications, they couldn't talk to them because of the concrete and walls, glass, and things like that prevented communications. And there is a way to expand or enhance communications by taking the signal, okay, and increasing that signal through antennas on campus in that regard. That'd be just some of the things. And again, the experts are going to be school safety center, not the department, as it relates to the school. But that's our things that we saw immediately based upon this campus, and this particular event that we identified and had discussed it with the commissioner.
We all know that there are areas where there is not adequate service.
I'm sorry?
We all know that there are areas where there is inadequate service for telephones, for radios, et cetera, specifically cell phones.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What can we do to ensure that at all of our schools, we do have enough power to ensure that there is effective communications among people who have cell phones, among people who have radios?
Well, cell phones did work, obviously, inside the school. So the cellular backbone was sufficient in Uvalde that day. That's how the chief communicated with the dispatcher. That's how Chloe called 911. That's why the teacher called. So cell phones worked. It's just the portable radios that first responders had didn't. And the irony of ironies. But and of course, the only thing you can do, either a new radio system, because their system was really not designed or wasn't designed as needed for the requirements in terms of school safety or this situation and others. Either replace it, or going back to what I talked about before, there's a way you can buy, or a technological solution that you can expand the signal inside the school, and that can be done.
But for example, that relates directly to Uvalde. And what I'm trying to do is see what we can learn from Uvalde, from that horrific tragedy, to ensure that we address the problem statewide.
Well, every school should be evaluated for that. There should be, and I know that, and there'll be other people that will testify, including some great professionals, city chiefs and ISD chiefs that will be testifying, and what they're doing and proactively in that regard. But if you're going to do active shooter training, it's always best we do it together, okay? It's always best to do it at a school location where there's no kids. And it's always best to check the whole system, not just in terms of how you respond together as a team, but communicate as well. And of course, there's no reason why we can't test all those radios, okay, to make sure everybody's radio operates inside a school. And for that matter, large public buildings.
And that's my point. For example, if you're in a school that is right on the border, yes, you might look at your cell phone and see a message that says, "Welcome to Mexico."
Yes, ma'am. And
the service in Mexico takes over. It is more dominant than the service on the American side.
We haven't fixed operability, let alone interoperability, in some places along the border and other parts of Texas where there's not the cellular backbone or infrastructure to support communications.
Would you agree that that is something that we need to look at and make recommendations about?
Absolutely.
Regarding social media, the shooter in Uvalde did have specific social media messages and did communicate directly with persons about what he intended to do. What responsibility do we have to monitor social media and to intercede when something like this is evident or at least threatened?
Well, the evidentiary ones, the ones that were of concern that would certainly generate action, were done through messaging and not like posting. So these are messaging, sometimes four-person chat on Snapchat and Instagram, or sometimes it was gaming platform where multiple people were talking in that regard. Those messages require a subpoena, okay? And so, what was concerning is that no one brought it to the attention because people, even some people were getting messages, were concerned and sometimes blocked the subject from communication. So, it would have been better if they had alerted somebody instead of just blocked a particular subject in that point. So that requires the public to be able to proactively report that. That said, in the end, there's so much data, okay? I can't even describe how much data there is, as you know it very well. So the only ones that are able to have the expertise and resources, whether if there's algorithms that are developed to identify threats, words that are key words, and of course that gets into privacy, that is provided to law enforcement as a threat to life or suspicious at that point in time. And that's where you're going to have the debate, privacy over, okay, the saving of lives. And there's very smart people in the social media environment and business that in high tech that can, there's no doubt in my mind, they can develop algorithms to figure out what you'll buy or what you want to buy by a moment. They can certainly identify algorithms and develop things that will pare it down to that entirely suspicious wordings and groups of wordings like school shooter, for example, a clue, okay, that those things are somehow at least brought to the attention where law enforcement has a chance to at least get a subpoena and go before and try to get some of that information.
Many years ago, only certain individuals with specific relationships with a child who was abused were required by law to report that child abuse. This legislature passed a bill requiring anyone who knew about child abuse to report it. Do you believe that we should consider a law like that, requiring anyone who knows about threats like this to report it?
Well, obviously policy is well above my pay grade and something for you and the governor, but I can say that certainly would help because people, if we can't do it and require it, at least to the extent we can educate people that, and what's concerning is that some of these things are group things. It's almost like they're talking to each other, that they support each other. This is cool, neat, a part of this deviant subculture, whatever you want to call it in that regard. But it always gets somebody's attention, and they stop, or they block, or they get out of that messaging. All it takes is one report. It might give us the opportunity. And obviously, that didn't happen in this case. And unfortunately, every time you go back and look at one of these tragic situations, you see opportunities that we had to be able to stop that pathway towards that violence.
Thank you. There are investigations underway, and we have heard so much conflicting information about what happened, when it happened, and by whom certain actions were taken or not. What hope is there that the families who were so negatively impacted, so horrifically impacted in Uvalde, will one day get the truth about exactly what happened?
Well, I can tell you this, that there's not a major investigation I've been involved in my entire career with the department and with the FBI that initially we don't know. But yet there's a crushing demand for information. So you provide information with provisos. It's preliminary, hasn't been corroborated, but nevertheless, you're reporting information. And that information ends up being misinformation a day later or 2 days later. Now, the advantage we have is in the position we're in right now, and that's why we're very careful today. We're not going by witness statements, okay? What we're doing is going by physical evidence that we've collected, that we've reviewed, frame by frame, that has been enhanced, that we looked at. So everything I've testified today is the facts. So the family can rest assured that information is correct, plain and simple. If we change the number, for example, I think I said there's 420 rounds of ammunition in the truck that was left, or 900 rounds in the backpack, or at the end of the day, the subject, had, over 186 rounds on him. If the number changes to 185 or something like that, I think the public would understand, or it's 899 and it was rounded off. But everything I've testified today is corroborated just by the areas in your book. Will show you exactly where that information came from on that timeline.
Thank you. In 2019, this legislature passed a bill requiring public school districts to include an active shooter emergency response plan in its multi-hazard operations plan and active shooter trainings for school district peace officers. In 2021, we passed another bill requiring school board members to take a course about school safety. So both of these bills were passed and should be in effect. I'm sure you are familiar with those two laws and more. Are the laws that we have passed working, or which do we have to go specifically look at again and improve them? For example, those regarding active shooter training.
Well, I'll say this, that, well, obviously not enough training was done in this situation. Plain and simple, because of bad decisions, terrible decisions. Terrible decisions were made by the on-scene commander and should have never happened, plain and simple. Now, I can say the state of Texas has already, been leaders in the forefront, its legislature and its leadership, and when it comes to school safety. An active shooter, I mean, you've got the nationally recognized Center of Excellence for, before active shooter training is at Texas State University. It's funded by the state and the federal government as well, and works in partnership with the FBI. School Safety Center. They don't have other school safety centers around the nation in that regard. When you implemented it, was the idea that we can look at all the things, so they have plans in place, look at vulnerabilities and those things, and a checklist of things to do at schools in that regard. At the end of the day, the post-Santa Fe thing is what can we do to prevent, on the front end. We talked about the pre-attack, okay? The only thing, if you make it, that's where your success looks like, when you can stop it before it happens. And you address that in the post-Santa Fe and provided it. I can't tell you that, and they won't like me saying it, and I might get some of my accounts banned, but at the end of the day is that, I'm as a law enforcement professional, I'm disappointed in the social media industry for not being more proactive, and I understand that they got a business model. Privacy is important. If the people think there's not privacy, they may lose money. I get this. But I just certainly believe that I have great confidence in their resources and their capabilities and their acumen and technology to be able to identify solutions, okay, that can help identify, potential threats, okay, and bring that to the attention of law enforcement. And use it, have judicial controls in place. Make sure it's not Big Brother, but that give law enforcement an opportunity at least to identify suspicious activity and act upon it.
What recommendation would you make to this committee to include in our report from the perspective of the head of the Department of Public Safety? If we were to ask you to name one recommendation that we would adopt, what would that recommendation be?
Well, we need to train more. And I'll say this from a DPS standpoint, just from the director's standpoint. One thing I want to make sure that we're never in a position when we show up, because more often than not, when we show up, it's a supporting role. I mean, most of our resources were, in Eagle Pass, in Val Verde, in Del Rio, Webb County, for example, in your area. So we got as quick as we could get there. We got there, okay, but we want to make sure that when we show up, it doesn't matter where. In Santa Fe, we had 2 troopers right in there with the chief, one taking a shot at the shooter. Okay, we want to make sure they have the equipment that they need. And one thing that's recurring thing that's just disappointing over and over, that we have to have shields. No, you don't, but you know what? Why not have one? So we want to put a go bag in every patrol car in the state. And in a go bag, we want to have a ballistic shield, not a SWAT version, not full body, enough to cover the face in that regard, and breaching tools, and train them on the breaching tools. So, well, everyone, right now, our breaching experts are going to be on our SWAT teams or special response teams. That's where our breaching expert is, because it's usually used for search warrants and stuff. I want every trooper to know how to breach and have the tool to do it when they show up. So we're not just supporting in terms of having an officer on the scene. We're also bringing equipment that may or may not be needed, but at least we have it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kokorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McCraw, at the beginning of your remarks, you were very defined in the characteristics of the shooter. You went through his age and different things. I have a couple of questions on that. You mentioned animal cruelty. That's been talked about a lot. Did he commit animal cruelty, and was anyone aware of that?
Well, first of all, this is where I get to digress and say, based on interviews and not on physical evidence, the reports that he was involved in cruelty, animal cruelty, particularly cats, walked around with a plastic bag of dead cats. And there was other information, okay, the reports. None of that was brought to the law enforcement attention. It's a crime in itself, but it's another key. You know, I didn't include it on the timeline, didn't include it in terms of the suspicious, because it's not, we're depending on witnesses telling us this after the fact, but clearly it was, we believe, I'll say this, I believe as of right now that he did engage in, okay, animal cruelty, and of course that's a part of the pathway, okay, to become individuals involved in, you know, suicidal, fatalistic, and certainly animal cruelty is something to look for.
You did not mention a toxicology report. Do we have a toxicology report?
No, autopsies have not been, we don't have the report, the final report yet. The medical examiner is doing will do the final report.
And do you believe
on all the individuals involved? And the district attorney is also recognized that it's appropriate to have additional expertise. I think she's enlisted the support of well-regarded medical professional.
At this point, no toxicology report on the shooter?
That's correct. Yes.
And then of his characteristics, was he a gamer? Did he?
Yes, he played Fortnite with friends at school and friends, other locations that he found online.
First-person shooting games?
I can't tell you exactly what games he played.
And then truancy. I've seen different reports on how long he had been truant. Are you aware of how long he had been truant?
I know that he hadn't completed a lot of the curriculum, and he was well behind. It's been reported as far back as a sophomore when he left his what would be normally a junior year. But I believe that TA could do a better job in terms of answering that question in terms of truancy. I can tell you that we've yet to find anything in his files, disciplinary files, anything that you would expect to find with somebody with this type of background. We just haven't found it.
And then to your timeline, you talked about the door. Mr. Chairman, you asked some questions. I want to clarify and make sure that I heard this correctly. The classroom door that he entered, did I hear you correctly say that the lock was broken, that it did not?
The lock was not broken. Okay, the strike plate was dysfunctional, and the only way you can get it to lock is from the outside is lock in the lock position, and it's nuanced, and that's why we brought one of the doors in the lock position, and then pull on it and get it to seat, the throw to seat in the lock plate. If you can do that, then it would be locked, okay, or I'll call it secured. It would be secured at that time.
So while there was a lot of time lapse in your timeline, waiting on a key, and there's a lot of the communication that you have transcribed. The fact could we ascertain here or conclude that there was never a need for a key because the lock was not working? The swipe plate was not working properly.
I don't believe, and I don't believe, based on the information that we have right now, that door was ever secured. In fact, I have great reason to believe it wasn't secured. The subject doesn't just walk in, as I testified before, then shoot the classroom, walk back out of the hallway, then walk back in again seamlessly, okay? And he didn't have a key, and he couldn't lock it from the inside. So the door was unsecured, and we've gone back and checked in our interviews, and did anybody touch the door and try it? How about, do you need a key? Well, one of the things they teach you in active training, I'm sure that one of the experts can talk about it, how about trying the door and see if it's unlocked? Okay, what we used to call a clue at that point. Why not? And of course, no one had. And so even if you're a part of the breaching team, and we've gone back and talked to them, and they've been led to believe that it's locked, even they, when you go back and talk to them, they didn't try the door, they took the key. As you can do the key, it'll open it, okay? Whether it's locked or unlocked, it will take the throw and put it back into the door, and you move it, and you can walk, and you go right in. So that's.
So out of lessons learned, what we would conclude from your testimony today would be that no one tried the door. There was a lot of time waiting for a key, of which a dysfunctional door was never locked because the shooter was able to walk in and, as you say, go back and forth.
Yeah, but
finally,
but moreover, though, you didn't need a key, okay? There's tools, and the alert program, and you'll have some experts testify, I think sometime today, they're going to be here. We had them go in and see if they could breach, and you can talk to them what they figured out, what they can do, how long it took. But the point is, you don't have to wait for a key, and shouldn't have to wait for a key to breach. And they'll talk, I'm sure, Windows. Windows are great access points. And oh, by the way, you're protected.
and my last point of clarification on your timeline, from 11, lots of different reports about how long he was outside. He obviously, I heard, how many shots did he fire outside before he entered at 11:33, which is 6 minutes and 35 seconds according to my math.
He fired 3 rounds at the funeral home. Okay. He fired another 24 rounds while outside of the class of the West Building in 2 different classrooms as he walked towards the door.
And did those bullets enter the classroom?
Yes.
They did not harm any children in those particular...
There was 2 other victims that were injured. It was a teacher who was shot in the stomach, and it was a teacher and it was a student. They were in classroom 109. But the rounds came, rounds came from room 111 into the wall, through a classroom and into the classroom that they were in, which is 109.
None of the bullets from the outside harmed a child, but they did penetrate into the classroom.
Some children were injured, but we're talking about penetrated bullets. The only ones that I've talked about were the 2, the ones that I've already mentioned.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, and we need to probably say that the only time we found rounds that officers fired was in room 111, at the time of the breach.
Okay, I've got a number of members that are indicating to me they want to ask a question. Let me just say, I think everybody has their lights on and is requesting. So I'm going to start with my vice chairs. So Senator Creighton's going to be next, and then we'll take it by seniority all the way down. Then I have some of the non-members who would like to ask some questions once we're all finished. All right, so Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think I can get through my questions fairly quickly. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, it says on the timeline here provided that 9 officers entered the school within the 5-minute mark. No, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, 9 officers were in the school with rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's as many as 11, shortly thereafter, with 2 of them had rifles.
And so Chief Arredondo, incident commander, as it's stated, said many times through the audio that the officers in the school only had pistols. What is the discrepancy? Which is fact?
2 officers had rifles. And so there was never a need for rifles. I mean, the 3 initial UPD officers that arrived, but thereafter there was, anywhere from 11, and the numbers kept increasing, and the number of rifles kept increasing over time.
So even though there was never a need for rifles, Chief Arredondo kept saying, we only have pistols, we need rifles. Why is that? What in law enforcement training would lead him to continue to say that over and over?
Well, first of all, you don't need
as if that was a necessary factor to advance.
Well, first of all, as a commissioned officer, you don't need a rifle. You have a gun. There's a reason you have one. You have body armor. So it's going to be risky. Officers, and Chief Aranda was right. I mean, officers are likely to get hurt, and some may die. But it's less likely that they would than children without the armor, without the weapons, without the training, left alone with someone that had already brutally killed. You know, at least at that time, we don't know the timing of it, but ultimately killed, 21 people.
So just to be clear again, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the hallway with pistols and rifles. And within, at the 5-minute mark, Chief Arredondo was heard saying, he's contained in this office. Is there an office on the floor plan that you provided as an exhibit?
Not that I'm aware of. It's as referenced in the particular rooms. There's a janitor room, there's a restroom, but there's, I don't know, it's not an administrative building. These were classrooms.
So in a school within days of a summer break, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that kids were in the classroom when making decisions about determining whether or not it's an active shooter protocol or a barricaded intruder?
It's more than reasonable to assume that there were children inside those classrooms, room 111 and 112.
There's many references by Chief Arredondo about the door being locked and needing keys and more keys and a master key and just constant references to keys. But is there any evidence whatsoever that shows through the video as it was examined later that the door was ever, that there was an attempt to open the door or test whether or not it was locked?
We could never see anybody put their hand on the door, and of course up until the breach. And then at the breach, we've gone back and talked to the breachers, re-interviewed the breachers, and they said no, they didn't try the door handle beforehand.
And then there's a reference to a sledgehammer and a hooligan, and those are separate.
Yes, sir.
And then, so was there any reason within your experience with in law enforcement training overall why either the door wouldn't have been checked as to whether or not it was locked, understanding there's gunfire, but with a hooligan and with an available sledgehammer, what would be a reason why the door would not be checked, and why would Chief Arredondo keep referring to the fact that keys were needed through the minutes and what it ultimately ended up being 77 minutes of delay?
Yeah. Well, respectfully, Senator, one of the reasons we wanted to have an outside independent review by subject matter experts is so they can answer those types of questions, because then it becomes my professional opinion as opposed to what's consistent with doctrine. But I would suggest that doctrine, I'll go back again, is very, very simple. Okay, you don't wait for a SWAT team, right? No time for a SWAT team. If you got one officer, that's enough, right? So you don't have to wait for 11 or 12 or 50 or 30. You got one's enough. If you're there in the scene, you got an obligation to go and immediately engage the shooter, okay, and stop the shooting and really stop, which is really stop the killing, because there could be other ways to kill it, and then stop the dying. That's preached, practiced, and required in the state of Texas. It just wasn't implemented.
And the assumption in a school where the shooter's determined to be in one of 2 classrooms, the assumption being that children would be in those classrooms, I find it hard to believe that why in any way would there be a reference to the shooter as a barricaded intruder in an office when it's not even on the floor plan?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't know why. I can just tell you, certainly in the fog of battle, things, get confusing along those lines, but that's why it's important to have some things are unambiguous in terms of what the doctrine is. And I know that, just from my experience, hey, windows are an option. We saw in Santa Fe how effective, getting on the scene quickly was for an officer, even though he was seriously wounded, and the chief being right there, and of course, engaging the subject to these pains, because the pains work against you, but they work for you too. It provides you an opportunity, and the experts will be able to talk about how they can quarter a room, and you can look at it and wait for the suspect. So there's things you can do to protect the kids in the room, and that's why they say, in terms of, isolate is a word, and of course, distract. Things that can distract. I mean, obviously, if you're simultaneously hitting the windows, okay, in room 111 and 112, is going to distract the subject when you go in. It's human nature. It's practiced along those lines. None of that was considered. The only thing, at the end of the day, like I said before, we waited for rifles, we waited for a radio, we waited for a SWAT team, we waited for shields before the SWAT team. There's always some reason why we didn't go in. And of course, the result was 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. And in an active shooter environment, that's intolerable.
And I just want to make it clear for the record and for those listening that when you say we, and you've been very out front on your efforts to help participate and find the answers in this investigation as to what protocols were followed from the ABC News interview just a day or two after the shooting to being before this committee today. But DPS was in no way involved with either being incident command or with making decisions on site. You are just providing testimony today as to the agency's part in the investigation. Is that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. We sent substantial resources immediately to the scene. We even had a 20-man SWAT team and a 10-man SWAT team headed that direction. They didn't make it in time. So we're always going to flood resources into an area. By nature of where we are, where we're stationed, we didn't get there. The first officer was able to enter that west building was 11:42. That time there was numerous officers, and sometimes more is not better. In the hallway, more is not better. Okay.
But there was an established incident commander when your officers arrived.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to make this clear too. This is when I say we is the law enforcement community, and when one fails, we all fail. Plain and simple. I mean, and that's, it's something important. So take responsibility. It's easy when I appear to be hypercritical of the on-scene commander, and I don't mean to be, but the facts are the facts. Mistakes were made. It should have never happened that way, and we can't allow that ever to happen in our profession. This set our profession back a decade. Is what it did.
I appreciate your explanation on that and the way, the rhetoric that you use. It's very much appreciated. At the 19-minute mark, the first ballistic shield was brought into the school. Can you just, for the benefit of the committee, describe not only how the ballistic shield is used, but what kind of gunfire it can take at what proximity, and would that shield, one shield with an unlocked door, been enough to advance and take down and neutralize that shooter at that 19-minute mark?
You never needed a shield, okay? For an active shooter, you don't have time for a shield. So the 19-minute mark, it arrived, but it was always called for. We have it on the timeline because it was called for. In fact, eventually 4 shields arrived. Now, I can tell you they're different rated. Some are rated for rifles, some aren't. But I go back to it, and at the end of the day, you got to get in there, plain and simple.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, and you've mentioned several times, you don't need the shield. There is no excuse for not advancing on the active shooter, and we all agree with that. But at that next interval, when a shield was even present, I'm just asking, at what point, how many gateways of excuses were there to not go in and save those kids that were still alive? If a shield would have been used to advance on the shooter, what would Chief, it's difficult because Chief Arredondo's not here today. So I'm trying to gain perspective in a way that I can understand the thought process of someone that made several decisions with the resources that he had not to advance into the classroom, take the shooter down, and save the kids that were still alive or that were wounded.
Well, I know. Well, first of all, I don't like, singling out a person and shifting and saying he's solely responsible. But at the end of the day, if you assume incident command, you are responsible.
I'm just starting with the commander.
Yeah, I'm kind of backing my way into it because I hate being in that position to do it, but it is what it is, number one. And by the way, even when the rifles were there, okay, not just two, but more, many, when the radios were there, and radios never worked anyway, but when the shields were there, and not one, two, but eventually four, when the first elements of SWAT got there was always a reason to wait. Then it became the key. So there's always something that was elated. And the time, I'll keep emphasizing, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. It's not just a lifetime, it's many lifetimes. And we can't have that in a post-Columbine environment.
In law enforcement training, when does an officer make a subjective decision to choose not to follow the incident commander?
Well, quite frankly, it's dangerous to self-deploy. You got to be careful about what you don't know and don't know. What if the chief really wasn't in office, as reported to many of the members in that hallway? I think many Uvalde PD officers reported, they heard and reported, hey, the chief's in charge, he's talking to the subject now. He's in an office with the subject. Those words have matters. So those officers are operating under false assumption. BORTAC commander arrives. It's been described as a BORTAC, as a SWAT situation. Hey, the SWAT team from San Antonio deployed and got there on the scene. We sent 2 SWAT teams because this report is a barricaded subject.
But there were also officers that were questioning, and it was picked up on the audio, whether or not the decisions that were being made were correct, and questioning whether or not there were kids actually in the classroom. Other officers weren't referring to an office other than just reporting what the chief was saying, and they were questioning that. At what point is a subjective decision made to veer away from the incident commander's decision?
I'll let you, that's a great question for some of the subject matter experts that you'll have. But it's been my experience is that, well, first of all, most decisions aren't have these types of consequences in this regard, but it's always dangerous. For example, I'll use it. I got a trooper 3 years out of the academy, shows up, okay, to a scene, hasn't been briefed, has been told information, and my expectation that he's going to act like he's in charge of the situation is going to have disastrous results because he may not be that smart and may not be as smart as the on-scene commander and doesn't have the information as the on-scene commander. And if it's an ISD, they know the school. They know the layout. So it'd be my expectation when we arrive, we arrive there and do everything we can to support the men and women, the on-scene commander on the ground, plain and simple. And that's our policy. It's our doctrine. And I think anything deviation of it, that there's a takeover by the state or takeover by the federal at some point in time, I think is dangerous.
Well, I appreciate your answers on that, and I think it's important for the committee and also for those listening to understand how those decisions are made or not made in a crisis situation where an incident commander is established and officers that are responding are following their lead.
There's no shame at all. When you're chief and you have a 6-man department to defer to the Uvalde Police Department that has as many as 60 officers, or the sheriff's office.
With the lack of interoperability of the radios that was mentioned, is there any conceivable scenario where the text messages in that 77 minutes of delay that were coming from the children inside the classroom to 911, is there any conceivable situation where those outside the school building would get that information from dispatch and simply courier or deliver that information into the school building where the officers were located so that different decisions could be made to shift from barricaded intruder protocol back to active shooter protocol. How is it possible that that didn't happen?
All we know is one officer did hear that. Well, first of all, I can tell you the radio traffic is chaotic. There's hundreds of officers talking all over each other is a term when you're stepping on each other in terms of talking on the radio. So it's going bits and pieces out. As we've already talked about, you're not picking it up inside. But there was an officer that did hear that and asked it to be repeated and did have that particular information. We don't know who he told that to, okay? And if that information was ever communicated to the on-scene commander. I mean, that's something that we want to follow up on, and but I'm not in a position to discuss that at this particular point in time.
So there's just, in a chaotic situation like that, there is no way to channel dispatch and information coming directly into dispatch straight to Command Central, where...
Well, not in this case, but it doesn't mean you can't be relayed. I mean, there's all those options. You know, the cell phones work, okay? You don't have to depend upon just one means that people are stepping over. There's other options. There's always other options.
Is there any protocol for breach of the exterior classroom window in a situation where an active shooter is in place in a classroom like we've discussed?
Certainly. And there's, in fact, one could argue it's safer to do so. You've got an exterior wall that's got brick and mortar versus a, sheetrock.
But is there any evidence to show that there were officers on the exterior of the building trying to
use that as an option,
shooter, or the students that were located in the classroom? Has that remained a mystery?
No, I mean, the officers rescued hundreds of children using those windows in different classrooms. And keep in mind, right across from 111 and 112, the children are in danger in any of those classrooms, so they had to be extracted not into the hallway, but through the windows by breaking the windows out and extracting the kids and teachers through the windows.
Just a few years ago after Santa Fe, the Senate led an effort to remove the cap on the school marshal programs across the state. There was a cap on the number of marshals that could be implemented by school districts, and that cap was removed at that time. There are 62 districts out of 1,022 that currently use a program like that, whether it's a guardian program or a school marshal program. From a law enforcement perspective, do you have any objection to establishing a program like that on school campuses, knowing that there's eligibility established, training established, and cooperation between that designated school marshal and the local emergency operations plan for an active shooter situation? Do you have any reservation for school districts implementing a program like that?
I mean, no, I've testified before that there's not enough police officers in the state to be everywhere at once. And we've got many, many campuses and many thousands and tens of thousands of children that need to be protected. So at the end of the day, seconds matter. And we saw a white settlement. It wasn't a police officer, it was a civilian. Sutherland Springs, it was a civilian. He wasn't a marshal. He went home and got his rifle and took the subject out. So you can't ignore that as a particular option, and the importance of the shooter getting confronted early and often.
Well, when Senator Birdwell and I were both advancing bills that both passed, they had nuances based on a locker and protocols for the safety of a locker being used. But both of those bills passed in that session, and the testimony against that legislation was mainly by organizations representing teachers, just saying that they didn't feel safe even under those protocols with that type of training and that type of collaboration with law enforcement that's responsible for those emergency operations plans in an active shooter situation. Much of the opposition in committee and in testimony were from the teacher organizations that just did not want to have those programs on their campus. But my information is, out of the districts that have implemented expanded guardian or school marshal programs, we haven't had an active shooter situation on those campuses. That's the information that I have. Do you know any information different than that?
No, but I don't know that I can say that one's causal, but I can certainly say that, I've got 4 granddaughters, and I would expect or would hope that, that if somebody came on campus like this shooter, that someone would be in a position to do something before law enforcement got there. As you saw, even when they arrived, I mean, and they arrived relatively quickly, but even when these officers arrived, it was 3 minutes. They went in the door 3 minutes after the subject went in the door. And how many rounds did he fire? 100 rounds in minutes. And, so they, where the ideally he'd have been confronted is in that south-north hallway. It's a perfect T intersection, before the subject can get to 111 and 112, before he can put his hands on door 111. That's what right looked like in that regard. Moreover, I mean, one of the challenges in the West Building, and the experts can talk about it, is that you got officers overstacked on one side, east-west hallway, and they're at the other side. If the subject wanted to, kill police officers, he just had to step out in the hallway, okay, because of the crossfire. And that's that goes back to, how at best, and of course the experts are in a better position to discuss this and make recommendations on that, and I'm sure that they'll be able to do so.
Director, I appreciate your testimony today and your willingness to continue to find the answers so that we can certainly make the decisions we need to make to keep these kids safe in our schools in Texas. And I just want to wrap up with this. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the school with pistols and rifles, and the classroom doors to classroom 111 and 112 were unlocked. Within 5 minutes of the shooter entering the building, Chief Arredondo is saying that he doesn't have the necessary resources to advance on the shooter. And then I guess I would ask you this last question again, and I know it's repetitive. How many minutes from the shooter entering the building did the officers eventually decide to advance and to neutralize the shooter? How many minutes went by?
1 hour, 14 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator West, you're going to be next, but we've had the director, testifying for an hour and 50 minutes straight right now. And I think what we need to do is do a 5-minute break for everybody. And Senator, so I'm showing 11, let's call it 11:20. Thanks.
Good idea. Just get ready to have to take a break.
We never do that. That's a good idea.
Director McCraw, you ready? Okay. Recognize Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director McCraw, you had made a statement during your testimony, at least this is what I heard, that when DPS was in control of the scene. Let's make certain that we have clarity in terms of what you were referring to.
Yes, sir. Well, the EPS didn't have control of the scene. I just mentioned that we did have a trooper, and the first trooper arrived at 11:42 with 2 other officers and observed numerous officers in the hallway and left after 2 minutes.
So, in terms of what role, and let's make certain all of us want transparency as it relates to what's going on in this process, and that has been a problem, and I think that Senator Colcourse has mentioned that. As it relates to transparency concerning the investigation, where are we as it relates to that?
Yes, sir. Well, first, I know that the initial request, I think the local police department, specifically ISD, wanted to conduct the investigation. The district attorney asked the Texas Rangers to conduct the investigation, and we've had the lead on the investigation since the beginning. So this was on May 24th that we took leadership role in that investigation. As I mentioned, many different agencies assisted in this, and we continue to work with other agencies, and we have more to do. Much has been accomplished, but much more needs to be done. And importantly, we've got, well, I won't even go through the different areas we've got to cover, but those things need to be done before this investigation is completed and turned over to the district attorney for her review.
Okay, obviously, last evening there was a video that was released by, I think, the Austin American Statesman or Texas Tribune. It's been shown all over America. Is there other video that we should be reviewing as part of this investigation?
Well, you can remove all the videos, needs to be reviewed, and at some point, will need to be made public, and I have great confidence that the district attorney will do that when the investigation is completed. I have no doubt. Certainly body cameras are relevant. Certainly the footage internal from the inside the school, the surveillance video, and I'll also say the surveillance video from the enhanced version from the funeral home is all appropriate.
So there's additional video that has not been released?
Absolutely. And let me, if you don't mind, Senator, give me an opportunity, is that one of the concerns that, the district attorney has not wanted to keep information from the public. She just wanted to keep misinformation from the public. Okay, inaccurate information. She's never really, and that's the challenge she has, and for only one reason, because of the impact on victims.
Well, let's go down that road just a little bit.
Sure.
In terms of accurate information, is there accurate information that the district attorney currently has that could be released to the public so the public could get a better sense that transparency is in fact occurring?
Well, I'm sure there's no question that videos, when they're released, and certainly you as a member of the legislature would have access to it and a legislative privilege to look at it. The House Investigative Committee has access to it, and we provided them so they can review those themselves in detail. But we have asked, because we've been asked by the district attorney, to ensure that we don't, one, talk to the media, which we haven't done any press conferences since then. The only thing we've done is maybe refuted some of the statements and tried to correct those particular statements. And we've been very clear that we haven't released any information, videos or otherwise, to the media.
Okay, as it relates to the video that was released somehow, it shows at least one officer there with a rifle and another one with a shield. Is that correct?
Well, what we'll show is that within minutes after the subject entered.
I'm talking about the video.
Yeah, well, the video will show that there's as many as 11 officers and 2 rifles minutes after the law enforcement entering on the scene.
Okay.
Now, I think I said before 9, but it was really 11 because there's another 4 that came in. There was 3 initially, then 4. Okay, then another 4 came in, and then another 4 came in.
I understand that.
Yes,
I'm talking about the video that we saw. I only saw.
Yes,
I didn't see 11 officers on that video. Maybe I didn't see the correct one. I saw one with a shield and one on the right with the shield and one on the left with the right.
And frankly, I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I've watched the entire video. I've watched snippets or whatever may have been released, so I couldn't comment.
And I'm going to go back to a question that was asked to you by Senator Creighton as it relates to the officer with the shield. And I didn't understand your response to that. The question, I believe, was whether that officer with the shield could have advanced and tried to breach the door, or at least try to save some of the kids in that room.
Well, it was my testimony, Senator, that you didn't need a shield.
No, I understand whether you needed one or not.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question, with that shield, could the officer have done that?
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been used immediately.
Okay.
And which is the point, is that when there never, one was, there was one, then later came 2, then 3 and 4, and eventually there was 4 shields available to be used. Okay. And for the record, I want to be clear about when that shield arrived, but the first one, didn't arrive until sometime after the officers went in. It was the second shield arrived at 12:03.
The first shield arrived when?
Yeah, the first shield arrived at 11:52. The second and third shield arrived thereafter.
And it's a fact that you heard that, well, I think that there were shots fired after the first shield arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and I'm not going to be repetitive. I do have some other questions as it relates to recommendations that should be made that you're recommending. Now, but before I do that, the Department of Public Safety has no role in school safety audits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, in terms of recommendations, I know that you were asked about school marshals and guardians. Is there any reservation from, let me back up, you are the chief law enforcement officer for the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Well, certainly the head of the Department of Public Safety. We can question in terms of who's the head of what, but I'm certainly head of the department.
Right. You're the head of the Department of Public Safety.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reservations on the part of the department arming teachers in schools?
Not if they're trained. None whatsoever.
Okay. I want to turn not necessarily to schools, but an incident that happened in Duncanville, Texas last week. Mm-hmm. Let me just set it up for you. A recreation center where there was a summer youth program with over 100 kids mm-hmm. in that program. And a person came in with a gun unrelated to any terrorist activity, but once in there, decided to fire the weapon, and he was taken out by a consortium of police departments there in the area.
Yes, sir.
Is there any concern by you, as the head of the Department of Public Safety, about similar types of settings where kids are in summer camp, as an example, or you have a large number of kids in their safety?
Absolutely. In fact, any time that you have a large aggregation of children in a location, especially outdoors or in this location in terms of Duncanville that you described, which is wasn't connected to a school, but certainly was affiliated with school outside activities, we're always concerned. It's a soft target to begin with. There's not the security usually in place. And certainly, people that are trying to do the most harm can do the most harm by killing our children.
Are there any best practices for protecting those kids?
Well, I know one thing is that Duncanville is an example. Texas law enforcement responding. They immediately isolated the subject. And certainly neutralized them. And he's no longer with us. And that's important that we have that type of response. And they were on scene almost minutes. They were right there. That's what, of course, the whole point of alert training has been designed, is that actions you don't wait on actions. Actions are immediately taken, and that's a good example of how things should be done.
Okay, and let me ask a couple of more questions. And as it relates to the weapon that was used in Uvalde, you mentioned that, and I think in our private conversation, that there was 170 rounds fired?
171 rounds, the subject total fired. 3 at the beginning, and we had another 24, 27, 57, and 60.
Is a person a reasonable person, you would not obviously consider this person a reasonable person based on what you're saying, that that person had some mental illnesses, that red flags for mental illness. But a person in the same or similar circumstances at 19 years of age, are they mature enough to be able to handle, or should we have a situation where a person 19 years of age be able to get an assault weapon, an AR-15?
Yeah, well, that's of course a policy decision on what that is and is not. I can just say that certain people shouldn't have one, okay? And certainly this is one person that should not have had one.
Should the average 19-year-old be able to have one without any training?
Yeah, it's hard to me because I was in the Army at that time in my life. Too many people have served bravely and sacrificed for their country that are 18 years old, so it's difficult for me to say that nobody's mature enough at that age. All I can say is that certain people will never be mature enough, and certain people, are going to be a threat when they are able to get weapons.
Should they be? You had training to use those type of weapons in the Army, though.
I'm sorry?
You had training to be able to use those weapons.
Yes, sir, we did.
Right.
Yes.
And also screenings, correct?
I'm sorry?
Psychological screening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that in order to make certain that those persons that are able to get those weapons have psychological screening and also training?
Yeah, that again goes back to policy. It's hard for me to say whether that would work or not. I just know that we don't. Certain people, and I'll use this specifically, and you've already addressed this, violent offenders, for example, ought not to have access to weapons, and plain and simple. So there are certain people, and I can tell you from a professional standpoint, if someone has got, if we've got some very specific and credible information, okay, specific and credible being the operative word, on individuals and that they're a threat in the community, that certainly, to the extent that they would have limited access to weapons, would be helpful.
Would you agree with me that if we increase the age to 21 years old, that most parents will feel confident, in addition to other things that we're doing, and as it relates to recommendations, that most parents would feel confident that their children's safety would in fact be safeguarded in the state of Texas?
Yeah, I'm really not in a position to comment on how they would interpret that, whether they feel safe or not, Senator. Frankly, I think that's way above my pay grade in terms of this particular issue.
I'm going to ask you one then. You have grandchildren, right?
I do.
Would their grandparents feel safer?
Well, the grandparents will feel safe if they're safe people with guns, not with unsafe people, if that's a quick cop-out. But at the end of the day, is that some people with guns are good people with guns at whatever age, okay, or as long as they're responsible, okay, is not necessarily a bad thing. And unfortunately, in a day like today, when there's not enough officers to be everywhere all at once, we may need someone at the White Settlement inside a church. We may need somebody outside another church in Sullivan Springs, or a teacher inside of a school. They may be the only thing standing away from a mass murderer and the lives of the children.
You would agree with me that when we begin to look at these mass shooters, that the age range is between, I think, 16 to 21 or 16 to 19, somewhere from there. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and look at some of the data that the FBI and the Secret Service have on the history. I've seen it before. We have a report on that information, but I couldn't tell you the exact average age.
I think the average age is around 19.
Okay.
If that's the case, then do you think that we need to take a second look at whether or not those persons are mature enough in order to operate such high caliber weapons?
I think it's less to do about maturity and more to do with about mental capacity. I mean, there are certain people that are, they may be immature, but they're not evil.
Well, and I agree with you. I'm not saying that we take the weapons away from those persons, but have it just like we have an age range for drinking and other cigarettes and everything else.
I understand.
Should we not look at saying that you need to be age certain in order to...
Well, you already restrict handguns, I believe. Yes, sir.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
All right. You should be an age certain before you are able to purchase a weapon of that magnitude?
Well, sir, I can see why you would want to, because at the end of the day, you've already restricted handguns, okay, from anyone until they're 21 years old. So, I mean, you've already, the state legislature's already done that, so that's certainly, like I said, goes back to a policy decision.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Director, for the rigor that you've put into not just here today, but the response over the last 4 weeks. Let me return to the lock for just a moment. I wanted to make sure that for the teacher to have locked the door, they would have had to lock it from the outside, thus abandoning the children to a locked room with them outside. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As it relates to the breach, you've mentioned a hooligan, and I think one other type of breaching tool. Did any officer have shotgun slug capacity to breach on location?
Well, many officers had shotguns. I don't know that it's a recommended breach technique, frankly, especially with children in the room. I think it would be when you have other options. I don't think that would be but I'll defer to the experts in terms of that. Right. We certainly will use.
I consider you an expert, Director.
Well, we use breaching ourselves, okay? We use sometimes explosive breachings, usually a hostage situation or a barricaded subject, but certainly not an active shooter.
Say that last piece. Even though I had my phone on silent, it went into my hearing aids, and so I was.
Oh yes, sir. Said
my ringtone instead of your answer.
We'll certainly do breaches. We'll do it. Use a number of different methods. Okay, but the breaches that we're talking about, that might be explosive breaches, dual breaches, front and back. We would never do that in an active shooter situation. Right. Okay, I say never is never, but those are designed for hostage situations.
Right. Well, you're talking C4 blasting caps, and the like.
Yes, sir. And the same thing with the shotgun breach along those lines. There's risk of projectiles and material going into the room and striking somebody at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just was thinking through the.
Yes, sir.
Action or weight, and it's clear from your testimony that the weighting was the challenge.
Absolutely.
That's why I was interested in the answer to that question. Let me, at the very end of your timeline, you mentioned that the breach occurs.
Yes, sir.
The media has reported, but just because you read it doesn't mean it's true, that the Border Patrol agents are who actually made the breach. Do you know whether or not Border or Uvalde PD made the breach?
Well, both. Border was a stack of 7. We had the majority Border Patrol, but we had 2 deputy sheriffs, and I believe a PD officer on it as well in terms of the breach.
So with all of that representative rigor of it leads me to my next line of questioning, similar to Senator Creighton's, with all that representational rigor of various agencies. Mm-hmm. The Uvalde police chief is still the active commander of the scene.
Yes, it could be argued that he turned it over at some point from the tactical, because he did make the request for tactical capability. And when we say BORTAC, they've got an elite SWAT team, Border Patrol. Elements of the BORTAC because it arrived, and so that's why you see the breakdown on the stack. And the stack is how many people get to go through the door. You don't get to put yourself in front of the stack. And the stack was 7 officers, and I think I mentioned 4 went in initially. Door closed, 3 followed shortly thereafter.
Okay. At 11:54. It says on your timeline that the DPS special agent enters the west building.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between, for both our listeners and myself? Sure. I run into many troopers usually because I'm getting escorted from behind.
Yes, sir.
At 0 miles an hour on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
But I've run into DPS sergeants and lieutenants, captains. Mm-hmm. When I hear the term special agent, the first thing I think of is the similarity of an FBI special agent with a set of authority. What sets of authority does a DPS special agent have that's different from the trooper that entered?
None whatsoever, but what they do is they focus full-time on, let's say, gangs, organized crime investigations, for example, undercover investigations, surveillance techniques along those lines. Insubordinate development and operations, criminal enterprise investigation, sex trafficking, for example. When you're going after the organization. So troopers patrol, okay, special agents focus on the organized criminal activity. Texas Rangers, have major violent crime cases and assist in those types of investigations, and certainly command and control of our tactical operations we put on the Ranger Division as well.
Okay. And I'm going to ask another question I think you've already answered, but in the timeline, it's clear that the DPS special agent is very focused on breaching now.
Yes, sir.
With his arrival. Is there, and I fully understand, not just from the law enforcement perspective, but of unity of command is one of the principles of war.
Mm-hmm.
So I fully understand your hesitance and standard policy to not arrive and commandeer the situation simply because you're a state police officer has arrived. Is there any protocol in your mind from seeing the lesson here or seeing the circumstances in its totality, where there'd be any change to that protocol where the assessment of sheriff or a DPS special agent or some senior law enforcement official from a senior law enforcement agency that has geographic jurisdiction as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any change in that protocol, that some situation that protocol should change, where you should have the authority to not wait for a request from the chief of police,
mm-hmm.
but subsume that organization and take command?
Well, first, we wanted to make sure we put that his body camera statements in this as a matter of transparency. And we had people in the building, too, a chance to go in. He managed to work his way in. He wasn't invited in, work his way in, and eventually, as described, and you heard the statements, but it gave kind of the mindset in terms of someone coming in, what information is being provided. And certainly through his body camera, you can see as many as 15 officers stacked up, so you get an impression. That's why the information is included in that regard.
Okay.
It's my belief, okay, because we got some tremendous leaders throughout the state, and law enforcement is such a vital profession. We got such great law enforcement professionals at all levels, including Uvalde Police Department and Uvalde ISD. I mean, they've got great officers that would willingly give their life. Okay, but we can't afford as bad decisions as you indicated in that regard, and I'm quite, hopeful that with training, because sometimes this is a leadership issue, is that, hey, some people don't need to be in those particular positions, that this will never happen again, and people will be mindful is that, wait a minute, it's not a barricaded subject. You can't declare containment and declare victory and wait for the cavalry to arrive and to strike that home. And that's, I think, critical. And that's something we have as our profession. Okay, we clearly failed in that because someone didn't get it, and we just need to make sure that's in place. Inviting let's say a DPS captain shows up and a situation decides, well, he's going to exercise control. Well, first of all, he doesn't have the information, and you know what? He may not be as sharp as the on-scene commander that's there. In addition, not having the information. So I'm reluctant to encourage or even think of any situation where you'd want some level of hierarchy where a larger police department gets to come in and take over, that type of thing. I mean, but at the same point, we need leaders in place that recognize their capabilities. And if there's nothing wrong, and I do it frequently, I delegate it way on down. Because that's where the expert's not where I'm at. The expertise is always at least 2 levels down, removed from me, and we expect,
Yeah, just like I don't want division commanders fighting platoons. I want them to fight the division.
Yes, sir.
The same
Yes,
logic and thought process. A different area of thought here is there, and I want to give you discretion to not answer this question if it's law enforcement sensitive. Is there any evidence that cartels, border gangs / belligerents provided any material support to the shooter, purchase of the weapons, finance of the weapons, because of the number of border agents that have kids in that school? Is there anything that you think that you've seen that relates to this being a hostile act supported by or belligerent
None,
opponents?
none whatsoever.
None? Okay.
And it was initially reported that he was linked or was a part of the individual, the two individuals who were involved in the conspiracy to commit capital murder at the school back in 2018. No, he was not one of them, nor was he linked to them in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Just
yes, sir.
Very sensitive to the nature of the work that both the Border Patrol and our own state agencies are doing down there. So
we have no reason to believe that he has acted alone. The subject acted alone.
Okay.
He said some things that should have been reported, but he acted alone.
Okay. Different area, and I don't know if you've looked at this in the totality of the events, but did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother, or was that solely a family decision?
I'm sorry, what again now?
Did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother for custody, or was that solely a family decision?
All the information that I have, best available information at this moment, that was a family decision.
Okay.
He was estranged from his father, and effectively, when he moved in with his grandparents in February, was estranged from his mother.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director McCraw. Did the grandmother call the police after she was shot, or did the grandmother ever call the police?
Someone did. She ran across the street, okay, after she was shot, and went to a neighbor's house, and a neighbor was able to contact. The grandmother was unable to speak at that time.
Okay. We know no one checked the doorknob, right? And especially, I think that's an assumption that could be made that the shooter got in without a key, right? Did the shooter try different doors? Why did the shooter choose that room?
Well, he went to the west door,
Right.
and of course, that's clearly it was his direction where he was going. He could have gone to the south door. He chose the west door, and we don't know what reasons for that. And he walked deliberately. Now, there were not kids. They were at that particular time. The kids were at lunch in some of the rooms on the left as he proceeded down the east-west hallway, and he turned right. And he went into 11 and 112 was his focus. Didn't fire down the hallway. All his focus was focused on those two rooms.
Was he just in room 111, or did he go into both rooms?
He went to both rooms.
Are they separated?
They're separated, but there's a connecting door.
So he went into inside.
And it's often left unlocked, the connecting door, and there's no bolts that you can bolt it from either side to prevent entry. So it would be easy for him, and he did access 112 from 111, and vice versa.
Okay, goodness. Are classrooms fitted with an alarm and an individual? Like in the emergency room, we have a button we can push if there's a situation where we need to call.
No, there's no, and that's one of the things we found in the vulnerability assessment. There was no, we'll call it a panic type of button that can alert the entire campus at the same time.
Right. So we don't have that in the school.
That's correct. Well, at least at this school, we did not.
Is there, do you know, is there a central place that if somebody, like the principal's office or administrative office, where if they're notified, they can push a panic button and it ring an alarm or make an announcement?
They use what they call the Raptor system, okay, to send out information. And very careful about alarms. As we ran in Santa Fe, a fire alarm, kids get them out of the classroom, right? They're getting out of the building. Mm-hmm. They could put them and teachers in harm's way moving towards the shooter, which is the case, which happens. So they use a system that did notify, but it was one of the recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, that we had is a centralized alert system that would notify everybody at the same time.
So do they use a code system? In hospitals, we use a code system. Code blue, code black, code orange.
No, ma'am. There's no.
They could just say overhead so the teachers would know that it was an active shooter situation, but the children don't know to run out in the hall.
No, but although they didn't have a address system throughout the campus that was linked to a mass alert system, they didn't have it. Of course, I did indicate earlier the teachers took it upon themselves and the administrators to exercise their protocols, and they were really, even before the shooter got in school, they went ahead and implemented their active shooter protocol. And certainly they did in the West building, and unfortunately, in the west building, as I described earlier, the west and south doors were open, but even if the south door was locked or west door was locked, he could have still entered in literally seconds just by breaching that door, in terms of breaching that door, so it wouldn't have been much.
Okay. How, and you may not know, or why did the chief say, we've lost 2 kids? Where did he get that number? What made him think?
I don't know. We were unable to re-interview him.
Okay. It is deeply concerning, I'll say, to hear a statement that if he starts shooting again, we're going to lose more kids, which is probably a true statement, obviously. But then for him to say, but we have to put those to the side right now. Was he?
Well, that's alarming, but obviously, and it was picked up by body camera. And that said, we have, one of the reasons we wanted to re-interview the chief is simply because allow him to put that in context, why he said that, what he meant at that particular point.
It's just really important for in any trauma situation, any kind of an emergency such as this, it's most important to get the victim, somebody shot, somebody injured, as quickly as possible to an emergency room, because that first hour is called the golden hour, yes, for which mortality, morbidity goes down if they can get to the hospital. And it seems like it was not, I'm not sure that was of concern, or the delay most certainly missed the opportunities to save any children that possibly could have been saved. And I think it was always an active shooter situation, but not always treated as an active shooter situation. I
think that's well said. It never changed. It was always an active shooter situation. The situation was always dire. The timeline was always critical. And, every second mattered.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your time and being here, and I'm going to try to be as succinct as I can and go through a few things. First of all, looking at the bar lock, it was the same door I had in my high school when I graduated 43 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Hadn't changed. But if my thoughts are correct, there's a little bitty hole to the very far end of that, and it's a hex key.
Yes, sir.
And that you literally can turn that to where it will not lock as it's closed, or you can turn it and it will lock automatically.
Yes, sir.
So someone consciously had made a decision that it was okay to have that as a non-locking door that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we know who that person is?
No, sir, we don't know that.
Do we know if it was standard operating procedure for the school district to basically allow that to happen and nobody oversight?
I don't think the school district, but we have had reports. Again, these are interviews that those doors were often, the south and west doors were often left open.
So my point here is there's a conscious decision somewhere along the food chain, people responsible, and we don't know who they are. I feel sorry for what they're living through today that made a conscious decision to hex key that. And that is if I went through my districts of 150 almost school districts, I can almost guarantee you that is the door that's in these schoolhouses. Secondly, and I know you're not Texas School District Safety Administrator plan, but are you familiar with any of and we left a lot of discretion to the districts, and I think we're maybe seeing that wasn't the best choice, but I can talk from my district, and I won't name district specifics because sometimes you don't want to share the secret sauce, but you said at 11:21 grandmother was shot, 911 was called.
Yes, sir.
If 0.29 miles, if that event occurred in my districts, at least my ones that I'm familiar with, 911 would have been basically on a school lockdown mission at that point, that people have positions to say there's been a domestic violence, there's been an issue, there's a disturbance in the neighborhoods close enough to the district's campuses, it would have been shut down. Do you know, and if it's not your bailiwick, tell me that's TEA, but do you know if there was a safety plan in place that would have said lockdown in the event of X being close proximity to the school?
No, sir, I don't know that. And
is that something you're familiar with?
I am familiar with that, and I'm also familiar with that quite frankly, some of the newer schools are far better. And in fact, they have some of these gaps that exist on this Robb Elementary don't exist at some other campuses that I've seen.
Is it fair to say that should be something that if there's a domestic or some other incident close enough to a school, that school should have immediate lockdown?
Absolutely.
Second,
I'm trying to look at the exact time the 911 call came in.
It was in your previous testimony,
so
1121.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter.
Yes.
I mean, that's off campus. But in my area of the woods, if that would have happened, schools would have been immediately locked down.
Yes, sir.
Automatic. Second time, the individual crashes into a ditch adjacent to the school property.
Yes, sir.
And the school to this date, was there any indication that there was a lockdown? That hey, we got problems and we need to lock this down? We had a teacher calling from the inside saying we got issues.
Yep.
Who's responsible, if you know? Was it to make sure the campus was locked down?
I'm not sure who was responsible for doing it. I know that teacher, her actions resulted in the campus being locked down.
But really not. We left the door open.
Yeah, exactly.
But somebody on the campus did take the initiative at the point of at least the wreck on the ditch of locking down the campus.
Yes, sir.
It just didn't get done.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, the two doors were open, exactly.
So I guess my whole point of this conversation was evidence that there was actual protocol to lock the school down. It just wasn't successful.
I think there was protocol, and we saw it in the Raptor system that went out, and the fact that the teachers got the word and were protecting their children in their classrooms, doing what they were supposed to do. So I would say that they did go into lockdown, and as they should have. Now, we did recommend some efficiencies that can be changed in terms of a mass alert system around campus. There's things to improve.
Sure,
but
I'm all about the panic button. Okay, so we'll move forward. 3 different occasions under current existing protocols. And do you know if Uvalde had a safety plan?
The high school or the school, Robb Elementary?
Do they have a safety plan? Do you know?
I'm not aware. That's one of the things we asked school safety center to take a look at.
I get it. So to that lock, it's created by design to where an individual can keep it from locking. That's a conscious decision.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a safety expert, but there's a lot of Captain Obvious moments in these events, and I'm not here to put blame on any one person, but the truth of the matter is we're seeking answers that may be relevant. But to Senator Birdwell pointed it out finally in the group, but why would you have a door that doesn't secure from the inside, knowing that if there's a fire or something that the inside can open? It's like a bathroom door. Mm-hmm. Why would you have a door in place that required outside interaction to secure it from the outside in? I mean, what is the logic behind having a door like that to start with? Where is that miscommunicated? Would that, it's ingress and egress and safety protocol, right? Keeping people out.
Yes, sir.
Is that number one rule of safety?
Absolutely.
What would be the reason that door lock would be something that's universally around our school buildings?
I can't explain it. It makes no sense at all. In fact, I know there's things that have been designed that can be used in light of or in spite of locking system like this, but it makes no sense.
There's no reason you can believe that that would make sense from a safety protocol.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this is safe. And another thing, Senator, is that there's no way for the teacher to know whether it's locked or not.
Well, I agree with that.
That's another problem.
That goes back to technology exists today with the panic button. It's immediately magnetically controlled. I mean, there's lots of options. down to a $5 doorstop on some level in some places.
Yes, sir.
Because you're just looking for resistance. Because
Exactly.
that person's looking for the easiest access, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're not spending time wondering whether the door, and they're moving, right? They're on a mission.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you said that, because I couldn't, in my mind, believe, and honestly, that's probably universal in our school buildings too. We're locking we're locking the good guys into the area where the bad guys are. I don't understand how that would examine. So, camp identification. You said it kind of indirectly, and again, since you're not the safety school managers, it's more TA, but. From a first responder, if I have multiple campuses on site, would it not be beneficial to have campus A, B, and then corresponding room numbers inside, along with that map that you said was inaccurate on the get-go, that y'all are trained on in that area?
Yeah, certainly standardization would be beneficial, and knowledge of the campus.
All right. I talked to my superintendents, several of them, and universally, their response to school safety was, in some respects, pretty thorough, but still left a lot to be desired on classroom lockdown. And some of them went to vestibules and beep-ins and stuff. But let me ask you the question this way. If you're limited on resources, and most school districts will say they are, that's debatable, but most will say they are, when it comes to prioritization of safety. If you're looking at personnel versus hardening of the assets, keeping people out, acknowledging that there is a limitation to people, both in physical, logistically being there, and number two, we've seen where people are have human failures in making the right decision when stressed. Giving a budget from a local school district, if you had to pick a path, would you pick hardening and egress access issues over a resource officer that scope is very limited on what they get done?
Well, even though I'm in the law enforcement profession, I lean that way. If we have a resource officer on scene that knows the building, knows the schools, knows the layout, knows the students, knows the teachers, and he's there, just like in Santa Fe, immediately on site when that happened. And that's, and allows the law enforcement to do exactly what we've been charged to do, and that's to isolate and neutralize this.
That's reactive.
That's right.
That's reactive.
Yes, sir.
Big difference in reactive and keeping the individual out of the classroom to begin with.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm looking at the numbers as a dollar goes, and I say I can spend $80,000 for a resource officer, or I could put $80,000 into locking down, replacing locks, taking the human element out of it, are you still going to go with the personnel choice?
I hate to say this, I'd go with 160,000. I'd have both.
Well, no, I don't disagree.
Yeah, because
But that's not the world I'm told I live in.
Hey, the longer we can wait, because you do have local law enforcement 911 calls respond, the longer you can keep them out of the building, the more likely they have a chance to engage them before he can hurt somebody. So I don't disagree with having the proper doors and infrastructure in place and really even the perimeter, okay, to make it difficult to get them into when kids are in school.
I agree. I think that most of the 1,200 districts need to do a rethink, because it goes back to my opening comments. We got resource officers. They're not on every campus, and some of them are one for 8 campus buildings, and I spent a lot of money to get that. All well-intended and well-deserved, those individuals involved in that role, but if I could have kept that classroom locked from the inside, we wouldn't have 21 people in that classroom today.
Hey, 3 minutes would have made a difference. We could kept them out for 3 minutes. Those officers would have been in the hallway, and he could have never got to 111, 112. He'd have been dead.
But there was a decision made to leave that bar X-nut and to have doors that couldn't protect from the inside. Moving on to a different conversation, but in the same genre of things we're told to do on this committee. A lot of conversation, and again, everybody wants solutions and everybody's looking for blame and what can we do to prevent this? So, under a background check, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I have no ownership or pride of ownership in this conversation. I am told, and you said this individual does not have a record that you can tell, but assuming that individual had a juvie record, that even if it's a juvenile record, that information is given over to you guys, which y'all forward every bit of that up to FBI, that then can make a decision whether to include that into the National Crime Database, which is the backbone of a federal background check when it comes to gun ownership. Is that true or not?
I believe that's true, that we can, and it would go into the NICS system, and it would be something we require before someone can purchase a gun.
So, to be clear, you know about this juvie record. You are required, and you do, I think, diligently send that to the federal authorities. And it is the federal authorities that decide whether or not that information is inclusive in a federal background database.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So, I want to remind members, this is the second, and if you really want to call it three. So the Midland shooter bought a gun and was not given a background check. Now that guy that was a FPL, federal license dealer, didn't do it, and he's in jail today. I'm not sure, but I think it was the Sutherland shooter that had a military background check that would have not, had it been done, had it been sent to the database, it would have been there for all eyes to see on a local background check.
Domestic violence.
And so that's two. And third, this not specific to this, but if a juvenile has a record, even though it's, quote, sealed, it is still accessible if the feds do their job and put it into the National Background Data Check.
Yes, sir.
So not only did we fail to lock a campus down, on 3 different occasions, at least from my districts, what their protocols say. Not only our response was horrendous, that some of the solutions out there are reflective of a lack of understanding, but more importantly, the check the box. Because these people that get these juvie records from DPS in Texas to these federal levels, there's somebody looking at that going, it doesn't warrant. There's some system that allows them to choose to include it or not, and it doesn't get included. So we're just pushing paper around and telling everybody everything's good. But we have laws and systems in place today. So social media, and it kind of goes to something that probably definitely is not in your bailiwick, but those messages that were in group context, you know who they are, I guess. By subpoena, you will. Are y'all having interactions with those people?
Yes, sir.
And there's really no recourse other than the guilt. But on the ones that were sympathetic, empathetic, or supportive, is there any recourse legally?
No, sir.
None at all. And without getting into the weeds, are those individuals like, so what, or we're sorry, or we should have said something, or is it remorseful, or is it more along the lines, you can't touch me?
A combination of many of those, but anywhere from it already blocked him, and to someone that thought something was wrong, just didn't report it, to some that, as I indicated before, by their own text messages were empathetic or sympathetic.
So, and this is a hard question if you choose not to answer it, but it's just a system. What is the recourse ultimately to officers that are found to be neglectful in their response? I mean, what is TCO's response as far as removing officers so that they don't show up at some other campus 3 months out?
I'm not aware of anything at this particular point in time that puts them in a position to be able to do that. And individual agencies certainly have the authority to be able to hold the officers accountable for their actions.
So today, in state statute, obviously we've heard about the commander-in-chief and the lack of response. There's nothing in the system that would not prohibit him from showing up in XISD 6 months out, a year out, and becoming an officer.
Not that I'm aware of, unless he's terminated for cause, and there's something in his that would change his F-fire rating, so law enforcement officers would know whether it's a general discharge, an honorable discharge, or dishonorable discharge. That could certainly affect employment. And I believe TCOL, I'm sure, can answer the questions as it relates to in terms of some of the tools that they have right now or don't have.
So you mentioned it a couple of times, notoriety. Let me ask it this way from the social media, and it plays into human nature, men specifically, about wanting to leave their mark, wanting to be significant, wanting to have purpose, wanting to be something, and that can be good or bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the social media aspect or the platform, and it's just been up in the last 30 years, right? Because we had these individuals. We knew who they were when we were going to high school and schools. These are all existed. I'm 60. We had these individuals that weren't treated right or felt like they were mistreated and had issues, but they didn't have a platform. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the idea that this guy knew that the minute he pulled that trigger, that he just got notoriety on a worldwide basis that will live, unfortunately, into perpetuity?
Absolutely.
You think that plays into the psyche?
Yeah, well, some of the statements he made would suggest exactly that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your efforts.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I'd like Director McGraw to demonstrate the usage of the lock mechanism. If you could, Director.
Yes, sir. Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move away from it, so it may not carry all the way down here, but as you'll see, this is a door. It's not just a facsimile, it's in fact one of the doors we took out of the West Building. An interior door, as described before. This is the key. And right now, you may not be able to see it from that side, but this right now you can tell that it's unlocked because when you move this, the throw goes back into it. When you twist it around, one loop, you can still move it. It seems like it's the same thing. You're opening it, but you can't because it didn't move the throw. It stays. It remains in that location. And as you can see, there's no way to lock this device. You can, even though it's inside, you can open it and go out, okay, even though it's locked, but you can't go back in because this is disengaged. And one thing I didn't mention, and you'll find it in probably many schools, is there's a device that what teachers will do a magnetic device, they just place on the side of it here. That way students can go to the restroom and come back in. Yeah. Now, obviously, that was not engaged. I mean, they had taken that out and of course, thought they had locked the door. But as I testified before, this door was, it was open. Okay, it was unsecured. Whether it was locked or not, it was unsecured because the throw did not fit correctly into the strike plate.
And Director, can that door be locked from the inside?
It cannot be locked from the inside. It cannot be.
All right. So I submit to you that you believe this door is commonplace at Robb Elementary.
This is ridiculous and it's unexcusable. If you're looking at it from a security standpoint, there's many things. You said a doorstop will work. Okay. There's other techniques that are developed and you'll see promulgated around whether YouTube videos or they made it around the country. But there's other things that can be done. They even teach in the CRAZE curriculum. That's a part of ALERT.
So, Director, when the school went into lockdown and the training that occurred, in reality, it's a myth. There is no school lockdown at Robb Elementary because the doors can't be locked from the inside. The external doors are open There is no barrier to a shooter walking into a classroom in this particular case because of the strike plate being broken. So we're training people in a situation where they simply don't have the equipment to protect themselves.
I would absolutely agree in this case. It starts with the exterior door. You didn't have, it was unlocked, but you didn't need to be unlocked for him to access. Even here, whether it's room 11 or 112, even with this webbing here, you can see it, but you can shoot it out. You can, and all you have to do is put your hand in there and open the door. So
and you certainly could shoot out that on, on multiple locations. So what we have is a situation that is the school gets an alert and goes into lockdown, but there really is no lockdown at all.
Effectively, no.
Now, that's a pretty stunning.
Or no, I may better correct that. It's not an effective lockdown.
No, certainly not an effective lockdown. And unfortunately, people were trained on that one. I just want to ask some things about to confirm this. Channel 2 KPRC Houston said that the last active shooter training was in March. They have documentation to that. Can you confirm that?
I do. Can't say March, but I do know that they had active shooter training.
Right. So we've already seen. There's a ABC interview of the teacher, Mr. Reyes, who's miraculously survived. He said that he had already reported the strike plate problem.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, at least the school principal or someone in charge of the facility knew that this door was completely disabled from any ability to lock.
We can confirm he had reported it. Yes, sir.
Right. And in addition, so all the reports that have been out, whether it's the San Antonio Express News, I can go on for a list, New York Post, et cetera, we now have confirmed that these doors, and the door in particular in classroom 111, could have not have possibly been locked, so that the shooter egressed and he did it more than once. He walked in the hall. That's what I understand.
Yes, sir.
So, clearly, this door was of zero obstacle to the shooter, and so now we have a culture where we think we've trained an entire school for lockdown, and because the external doors are wired open with the hex nut, as Senator Perry said, and because these doors cannot be locked from the inside, we set up a condition of failure in an active shooter environment.
I would say so, yes, sir. I want to be clear. The door was either locked or unlocked, but it was unsecured.
Right.
So I'd want to use that term to be very careful and precise on that, because either way, when we got there, it was unlocked, but either way, it was unsecured.
Right, because the only way to secure everything would have been do an individual inspection of every door, and you've already said that it took an outside key to lock the exterior doors.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been the same thing that would happen on the internal doors, would they not?
Yes, sir.
And then the last piece of this, which is there is simply, between classrooms 111 and 112, no effective lock mechanisms there at all, right?
Correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, members, what's really stunning is I don't know how many other schools out of the 8,000 campuses in Texas train with an active shooter type of program, but they don't have the equipment to do what we want them to do, which is protect the children of Texas. Obviously, there's no external barriers at Robb Elementary. The fence was 4 feet tall and breached in many places. There were ropes instead of, again, because it goes to your point of trying to slow the shooter down to be engaged on the exterior.
Yes, sir.
As opposed to the interior.
Yes, sir.
But if they're not slowed down, and if the external door can be opened with a touch of a hand, and the internal doors are not locked, there's no stopping a shooter from walking in a classroom who obviously had personal experience with classrooms 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Now, speaking of that, let's go over some things about the shooter. Obviously you've conducted many interviews in Uvalde. Can I ask how many roughly?
We've been at over 500 interviews. It's probably up to about 700 right now.
About 700 interviews. This is a town of 17,000 people.
Yes, sir.
So that's a pretty big sample.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you did these interviews, was he employed? There was one rumor he was at one point.
He was previously employed. He was not employed at the time. He was at this time of the shooting. He was not employed. He worked in the fast food industry.
And he worked in the fast food industry for how long?
Well, that's all he ever worked at, and he off and on, and he certainly worked to the first quarter of the earning period.
So we have a student, maybe at best a student that's truant, that's working at the fast food restaurant. And out of all these interviews you had, how many times did they tell you that he was the one they were worried about?
Well, several times. We had only one teacher said that she always was worried about him. The one student that scared her most. So when he discussed, that last year he started, again, I mentioned earlier, started dressing as like a school shooter, started acting like a school shooter.
So maybe half a dozen times out of
yes, sir. Yeah.
That clearly identified this one person, Ramos, as the person they were extremely worried about.
Yes, sir. After the fact. They never reported that to law enforcement.
That was going to be my next
yes,
question.
Sir.
So at no time did they report this. Now, at any time, did anyone report the shooter Ramos literally carrying a sack of dead cats?
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
And who did?
They didn't report to the officials. That was observed and reported when we did interviews.
So, again, they've seen apparent, quite frankly, aberrant behavior, and they're worried. And in a town of 17,000, we've got at least a half a dozen people that were worried to the point where they thought he was going to be an active shooter. We've got animal cruelty that's been identified, but yet somehow through all of the reporting of people's thoughts, there's no official record in HPD, ISD that we know of.
None that we can find.
Well, that's a major failure. When you look at the police response, and I think because Senator Campbell said this, that golden hour goes by and people die. And in this case, I think it was Senator Creighton that had 11 well, actually, there was 9 people within a few minutes and then 11 total within just about 7. So there's 11 officers in the building, and this is by the timeline you've got at 11:36.
Yes, sir.
That is 8 minutes after he crashed his car. So we had 11 officers in the building, and I don't know, I'm going to just tell you this, reading your timeline, I don't know if it makes you angry. I alternated from sad to disappointed to flat out angry when I read this timeline, because it is an absolute total breakdown of any command and control. This is a textbook example of it. I've never seen, it's almost like, a mirage appeared, because the group started talking about offices instead of classrooms, about no one except for the DPS officer talking about where are the kids. It's almost incredible to see this type of response. Now, I'm going to submit to you, I don't believe there's any training in the world that could have helped this incident, Commander, because this last 25 minutes from 12:21 to 12:46 is a disgraceful diatribe of somebody that cannot possibly have responded to this crisis. The reasoning, there is no reasoning. The torrent of illogical statements here, and it is preposterous. And all along, people are dying. And what makes this more incredible to me is that there are at least 6 shots fired during this time. And I submit to you and members of the committee, every shot is a death. Why is this person shooting? He's killing somebody. But yet, they do, this incident commander finds every reason to do nothing. And that's the tragedy of this document. Because clearly people were killed in the initial barrage. You said up to 100 rounds. But at least 6 rounds were shot afterwards. Probably at individual targets, at least 3, you'd have to, because of the groupings. And that means 3 children probably died. A teacher bled out. An hour plus goes on. So is there any T-close or any way that officers coming into a situation like that with a clearly dysfunctional and total breakdown of command and control, that somehow that can be rectified at a shooting like this? Or are we just looking at a shooting that tragically and horrifically lasted so long that it's so abnormal, so out of what the possible realm of responses are, that they simply no way to replace an incident commander that has literally melted into protoplasm?
Yeah. Well, the only thing that will make you more mad is to see the video. It'll be worse, I can assure you, if you see it. It's, as we mentioned before, it's antithetical. Everything that we practiced, preached, I mean, it's in contrary, and it is, you know, unfortunately, what we're left with. And of course, we're trying to figure out solutions to this. And what solution? What can you? How do you overcome?
I mean, Director, that's my question.
Yeah.
There is no training that could have overcome this person's inability to command.
Yes, sir.
Person should have never even been in the job.
Absolutely.
Because there is no fact or supposition of fact that this response and the responses that are here are even remotely operationally correct. And there's so many opportunities that are lost. It's almost like a psychosis set in. And, you know, and I challenged this individual. I had challenged this chief to come testify in public as to what happened here. Don't go hide in the house and talk privately. Come to the Senate, where the public of Texas can ask these questions. It's just abominable when you have to read this. I can only imagine what it was like for law enforcement professionals to see the video. And we have to understand that we're dealing with people whose lives were lost and people that died that clearly shouldn't have, in my opinion. And more importantly, we have to design systems that don't have our teachers and our students, their families, all believing that we're doing lockdown drills and it's a good thing, that they're ready for this. We have to have incident commanders that are ready for this. And if they're not, they should have never had the job. This man should have removed himself from the situation immediately, because just by looking at his response, he's incapable of it. And the fact that we're having this discussion without him, Mr. Chairman, members, I think is a sad testament to that. But the bottom line is, we're going to get to the bottom of these facts. You're demonstrating what happened at the door clearly shows that there was no door that was going to prevent, there's no access to that room that was being denied. And I just want to express the outrage of reading this for the first time. Because at the end of the day, we could have done better, but we will do better. And every recommendation this committee makes is based upon getting the facts. Because until now, we didn't have the facts. Till now, we were told a whole variety of things. But now, we're going to have to take known facts to make good known law. Because I submit, there are no badder facts than these that are on this table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McCraw, thank you for being here from the very beginning of this, not just for us, but to the state and the country and even the world watching. You have been a source of reliable information and of a steady hand, and we're glad you're here. we're glad we can get some answers from you, and we're thankful for you. Your training at the state and federal levels means something, and we're glad you're in this role. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Try not to cover too much ground that you've already dealt with. The grandmother, earlier that morning, after she was shot, I believe you said she made it to a neighbor's house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've heard different things, as you know, so many sources and so much conflicting information. When the grandmother made it to the neighbor's house, there was a phone call for help. Was it a 911 call, or was it a call to a specific law enforcement agency, if you know?
A 911 call was made. At some point after that happened, a 911 call was made.
At some point after the grandmother was shot?
Yes.
So she made it to a neighbor's house, and they did call 911?
Yes, and then she was later transported, airlifted to San Antonio.
So if there were reports that the neighbor may have called a particular agency and that's not accurate, there was a 911 call as far as we know?
Yes. In fact, I think it's in the timeline. You'll see when the 911 call comes in.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I want to ask you also, you mentioned how the local officers, and in particular the school district officers on the scene, they know the layout, they know the buildings. Let's talk about that. Do we have a system in place where when officers arrive, they are given a floor plan, a blueprint? Tell us about that. This sounds like something we should be doing on a systemic level. How did that work here? How does that work? An officer arrives, and how do I know what's a classroom, what's an office? How does that work, and how did that work here?
Well, it just depends on the agency. Here they had an independent school district, you would assume, but they had many more campuses. They had 6 officers, chief, and many campuses, and I think at least 10 different campuses that they would cover. So the familiarity would be based upon, officers visiting the school, understanding the layout, having the plans in place, and of course, as I understand it, there was some practicing, and active shooter practicing done as well in training of those particular officers. Like I can say, and there'll be, I think chiefs of police will follow in that regard, what we found very effective is when we practice together, and we train together, when we communicate together, and to the extent that we can do active shooter training with our local partners is always better. One of the things we were directed by the governor and certainly supported and funded by the legislature since Santa Fe, troopers are required to stop by and visit the campuses. Get an idea get the layout, talk to teachers along those lines, understand. If you're gonna do paperwork, you might as well do it in the parking lot to provide a visible presence. It doesn't cost anybody any money to be able to do that. In some cases, schools have offered offices, and we've taken advantage of that and have troopers in offices on campus, so we have somebody there at some point in time. One of the things we started doing after Santa Fe is try to get the blueprints, for schools. Because what we do is that in that way, when we have a tracker system, a text map tracker system, each patrol car, troopers can immediately push the school, and it takes them down, and we can see the blueprints. So when they're responding and they hear what building, they could also take a look in terms of the layout as they're going in. So just more information in that regard.
So the capability you just described, which we began to seek after Santa Fe, where the officer on the scene using his own technology can look at the layout, are we getting there? Are we making progress there?
Well, I mean, we're certainly working to it. All jurisdictions are different in terms of where they're at and what they have and what capabilities they have. So I can attest to exactly what was in place, there in terms of the ISD response. We've been just investigating what actually had happened.
So as we read the timeline and we see these references to the shooter being in an office, contained in an office, it's just crushing for us to read that today and knowing what was happening. But as a rule, we rely on the officers who serve there, who work there, to know the layouts of the buildings and to know what's what. That's what we have to rely on today?
Yes, but even the first arriving officers will always have better information, than the last arriving officers, and that's a recognition, and it's something that's practiced and expected when you go through these exercises.
You mentioned in the timeline at 11:37 where there's a gunfire from the suspect that's injuring officers who were approaching the classroom doors. And you shared with us the video. It was not the highest quality, but you were able to get it enhanced and get an idea of what happened. You talked about these sheetrock walls.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I'm clear. So the officers who are approaching the doors and who get shot or shot at, is that gunfire coming through the walls or the door? Do we know about that?
We can't say for sure. We're doing the trajectory right now, but it looks like both. And two officers that were Uvalde PD officers that bravely approached that door, and two of them were hit. Out of the three approached, two were hit out of the three that approached.
Right. Senator Betancourt and some other members asked you about training, and I think Senator Betancourt's question was focused on training of the teachers and the school personnel. You talked about our goal at DPS of training with the local officers. There have been reports about active shooter training that was done here. I believe I read where the Uvalde ISD chief talked about their training. Do we know what the officers at Uvalde ISD, were they receiving this alert training that we understand everyone gets, or do we know what kind of training they were getting, what kind of training they were performing?
Well, TCOL can speak to the specific training of those officers, number one, and of course, alert will know whether they went through their version. Now, there's two different versions. There's a TCOL version, then there's a more intense version that the alert program puts on. And I think they'll document and certify who's attended their particular program and curriculum.
I want to ask you about what was going on outside the building while the events in the timeline were just taking place. And we've read media reports, we've heard from folks about people arriving, parents arriving. There was a reference to crowd control, I think. Give us an idea of what was happening outside as these minutes ticked by and parents and community members began to arrive on the scene.
Well, parents were continually updated through an email system to the school and told to go somewhere, but not the campus, to stay away from the campus. But parents being parents, as time goes by, where are you going to go? I mean, you want to know if it's your child. You would expect that. They're emotional.
That's right.
They're desperate.
That's right.
So
what happened?
Well, some parents, I can speak from the department in terms of we had to restrain at least two parents. One was trying to break through, and another one was trying to break through to students in a bus along those lines. Of course, you can't tell if they're parents or who they are at that point, and they were restrained, and understandably so. And I'm not saying that it's a bad call at all to have a perimeter and keep people out. I mean, especially if it's a barricaded situation. So you don't know. So it's understandable why the call was to keep parents out. It's also understandable why parents wanted to go in. And I'm not aware of any parents being arrested. Certainly we didn't arrest parents. Even one parent we put handcuffs on, we took him off, and why don't we have his name? We just, calmed down, everything was fine, and went on. But it was certainly understandable why he wanted to break through the perimeter and run into the area.
Sir. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask you some questions about Classroom 111 and Classroom 112. But before we get to that, I want to talk about the rest of the building. You've commented on this a little bit, and we, again, heard reports in the media about officers from different agencies going in to evacuate, maybe get their children, other children. Give us an idea of what was happening in the rest of the West building as far as clearing, evacuating, and getting those students to safety.
Well, as I indicated, buildings 132, rooms 132 and 131, that core third grade, they were at lunch, so they weren't there at the time. They were gone at that time. So as you can see, 116, 106, 105, 101, these rooms had to be evacuated and were evacuated by officers to the backside. They took out the windows and evacuate them safely and orderly through that particular location. So that's one of the very good things that would have happened. Like I said before, you can only have so many officers in the hallway. And you can take a look at the chart, and you see that east and west hallway is where it was easily officers amassed. What you didn't see in the video is sometimes there's the impression that there's a lot of people right around 111 and 112. Now, that didn't happen. They were far away from 111 and 112 until the final breach, except for the three officers that went in quickly. Okay, the shots are fired. Then from there on out, we're basically moving into the east and west hallway and down to the south side of the entrance and declaring it a containment.
So that was going on during the events on the timeline, which we rightly focus on classrooms 111 and 112.
And what you'll see is in the video, we got many officers, different agencies. They show up, they stick their head in, they spend a couple minutes, and they leave because they understand that there's enough officers on the scene that are taking care of business.
Colonel, thank you. I want to ask you one more question about the building and the classrooms broadly. And you've talked so much about the doors today. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for trying to explain this to us. Many times, folks back home who are watching productions like this, they're frustrated because we're not asking the right questions. So I just want to make sure this is clear. Let's speak for a moment about all the classroom doors in the West Building, right? So not 111 and 12, but all the classroom doors in the West Building, you've told us, have this doorknob, this locking mechanism. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your impression that the doors, the classroom doors, were kept locked all the time? Is the default position locked?
It's supposed to be the default position is locked. That's why I mentioned the magnets are loose sometime when students are going back and forth.
So ideally, we're not talking about a situation where the alarm goes off, the call goes out, and the teacher is taking the key and going outside the door and locking it. Ideally, it's already locked. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So that's for all those classroom doors. Now let's talk about 111, 112. You talked about the strike plate. I bet everybody knows what that is, but just in case, let's think about that. So when you open your door, whether at home or here, anywhere else, along the door jamb, if you will, where the door closes, there's a piece of metal and there's a hole in there that the door connects with. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
A strike plate. And so to make sure I'm clear, for this particular door in classroom 111, 112, when the door closed, the lock was not going into that strike plate.
Correct. It wasn't seating correctly.
It wasn't latching sometimes.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And we've had doors like this at home, at work. It closes, and the doorknob can be locked, but you can just push it open because it wasn't seating.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that was the situation here.
Yes, sir.
And to make sure we're clear, there's testimony that the teacher in that classroom had reported to the administration, this door is not closing properly. It is not properly. This door, let me back up. The teacher had reported, this door is not closing properly. This door is not securing when we close it.
Yeah, at least on one occasion. I know we have records of how many times it was reported.
Thank you. Colonel, you talked about those ballistic shields, and you've made it so clear, and I'm glad you've stressed that based on your training, officers, we don't wait for shields. We don't wait for anything. You go in and stop the threat. Thank you for stressing that.
I don't care if you have flip-flops and wearing Bermuda shorts. It doesn't matter. You go in.
Amen. That said, do you believe we should be equipping all of our officers, every vehicle, with these ballistic shields to have another tool to use to protect the people of Texas and our children?
I think so. I think that's what we're going to do with resources you provided and if approved, okay, I don't want to get way out there, but if approved by the Legislative Budget Board and the leadership.
And you've seen the Lieutenant Governor almost immediately come out in favor of that, and of course I suspect that would be a unanimous matter here in the legislature. And you also mentioned breaching tools.
Yes, sir.
Is that something else you'd like to see us provide for officers?
Yes, sir. I'd like to see a go bag for every trooper that has, the shield that I discussed. It doesn't have to be, as I talked about before, it doesn't have to be a SWAT version, and certainly a breaching tools, and not just issued, but trained on them.
Colonel, thank you. And just one more question. And this has been addressed by a couple of senators, but I want to make sure I have it in one place. So 11:33, suspect begins shooting into classroom 111, 112 from the hallway. And then in the next few minutes, more than 100 rounds are fired. if I read that correctly. Is that right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And so we know, again, this is just so painful to read, to go through what happened. And then that was 11:33, over 100 rounds. And then over the next hour, there are some more shots fired that are documented.
Yes, sir.
And then at 12:50, an hour and almost an hour and 14 plus minutes, the classroom is liberated and the officers go in.
Yes, sir.
Colonel, this is hard. You know about the injuries. You know what you found when you went in. Senator Campbell talked about that golden hour. Is there any way to determine how different this outcome might have been had we been able to go in right away?
I can tell you the district attorney is committed to doing so, and she's enlisted, I said, a medical expert. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention his name, but Dr. Escott here in Travis County is well regarded to do that particular meticulous analysis to answer that question.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just a point of clarification to Colonel or Director McCraw. On the timeline, you might have mentioned that the first 911 call, which happened after the grandmother was shot in the face, as we understand it, that is not on our timeline. Is that 11:21?
No, 11:21 was the text message from the subject to a CC, a juvenile in Germany, that said that he shot his grandmother in the face, and he's going to go shoot up an elementary school. That's 11:21. That was he was at 552 Diaz Street at that time.
And so, just point of clarification on that, because it's not on our timeline, but is 11:21, is that, am I hearing you, that was the 911 call that I think?
No, it was not. 11:21 was not the 911 call. That's when he announced just on text message that he just shot his grandmother and was going to go shoot up an elementary school.
Do we know what time the 911 call came in?
I do, or can get it, and I'll report it back to you if it's not right here. But
okay, thank you. Sure. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. Director McCraw, it seems like when I first read the timeline, there seems to be a complete failure of command and leadership at the site of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
It seems like nobody knew who was in charge. And my question is, why didn't DPS take command and in charge of the situation?
Well, first of all, the one that has command of the situation is the on-scene commander, the ranking official of the agency that has jurisdiction. That's by practice and doctrine. That local agency that had jurisdiction and that declared that they had command was the chief of police. The sheriff and the chief of police, the Uvalde Police Department, also deferred and said, yes, he is the on-scene commander. So by actions and deeds, he issued commands and had information and provided information and controlled the scene. One thing I left out, he was on the scene throughout the entire event. DPS, the Border Patrol, FBI, everyone that came in afterwards, U.S. Marshals that came in afterwards, is not the practice, the policy to take over anything, okay? Because first of all, you don't have self-directed action. One of the things that the experts you can ask them questions on is that in best practices, is there any situation where officers go in, okay, they're self-directed, they decide they want to be a part of for example, everyone wants to be on the entry team and the stack. And we get the DPS officer moves in and decides to, like our special.
Let me just.
Yes, sir.
You testified a while ago that you trained in this type of situation where lives are at stake, that you charge, even though you have shower shoes or flip-flops. Mm-hmm. But you all didn't do that in this situation. And I understand protocol, but it took over an hour to try to breach that door, over an hour. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to use my military, but quite frankly, when you go into this type of situation, lives are at stake. If you really analyze the situation right away, and within 5-10 minutes, you know what's going on. You know that whoever's in charge of not making the right decisions, you got to take over and take command of the situation. I mean, we do that all the time in the military. I know that, and I don't see why you all shouldn't have taken command once you knew. You had DPS agents, DPS officers inside the hall that were pushing to breach the door in charge. I mean, to me, when lives are at stake, you have to be, and I don't care what the protocol is. If you have people there, officers who are well-trained and understand what the situation is, they need to take over a situation where you only have school district police officers who do not have the same type of training and experience. I mean, there's two different type of situations, or at least type of training we're talking about. I just, when I saw the timeline, I knew it was a complete failure. And if you all would have just taken over in charge, you would have been able to save lives in this type of situation. And I asked, I think I even texted you, whether or not DPS had authority by law to go in and assess a situation like this and take immediate action. When lives are
they don't have authority. No, sir, they don't have authority by law. I can tell you that one of the biggest problems that is reflected in the timeline, to your point, is not only the lack of leadership, but also the misinformation that's being provided. What officers were being told is the subject is contained, the chief is in the classroom or the office negotiating or talking to the subject, so everyone is treating it, that therefore comes in afterwards. You're in the hallway and you're looking at it and you're being told this. There's no reason to discount that. Now, certainly if you heard, well, wait a minute, we're getting 911 calls from children in the classroom. And we did note on the timeline, we got an officer, Officer Ruiz, whose wife called him and said she was been shot and she's dying. So certainly those things, and what happened to him was he tried to move forward into the hallway. He was detained and they took his gun away from him and escorted him off the scene.
But here, look, I understand that there was misinformation. And in firefights, this type of situation, there is a lot of confusion. Mm-hmm. But once you had DPS officers inside the hall, what they're seeing is not what they're being told.
Yeah. Well, what they saw, the first one was one of our troopers, the first one arrives at 11:42. And what she saw is numerous officers in the hallway, and enough to commit the stack or a containment, and after 2 minutes she left. So that's where our next officer on the scene was a PIO sergeant, okay, and he's the one that drove him to, drove Officer Ruiz to the scene, and he similarly went in and was under 2 minutes before he left. We had a Texas Ranger, was the fourth DPS officer on the scene. And when he arrived, he was there for 37 seconds. He saw the same thing. Everyone stacked up. We got plenty of officers. He went off to help other students evacuate and teachers evacuate, duties as assigned. He later returned at about 12:16. When he returned, he also provided, because there was a request to cover the roof, so he got helicopter support. He tasked a special agent to get a UAV up, so he did some supporting thing, but there's no, at this point, that's we're now 12:16, and of course we had, I think, 4 other troopers that did the same thing. They went in the east hallway, looked, saw what was going on, and then left.
Well, there was a DPS officer in the hall who made the comment and asked, were the children inside?
Yes, sir.
And they said, yes, so we need to go in.
He said, if there's children, he made a declarative statement, yes, if there's children, we need to go in. We need to go in right now.
I just, just from my experience myself as a military person, and I know the training that police go through, this type of situation, in my humble opinion, is a complete failure by our law enforcement and the proper response, and then DPS not taking over once they knew that the decisions that were being made from what you saw and what you heard, and I know it's misinformation, to take over the situation in order to save lives. I mean, that is the responsibility and that is the oath that we take, that law enforcement takes. In this type of situation, yes, some law enforcement might have been killed in charging in there. But that's why you sign up for the job. There's always a risk involved. And to me, I'm just very distraught when I read the timeline that if there being much quicker action, I don't want to blame anybody with Chief Arredondo. It was a complete failure among all the law enforcement agencies that were there, not able to take over and respond. But quite frankly, he didn't even know what the situation was. He wasn't talking to the shooter, and the shooter kept shooting at least 3 or 4 rounds. It just...
Hey, we had some...
It really questions the decisions that were made by the leadership and relying and with so much miscommunication as what you were looking and seeing and sensing, and all these children trapped in there. That was what really... I was just a complete failure.
Yeah, I described it as such. Absolutely a failure, and certainly antithetical to everything we've known, and as I said before, practice and preach for 2 decades.
And that's my point. That's why you should have just taken over. So something's wrong with the situation, and we need to make a decision now on what we know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Campbell and then Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just we're listening to events, how they unfolded on that horrendous day, but also looking for interventions and things we can do. We have a lot of strong obviously military-trained veterans. I think that we could have a volunteer program of veterans who are trained to carry and protect at least the perimeter of the schools. Do you have an opinion on that? I mean, I think it's a large, I ask you and then I think we have a large population of those who are, I mean, just like Senator Hinojosa, so well-trained in military experience with protection.
I would certainly volunteer for that program if I was retired.
Yes.
When I retire.
Okay.
So
I
would be the first in line.
Thank you, thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a couple of questions. Director, an example, go to 1158-1201. Is that an example of some of the confusion that was going on in terms of who was in control there, who was the commander?
Yes. Good point, yes.
The fact is, it basically is saying that, and we say DPS SA, what is that, SA? San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Special agent or what?
Yeah. Special agent, yeah.
Okay.
At 1158, 1156 at the PD channel recording. Again, it's critical that everybody let PD take a point on this. When they say PD, they were talking about ISD.
And then we have a special agent that replies, he's not my supervisor. What are you getting at 12.0113?
Yep.
He's not my supervisor. What does that, help us understand that conversation?
He indicated he wanted to go clear more rooms, and the officer he talked to said, don't you think we should have a supervisor approve that? And to which he replied, he's not my supervisor. And of course, that agent went ahead and started clearing rooms and found a boy that had been hiding in a restroom. So he self-directed action.
When he said it's not my supervisor, who was it referring to, do you know?
Well, the officer was talking about, well, don't we think we need a supervisor to approve? Well, his point was, he's not my supervisor. There's kids over there. I'm going to go over there.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand the command structure at that point in time. Was he talking about the school chief or someone else, or do you know?
Yes, exactly. I mean, the response specifically from the officer or from the agent was, I want to be careful about here.
He says
it sounds like a hostage situation. Sounds like like a rescue. They should probably go in. And of course, to your point, indicates he wants to go clear more rooms. An unknown officer, at that point said, don't you think we should have a supervisor approve that? And of course, the agent is saying at this point, he's not my supervisor.
And so the question, are there any other instances of that in terms of it appears there's some sort of miscommunication in terms of the...
And we wanted to make sure that we had our agent there, which was any relevance that DPS officer was in that building, wanted to make sure we had the body recorder statements and what time they entered, and that's the reason why that's included in here.
Okay, but does that indicate any type of breakdown in command structure right there?
Well, I think the whole thing was a breakdown in command structure.
No, let me be more
from the
specific.
beginning. And I think,
again, sir.
And if he would have
indicate, please. Yeah. Does that indicate to you a breakdown in command structure? That particular segue, I should say.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. Now let me ask another thing. Going down to 1247, when there was actually the breach, who led the breach? Was that Border?
Board TAC.
Okay, now, did the chief of police of the schools order them to go in, or did they came on the scene and did what was necessary in order to
They came on scene, and from the statements, you can see at some point the chief acquiesces when they came. Of course, the chief asked for Board TAC, he asked for SWAT. When they arrived, then the delay became about the key. And eventually, when they had that key situation resolved, is when the decision was made to go in.
And Board TAC made that decision? Do you know?
Sure. I'll just say, yeah, the decision was made to go in. I don't know that, and certainly Board TAC or that team made a decision to go in, but I don't know that the chief said, don't go in either.
Okay.
Because the chief was actually looking for the keys so they could go in.
So someone finally made a decision to go in?
Yeah, when there's finally a tactical team and they finally have the keys, which they didn't need, the decision was to breach, and they did breach.
And the breach didn't occur until after we got the keys to open the door?
Until it didn't occur, although the key wasn't needed, the breach didn't occur until after they found a key that worked.
Last question. We've heard about the grandmother, about him shooting his grandmother in the face. Do we know her status, her medical status?
Well, we hope to. Unfortunately, she can't talk right now. It's very difficult, and she lost her jaw. But we're arranging for an interview with her, and she's been gracious to authorize that as long as her daughter's there. So we'll be doing that. If we haven't done it already, we'll be doing that here shortly. I can say that he waited for his grandfather to leave the house before.
Wow.
And he announced it. He said, that individual that I mentioned that he was talking to, he messaged back and said, well, I'm waiting for him to leave right now before I do it. And of course, after a period of time, he did leave, and he did do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Truman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, I'm getting help from people, obviously, on text. They've mentioned something called the Texas Interoperability Channel Plan, and it's referenced that they had an option to go to direct interoperability channel, and that would have bypassed the problems we're having. Is that true or false?
I don't know if that's true or false.
You don't know the interoperability channel, is that designed specifically to go around problems?
Well, first, I don't know whether they, based on the threat assessment we did, that portable radios did not talk, okay, as I indicated before, did not talk outside the school. So if you're saying there's an interoperability channel that would do that with the same radio system, I'm not aware of that.
So let me ask it this way. Was it a technology problem that they didn't communicate, or was it the director or the commander-in-chief not being trained that there was I'm told, a conduit in which officers can talk when there's problems?
Well, I'll start with first, the chief didn't have his radio with him initially, okay, right? Secondly, based upon our assessment, okay, the portable radios by the chief, because he uses the Uvalde system, the Uvalde PD system, the Uvalde PD officers, the sheriff's office, and DPS officers did not work inside that building. In fact, it didn't work until we got 10 feet away from the building.
So it's a technology. I'm trying to get to...
That's a technology, not an interoperability issue.
Let me back up. My cell service doesn't have service some days. That's a different technology problem than Do we have a system in this state? Because we have appropriated money, we have forced the issue with Motorola versus whatever the other is to make all law enforcement officials, all law enforcement radios to talk to each other. Do we have a system across the board from city police to sheriff's departments to DPS to federal agents? Do we have a system that works together yet?
Yes, no, it's not in that building.
They don't work inside the building because it's
The radios to those agencies do not communicate.
Not enough signal. Not enough signal.
Not enough signal.
Okay, all right. Secondly, the initial 3 officers that met the individual before he headed down the hallway to the classrooms were shot at.
Yes, sir.
I think they were shot. Is that true?
Grazing wounds.
So I'll ask it this way. If the DPS were in charge and they were the 3 officers that met that individual coming down the hallway, would there have been a gun, a shootout, if you will, a distraction, as you've called it in the past, but would there have been more engagement from a DPS perspective had they been those 3 officers?
That's not fair for me to say. I would expect it to be the case. I think every chief would expect their officers to handle it differently in that regard. The doctrine suggests that absolutely, that's, you don't retreat based on that. And moreover, there was not just 3 officers immediately followed by another as many as 8 officers, but 4 on the other side. So there was more than enough officers right then when that happened.
Right then, if they had engaged with full force.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty good chance that although the outside building was compromised, the inside of the office class. I mean, to me, it looks like that's where, along with all the other calamities and all the other noncompliance and all the other issues we've found, that's where we dropped the ball really for the last time before it happened.
The biggest chance was in that hallway, that 3 minutes before he got into the classroom. The biggest opportunity to save lives.
I understand.
Secondly, after that, the doctrine is, as we talked about before, you must isolate the subject. That means you got to keep pressing. Then distract. They allow you to distract. You can do things that don't really, you can minimize risk to officers by distracting.
Did those 3 officers have bulletproof vests?
Did they have vests? Yes, sir.
They had bulletproof vests on?
Yes, sir. Every officer in there.
And they chose to effectively retreat. And I understand being shot at is not a pleasant experience, and I'm not armchair, but they could have engaged 3-on-1 and unloaded. There was no collateral damage potentially, I guess, if it's that narrow spot. It's kind of like shooting down a range.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, I'll get to Senator Zaffarini first, and she'd ask first. So Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McGraw, a 4th grade teacher at Robb Elementary, posted that a few months before May 24th, the district had adopted a silent alarm system, but the school personnel had never drilled with anything other than an audible system, and that after May 24th, that at least half the staff never saw the silent alarm that was rung on May 24th, but that half the teachers did not see it. And he also noted that the district's silent alarm system has no backup warnings, and that the first teacher was shot 4 minutes after the alarm was sent. Are you familiar with the use of the silent alarm system at Robb?
No, I'm not familiar with it, unless it's the Raptor system that we're talking about. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, this teacher is urging that silent alarm systems be opposed because they do not work. Do you have any advice about the use of silent alarms?
Well, what I do is recommended one of the recommendations in our threat and vulnerability assessment was to have a mass alert system throughout the campus. So that's one thing we do recommend, and I'm sure that other experts will recommend it. More importantly, experts that will come behind will recommend it as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there were reports about the shooter making statements in social media prior to the incident.
Yes, sir.
And I know we have fusion centers in certain regions of the state. Would a fusion center would help in the type of situation to pick up the warnings about going to a school and shooting it up?
I'm sorry, Chairman.
You know, there was social media reports
Right.
that the shooter
Yes, sir.
had put out warnings and told other people that he was planning to go
Yes,
to the school and shoot at the school.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he did send messages and a chat to a number of people on that very day.
And my question was just, and I don't know the answer. We have fusion centers in different regions of the state, not all over the state. Would a fusion center would have been of help or be able to pick up those type of messages or warnings?
Those were private messages in either a four-person chat or a direct messaging based on the social media application, whether it's Instagram, Facebook. You've got so really they would not have the ability to pick it up without a court or authorized subpoena to be able to get access to it. So there wouldn't be a timely access to it because it's not public information. They couldn't use the internet to scour, for example, someone posted publicly those particular statements. They wouldn't find that just by searching the internet. It's something that would have to require a court or a subpoena to be able to get that from the company.
Thank you for answering my question, clarifying that.
Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Director McCraw, thank you for your long testimony today and what you have revealed. Thank you to the members for your exhaustive and very good questions. When I look at your timeline and how many rounds were fired off, a question arose that ARs are not always easy to handle, especially knowing how to load them and changing clips and so forth. In all your interviews, do you know if he had been practicing his shooting since he purchased the gun, and had he been training on how to do rapid fires and so forth? Have y'all discovered anything in your interviews about that?
Well, as mentioned earlier, he didn't drive. He had to
Pardon
get someone
me?
else. He didn't drive. He'd have to get someone else to drive him. He did request someone to take him from a range, and that didn't occur. And of course, he didn't buy the firearms until May 16th. So he was not trained. He hadn't had a lot of practice with it. So regardless of what he was doing in his room, it wasn't, he wasn't on a field or a range or something like that in terms of perfecting his skills.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. This would help clarify something for me that I had heard early, and we all know there were a lot of misinformation early on in the reports. But when you call 911 in Uvalde, does it go to the sheriff's office? Is that where the 911 center is, or does it go to the police department?
The police department. In Uvalde, it's the police department.
Okay. Because I had heard, it was the sheriff's department, and they were getting the word to the sheriff's deputies and stuff, but not to the police department. So you're saying it was the police department that got the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
From the kids and teachers and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
But they could not convey that information to the officers, the school officer that was inside the building?
Well, we know we could only find one thus far. There may be more. One officer that heard the reports on the dispatch. The dispatch then put it out and broadcast it. And as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it was a lot of people talking at the same time, bits and parts. He said, they say again, say again. And so we know at least one officer had that information based upon that 1203 phone call from Chloe.
Okay. That clears that up. So when the police department gets that information from 911, I would assume that's immediately conveyed to the school police.
Yes, sir, everybody. In fact, the school police uses the Uvalde Police Department channel, look at their radio system. So, okay. So they're in communication, and the sheriffs, in fact, everybody, including DPS and the Border Patrol, are monitoring, okay, what they have the ability to monitor, and this is one of the things that Senator Perry is talking about. Yeah, it's interoperable in the sense that we can listen to each other's conversations.
Okay, different question. Dollars to purchase those weapons and ammunitions. He just turned 18.
Yes, sir.
Do we know where he got that much money? Was he working a regular job?
Well, all we've been able to determine thus far is that he's saved that money over a long period of time working at fast food restaurants. And we've had interviews. We haven't been able to find anything else. There's been talk about odd work, odd jobs with a grandfather or something like this, or there's lots of things, but all we've been able to identify is that he had money related to that he didn't spend. He lived with grandparents. He didn't drive, didn't have a vehicle. And that money was used to open that bank account.
Okay, thanks. Third, and hopefully my last question, the numerous members asked questions related to the latch. Did it lock? Did it not lock? Could it have been locked? Could it have not locked? Was the strike plate not lined up with the, I guess you call it the plunger, which it wasn't. But also, when we did a Zoom call with you, my staff, and some of your staff a few days back, you had photographs of it was a magnetic plate.
Yes, sir.
That you stick on top of the strike plate.
Yes, sir.
To keep the plunger from going in the hole.
Yes, sir.
It's a convenience device, so the door doesn't automatically lock whenever it closes.
Yes, sir.
You found that in the school, or did you find multiple?
Well, there are multiple ones throughout the school. That's because that's what they'll do. It's convenient for the students to come back. They go to the restroom, they can come back in without having to be let in.
Did y'all check all the doors to see how many there were, or?
How many there were? Our threat assessment team did. I could get the exact numbers back to you.
All you know is there were multiple ones, because
yes, sir.
Early on, and repeatedly, seconds make a big difference here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes that you can save.
Yes, sir.
And could you take a gun and shoot the window out and reach around and undo the latch? Probably. That would not be very difficult, but it still takes a little more time.
Yes, sir.
And the more you have to do that, the more time you pick up. So it's really scary to me to know that we've got and we're going to be listening to them later, the Texas School Safety Center, who, I know it's just paper audits, but it's still audits of plans of how all this is supposed to work, that the schools are supposed to kind of self-audit themselves. Then they do the drills and stuff like that. But to find so many missing pieces so quickly, it's pretty shocking to me.
And we have such a short memory. I mean, we
understand.
Diligent up front, and then we lose it over time.
Okay, so I've got some other Senate members who would like to ask some questions. Senator Gutierrez. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get you, and then I'll get him. That's all. I'll wave to him. Menendez does too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to be redundant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to be redundant at all, but I do have some important questions. Director McCraw, you and I have probably spent a lot of time on the phone together as of late. We have gotten upset with each other. We've cried to each other, and we've been through a lot here, haven't we?
Yes, sir. You in particular.
Yeah. Not here to judge anybody. We're just here to try to fix the problems, correct?
Yes, sir.
When was this timeline completed?
There's been a timeline from the beginning, and it's been updated throughout the investigation.
When was the last update?
Yesterday, when we updated this particular timeline to take out some of the particular items that is more based on interview and not based on video.
You would agree with me that there has been some concern in the community about the lack of transparency thereof?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your communications to me stopped on June 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you suggested that you were ordered by the DA to not communicate with me or the media any further because he was going to take over an investigation, correct?
I think maybe take over the investigations this might be a stretch, but was concerned about and didn't want any more discussions of the media or to provide any information to members that would get to the media.
You didn't tell me that she was going to start an investigation to possibly go to a grand jury?
I believe that grand jury was always been mentioned at some point.
Okay. Well, I'll submit to you that as of last Friday, she finally said that she's not investigating anything, but I'll leave that for her to answer at some point into the future. So one of the fixes that we could have is possibly to have timelines for the community in a faster way. That's one possible fix. Transparency is important, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Okay. As to 911 calls to
Especially with the families.
That's right, absolutely. As to 911 calls, you rightly reported just now to the chairman that CSEC is the Commission on State Emergency Communications, correct?
Yes, sir.
And CSEC, in this instance, suggested to me that the 911 calls were going to, as you suggested, to the Uvalde PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that, those communications, they communicate and dispatch to 17 first responders, correct?
Did what now?
They can communicate to up to 17 first responders. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have been hearing a lot from some of the members of this committee about audio. And let's be real clear. I don't know Mr. Arredondo. I've never met Mr. Arredondo. I saw him in a briefing for about 10 minutes in that first briefing that you and I were in with the governor.
Yes, sir.
And so we heard someone suggest that from the audio and from these statements here, it would appear that he's the incident commander. He clearly has said otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or recently, yes.
Yes, he recently has said otherwise.
His report in the media, yes, sir.
And it's important to note that what's here is not audio that he's communicating to others. This is body cam footage. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
Okay. Because we didn't have audio because it didn't work inside the classroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so he can't then therefore communicate to someone, hey, I'm in charge, I'm the incident commander. Did he ever say that?
No, sir, not by radio.
Okay. Did he ever say that to anybody by the phone, on a phone call or anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And even if he had said it, there was no way to communicate it because those radios did not work inside the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And insofar as the people that were outside of the building, you said that some of them were receiving radio communications from dispatch, correct?
I'm sorry?
Were some of the people outside of the building receiving radio communications from dispatch?
Yes, sir.
You and I have gotten into a discussion as to how many DPS troopers were in that building, and at one point you told me there was anywhere between 2 and 13 because it was a very fluid situation.
Yes, sir.
In a recent communication to the Express News, your agency said that it was actually 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay, probably a distinction without a difference, I would submit.
In fact, at 11:52, the first DPS trooper entered and left after 2 minutes.
Okay.
Third DPS trooper entered at the West Building, was a special agent we talked about earlier. He entered at 11:55, remained there for 6 minutes before leaving to clear rooms. The fourth DPS trooper entered the building, was a ranger at 11:57. He left after 37 seconds to assist evacuating children and staff. He returned at 12:16 and helped coordinate DPS helicopter and UAV coverage. We had 4 troopers entered the building at 11:58 and left after approximately 2 minutes to seek other duties after seeing numerous officers positioned in the hallway. BORTAC began entering the West Building at 12:15, which the chief had called for. A trooper entered at about 12:31. After BORTAC arrived, a trooper entered at 12:31. We had another Highway Patrol lieutenant and a trooper entered at 12:34. A THP, another Highway Patrol lieutenant, entered at 12:40 p.m. And we had another trooper that entered at 12:48 and a THP sergeant that arrived at 12:49. And of course, we had a DPS sergeant and regional director arrived about 25 seconds before the classroom breached. Okay. That's 12.
I count 13.
In fact, the largest number we had in the building at any one time was actually 6, and that was 20 seconds prior to the breach.
Okay, it's a pretty fluid situation. They're moving in and out of the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You said that the ranger went to do something I heard you say earlier called roof duty, is that?
Help evacuate children in clear rooms.
Okay, room duty, okay.
Oh, that was, yeah, exactly.
I heard something, I heard the word roof. Who told him to do that?
To go clear rooms?
Yeah.
I'll have to find out based on his interview.
Who told Ranger number 1 to leave the hallway?
I don't know.
Who told the second ranger to leave the hallway?
The second one is the same one.
Okay. On the third the third person who left after 6 minutes, who told him to leave?
No, he decided to leave after, it was actually 6 minutes that he was there, and he left to go clear classrooms where his students were at. After he found, and later found a boy in a restroom in that building.
Okay. So he did rescue a boy in a restroom. So he started taking it upon himself to clear other rooms, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And the ranger was in there for 7 minutes, 37 seconds?
No, he was in there for 37 seconds the first time.
37 seconds.
37 seconds of total, of 37 seconds. Returned about 12:16. He returned and coordinated helicopter and UAV support.
And how long was he in the room at 12:16?
After 12:16, he's there for the duration.
For the duration, okay. And he's probably the only one there that sounds like was there for the duration. I guess it does, because it was very...
I think the most time, because both times, the 37 seconds and then time after 12:16, yes, I'd say he's probably there the longest.
Okay. Was he directed by anybody at that point?
He was, a lieutenant had requested if he would coordinate, or in fact, Uvalde lieutenant had requested that he assist in finding keys at some point.
Is it fair to say that he is the highest ranking member from the Texas Department of Public Safety in that room?
No, it was actually a sergeant that was there, the same sergeant, Sergeant Maldonado, that drove Officer Ruiz. He entered the building. He was the second officer that entered the building. He was there for, he was less than 2 minutes before he left.
Okay. You said earlier that as far as the stack is concerned, that officers, did you say that they volunteer to be part of the stack? Or did I get that wrong?
Well, I just know that everyone wants to be a part of the stack.
Okay. But no DPS troopers were part of the stack?
No, right now.
They didn't want to be part of the stack?
Well, it's not true. Every trooper wants to be a part of the stack, but you don't get to jump to the front of the line.
Okay. And Bortek, you testified earlier that Bortek just went in. They didn't take orders from anybody, correct?
I said Bortek, when Bortek arrived, the commander, no, what I did say is that the Bortek team arrived after 12:16. They entered the building, is what I said, and they had discussions at that point in time with the chief.
Okay. The body cam data, when would you expect to release all the body cam data? You've asked the Attorney General to sequester that information. When do you
Whenever the district attorney approves it, we're going to release all the body camera coverage, and we're going to release also the school video and the funeral video.
So that when the district attorney approves it, so is this an investigation or not? Because she says she's not doing an investigation, that this is under your...
She gets the opportunity to review the case. And the way this works is that we'll conduct the investigation. We'll return it over to her. If we haven't met her expectations and there's more things to be done, we'll do more things. And when she's satisfied, whether she presents it to a grand jury or whatever, but keep in mind, a part of the grand jury, this investigation is also officer-involved shooting, because officers did shoot and they did use deadly force and they did kill somebody. Therefore, that's also something that traditionally, every time an officer uses deadly force, it's presented by the district attorney to the grand jury for their review.
Okay, so we're going to wait to hear from her on that. This isn't the final report, is it?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, as far as active shooter protocol is concerned versus the incident commander protocol, which takes precedent?
Which what now?
Active shooter protocol or incident commander? Which one takes precedent of those two protocols?
Active shooter, always.
Always.
Yeah.
So we have, because I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm here to, as you and I have said before, we all failed. We all failed. Hell, I went even further, and I told you over the phone that even the legislature failed.
Hey, I don't think the chief in any way is a bad person at all. I just think he made some bad decisions.
But
and the problem is that you may not want to be the incident commander, but if you issue commands and if you're the ranking official, you end up being the incident commander.
But if you can't communicate those commands because the radio doesn't work, maybe those commands weren't issued.
The only command, this is true, good point, but that everybody in that hallway, okay, you can communicate with. There's no reason you can't talk to every officer in the hallway, which is as much as 18, and sometimes we think over 18 officers in that hallway. And as we talked about before, it only takes 3, 1, 2, to address an active shooter. And there was sufficient number of officers after 3 minutes, okay, to carry the fight and finish the fight, including 2 rifles.
Right. So,
also, I absolutely believe in my heart that those officers would have given their life for any one of those children, those teachers, if they were asked to do so, if they're allowed to continue to use this or treat this like an active shooter protocol.
Okay. But again, you just testified that active shooter protocols take precedent over incident commander, and therefore every officer in that room should have just gone into that room. And you and I have had that discussion before, haven't we?
Well, that's a little bit disingenuous, but yes.
Disingenuous, why?
Because bottom line is there's always someone that takes the lead. It doesn't have to be a chief. And frankly, I mentioned it before, you can delegate to another agency, but you can delegate it down to even a sergeant or just a lead officer or someone that's got tactical expertise. So there's always someone that said, let's go line up, stack up, and someone's at the front door.
Right. It's not disingenuous when it's your testimony that the active shooter protocols trump the incident commander protocol, but you don't.
Senator Gutierrez, giving you a lot of flexibility here. Your line of questioning sounds more like a deposition in preparation for a trial. I'm not an attorney, but I've been sued before.
I'll slow it down,
I would
Chairman.
request that you make your point or ask the question that you really want to ask instead of a string like a deposition.
Very good.
And I'm trying to work with you.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to fix our radio problem in Texas, do you think, in rural Texas?
I'm sorry again, Senator?
In rural Texas, do we need to fix our radio
Absolutely.
problems?
That system needs to be replaced.
Okay. Have you ever gotten any communications from the Mid-Valley Rio Grande COG about replacing that system or upgrading that system? To your knowledge?
I don't, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I know that COGs have the responsibility and have done a very good job in most places.
When do you think that we will have the number of the sheriff's deputies in that hallway and the PD and the ISD and the Border Patrol?
I have all those numbers.
Do you think that my office can get those numbers from you?
With the permission of the district attorney, there's no reason why you shouldn't have those numbers. In fact, I don't know reason, quite frankly, I don't know what there's a reason why I can't share those numbers right now. And if you'll bear with me, I'll see if I have them.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Real quickly. But well, if you mind, I'll keep looking. When you ask questions, I'll go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, listen, you can go call the DA and get permission to give me which officers were on the scene.
I see no reason why I shouldn't be able to at least give you the breakdown of how many officers. In other words, at any given time, 361 officers were on the either perimeter or in the building, okay, during that incident and up until the breach. And I can tell you that the majority of those were federal officers, followed by local officers, followed by state officers. We had 91, as many as 91 officers in the area before the breach.
Who's
around the building? We had
the DPS?
DPS, yes. We had 2 game wardens were there. I think there's 14 HSI agents were there.
You know how many DPS troopers were there?
There's 91 overall
91.
DPS officers, okay? Either security, majority of them were involved in security perimeter activities, some at the reunification center, some of the other various duties. We have the location of every one of the troopers that responded and every one of the agents. We had 30 special agents respond from Hidalgo. Not Hidalgo, but from Eagle Pass and from Valverde. They all were deployed outside of the West Building to other duties, and we've got that as well.
You and I had a conversation, and I asked you, in light of Operation Lone Star, was there any joint training with this ISD or the PD or the sheriff's office in that community? Your answer then to me was not in this region. Is that still the case?
Any training for what?
Joint training on anything related to something like anything.
I'm not aware that there has been.
Okay. So
to your point, most of our responders came from Valverde and came from Maverick County. In fact, many of our some of the troopers that arrived were from North Texas, assigned down to Operation Lone Star.
So these were and I don't want to get too much into the weeds here. It's fair to say that many of them were for Operation Lone Star Task Force.
Yeah, most of them, overwhelming majority of them. In fact, even our command structure that was over there temporarily, including our regional director, who got in the building 26 seconds before the breach, were all deployed, came up from Eagle Pass.
When we cried to one another, you said that DPS will never stand down again to another agency. Is that still the case?
Did I say that? We would never make, well, I'm not sure exactly what I said when I said it, Senator.
All right.
If you say I said it, I said it.
And I won't. I don't want to testify for you about Ukraine. Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've cried all the time.
I was frustrated with this. I was frustrated with the outcome, and
we both were.
And I will be for the rest of my life. And I wish to, to Senator Hinojosa's point is that at what point can we just go in and take over? And I can tell you, I'd love to do it, but I can also tell you that in most cases that's a mistake.
I think you.
All right, Senator Gutierrez, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your questions. We still have other people that want to ask questions.
That's very good, Chairman. I just have a few more, maybe two. In the store where he purchased the guns, was it the same clerk?
Yes, sir.
The same person?
I don't know if it's the same person at the store. I know and one of them had to be ordered, and he picked it up at the store, so both weapons. And the 375 rounds was purchased at the store. The other 740 rounds was purchased on online service, an online store.
And we don't have any red flag laws in Texas, but in this part of the region, if an 18-year-old young man is buying 2 ARs on different days and lots of ammo, usually what that might mean to a good detective would be this kid's going to sell them to the cartels, or the outside chance is something really bad is going to happen. And that's not on DPS, that's not on anybody, but that's just common sense, right?
It's certainly suspicious.
Yeah. Do you exchange information with ATF by any chance?
Well, certainly we work with them frequently.
Do you think that we can let my office know, because I don't expect you to know this, how many 18 to 21-year-olds have AR-15s or AK-47s in Texas, or those types of semi-automatic rifles?
I'm not sure if they have that information.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kim. Senator Hall, recognize you for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. And thank you, Director.
Thank you, Senator.
Been a long morning, probably here. Man, as I've listened to what's being revealed here, we're hearing a lot of things that just were not done right, and that could have been done differently. I say right, that could have been differently, not necessarily in just the mistake category. Things like the state, through legislation, provided fundings made available to implement things that would protect our kids in school, guardian program, resource officers, and things like that. And it's the Texas legislature, not the federal government, that has made our states gun-free zones. That's through legislation.
Yes, sir.
And the overwhelming number of our schools, in following that, have a sign out front that says, gun-free zone. Violators will face severe federal, state, and local criminal penalties. I don't know about others, but to me, that's a message that says, if you're a bad person and want to come here and hurt somebody, you can do it without fear of anybody stopping you, because nobody in this facility is going to be armed. Is that a reasonable interpretation?
I don't know that, Senator. If someone's smart enough, they'll know that there's programs that the legislature put in place that would allow teachers and marshals to be on campus with a firearm. So,
okay, but that message. But those that have taken advantage of it, they put up a different sign. This one reads from one of the schools: please be aware that the staff at this school are armed and may use whatever force is necessary to protect our students. That to me is a pretty quite a different message
Yes, sir.
that's been put out there.
Yes, sir. I agree.
In that knowing, and the general knowledge is, or thought is, that there is no protection in most of our schools because we don't have resources, officers in most of them. We did pass the bill. We have passed legislation. We've made funding available, and yet that hasn't been taken advantage of out there. And I think there's been a good commitment said that we'll continue to support protecting our students with whatever we can do in making things like what you've described here. I found it just amazing that you had doors that could not be locked from the inside. That would have never even entered my mind that somebody would put a door up like that in recognition of what we have come to know as threats to our schools and our students.
Yes, sir.
In there. And then the other things that you just can't fix because you've described stuff that was not consistent with training of what should take place.
Absolutely.
These are things that cannot be fixed with legislation, where we've made stuff available, and I think as we go forward, would you agree that we need to put more emphasis on let's harden our schools, let's make it a priority to put these things in place, a priority to have true lockdowns. I mean, when I hear described it, we go through lockdown drills that are just monkey motion because it's not really a lockdown, and they weren't even locked down at this school. And so before we start talking about new things we need to do in legislation, we need to figure out how we make sure that we're taking full advantage of those things that are in legislation that people and schools should be doing, and funding is being made available to do it. Would you agree?
Well, yes, sir. I agree all the above, frankly. I think more is better. And enforcing what we have is also important.
No, great. And my point, Mr. Chairman, was we've got a good foundation that's just not being followed, and that we may need to see what we need to do to maybe put more teeth in the implementation of what we have in legislation and have provided funding, and where we're short on funding. If what the comptroller recently has pointed out that we're going to have some extra money, I think this ought to have a high priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I could also say candidly is that the state legislatures and leadership has always been on the front of this. There's a reason why we have an alert system, we have school safety. There's a lot of things in Texas that clearly are and put us in better shape than other locations. So I don't disagree with that.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I know you and the committee and the Colonel McGraw have been at work almost 5 hours, and I want to thank you for your work. Colonel, I want to thank you for the timeline. And as I was reviewing the timeline, I noticed, I was looking at the quick response. The teacher calls 911, reports a man with a gun at 11:29:20. By 11:31:43, there was a patrol car accelerating into the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, driving by the shooter.
Yes, sir.
A few seconds later, multiple shots fired by the suspect outside the school. And maybe a minute later, the suspect enters the school through the west door.
Yes, sir. At 11:30. Yes,
we're at about 11:33 at that point where the suspects entered the school. About 24 seconds later, he starts shooting into the classroom.
Yes, sir.
It appears by your timeline that less than a minute, almost a minute and a half later, 11:35:55, 3 Uvalde police officers entered the school with 2 rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To the west door.
So the police response was quick.
Yes, sir.
The testimony you've shown us today has shown us that there was a failure of the ability to have all the outside doors locked, a failure to lock the classroom. We saw a lot of failures, a failure, in my opinion, of responsibility to sell almost 400 rounds to an 18-year-old and 2 AR-15s and not ask a question. not even ask a question. But we did have a quick response from law enforcement showing up on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir. And those officers did exactly what they were supposed to do.
So they're on the scene, and then, according to your timeline, more than 100 rounds were fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned you testified earlier.
That was based on audio enhanced version, listening to the tapes. We can count how many.
So they've been counted.
Yes, sir.
It's audible. You testified earlier that this shooter, the criminal, purchased high-capacity magazines online before he was 18. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. I think the first was November 30th, 2021. This is his first purchase of rifle accessories.
Do we know the capacity of the magazines that he purchased?
30-round magazines.
30-round magazines?
Yes, sir. All the ones that he purchased were 30-round magazines.
They're all 30-round magazines.
Yes.
So at that point, he could discharge up to 30 rounds as quickly as he can pull the finger, correct?
Yes, sir.
My understanding is that could be anywhere from 45 to 60 rounds a minute. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
You've told us that 171...
Well, not a minute, because you've got to change magazines, so it would take some of the time. So
correct.
Yes,
but the point is that at 11:40, when the chief called the police department, the 911 call that he made,
yep.
The quotes that caught my attention were interesting. It says here, this man has an AR-15. He's shot a whole bunch of times. I need a lot of firepower. He goes on to say, he's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. And in his last communication that I will quote, says, we do not have enough firepower right now. It's all pistol, and he has an AR-15. I need some more firepower in here because all we have is pistols, and this guy's got a rifle. Is that inaccurate?
Yes, yes, sir. His quote.
So Colonel, law enforcement was on the scene. Unfortunately, he'd already fired 100 rounds or more, based on what you all have counted. So the only difference here, I guess the question for you is, based on the 100 rounds that he shot in the short amount of time period, could he have done as much damage, I think we all know the logic answer, with a bat or a knife or a revolver? Could he have killed as many people?
No.
No, he couldn't.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, anybody else have any more questions? All right, Director McCraw, we appreciate the work that you do for the state. We appreciate your testimony today. And so we will end right now, this part of it, and give DPS a little bit of time to clear some of the devices, and we'll call up our next two witnesses.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. And the next two witnesses will be from the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, Deputy Chief Cullen Grissom, and for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center, Assistant Director John Kernut. After their testimony, then Commissioner Morath will go to TEA, and then followed by Texas School Safety Center, Dr. Kathy Prather. So Kathy, if you're in the building, you might want to come down. Okay, there you are over there. Sure. All right, sir. Please state your name for the record and begin your testimony. And as we had told the members earlier, request that they allow you to go through your entire testimony and then begin answering questions. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Senators. My name's Cullen Grissom. I'm the Deputy Chief for Credentialing, Field Services, and Education Services at the Commission on Law Enforcement. The Commission on Law Enforcement oversees the minimum standards for obtaining, maintaining a peace officer, jailer, telecommunicator, or school marshal's license. Very soon after the Uvalde tragedy, we started fielding questions about whether the current active shooter training required for school-based law enforcement is sufficient. As Director McCraw pointed out, the investigation's ongoing, and we don't yet know fully whether the failures in Uvalde were from training or from the application of the training. So we're certainly prepared to look into that. I'm prepared to speak today on what the training requirements currently are, and we're happy to work with the Senate as they move forward into the session for any changes or improvements in training if that's what's needed. You have in your materials two one-page documents. One is specific to the school marshal program, and the other also includes information on school-based law enforcement officers. I'll give a broad overview of these options that are available to school districts. The first we'll address is school marshals. School marshals hold limited peace officer authority under Code of Criminal Procedure 2.127 only to prevent or abate the commission of an offense that threatens serious bodily injury or death of students, faculty, or visitors on school premises. In order to obtain a marshal's license, an applicant must be an employee of the school district. They have to hold a license to carry a handgun issued by DPS. They must be approved by the governing body to be a school marshal. They must undergo a psychological examination, similar to the ones required of us as peace officers. They have to complete an 80-hour training course, and they have to complete once they attain their marshal's license, there's a recurring training component that requires 16-hour renewal course and a new psychological exam every 2 years. When we look at school-based law enforcement, we're basically talking about two types of people, two types of licensees. One is employed with an ISD police department, so they're directly employed by the school district. The second common school-based law enforcement officer is what we would term a school resource officer. A school resource officer is generally employed by a local or could even be a state agency. Most of it's a local agency, either police department, sheriff's department, or constable's office. And they're detailed to the school either an informal agreement or a formal agreement, such as a memorandum of understanding, where that officer's primary duties involve working inside the schools. And so the ISD police departments, currently there are 311 of them in the state of Texas, and they represent about just over 3,400 Texas peace officers serve in independent school district police departments. School-based law enforcement has a separate and distinct training requirement than other Texas peace officers within 180 days of either being hired at an ISD police department or being detailed there by another agency as a school resource officer. They have to complete two different types of training. The first was passed under House Bill 2684, 84th session. It's a minimum of 20 hours that includes child and adolescent development and psychology, basic behavioral interventions and supports, conflict resolution, de-escalation techniques, means to limit the use of force, including physical, mechanical, and chemical restraints, mental and behavioral health needs of children with disabilities or special needs, and mental health crisis intervention. So that's the first course. The second course came out of the 86th legislative session under House Bill 2195. It was instituted in the wake of the shooting in Santa Fe, and it added a requirement that officers be trained in active shooter response in a school setting. And so all school-based law enforcement, whether they're ISD police or detailed there by another agency, a school resource officer, must complete within 6 months of that appointment to that position, both of those training components. The final thing for me is the guardian option. And this is a separate option that allows school districts to authorize a licensed carry holder to carry on campus. Some schools may implement training requirements for these individuals, but there's no centralized agency that monitors these requirements, and TCOL does not have visibility into who or where guardian are. So we really can't speak to guardian as an option. And that's my prepared testimony. Would welcome any questions.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specifically, do you have or can you speak to the employment history of the chief there at Uvalde on the ISD campus? In other words, I'm interested, does he have previous law enforcement background, or do you know?
I do not know. I do not have his training record in front. Or
would you have that information? And I don't think it would be protected because, and maybe it is, I don't know. But here's my question to you. So we fund academies for DPS, and I know my municipals go through an academy, and it's arduous. I mean, it is a long time. It's months of training. So if I understand you right, an ISD police officer, be it resource, employment, or direct, is going to go through a 20-hour course in active shooter training. Do they have to have previous law enforcement background to get there?
An ISD police officer has to complete the same basic training that any peace officer in the state of Texas has.
So I just want to
he has, in the chief's specific case, he had previously served both the Uvalde Police Department and the Webb County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Prior to that, or after that, he served at United ISD Police.
You answered my question. I was listening to the requirements to be an ISD. That's in addition to the normal training process.
Yes, sir. They're fully licensed as peace officers.
Okay. Be it resource or ISD direct. A resource officer or ISD direct, same qualification.
Yes. They all operate off the same basic peace officer license that troopers and game wardens and myself.
And if I were to meet that category of qualifications and go apply at an ISD office, how much involvement is TCOL in that application process? And is there a background check for that individual as far as any past problems, or is there a background check as far as possibly a board conflict? I mean, I hate to say it, but some of my school boards hire relatives to fulfill contracts regardless of competency. Do y'all look into those aspects?
TCOL is not specifically involved in the background check. That would be a locally done. What we would look at is their capacity for appointment. Have they had license action? Is there something that bars any law enforcement agency from appointing them as a peace officer?
And I don't have the specifics of the employment history, but if there was something derogatory about the chief in a prior employment, it's my understanding that TCO wouldn't have access to it or may have had access to it, but by the process involved today, it's hard to remove someone that has created or done egregious acts or not fulfilled their duty. Is that correct? In other words, today, if that chief is ultimately removed from Uvalde, I don't know what the disposition is going to be. My basic understanding is that chief could go to work for another ISD 3 months later. With TCO's blessing. With TCO's blessing.
We have a very narrow span at which we could take license action.
What would it take to take license at 21 individuals for lack of demand? Is that enough?
We have statutory authority to take someone's license when they're convicted of certain crimes.
So this will never be a criminal for sovereign immunity and other reasons. Civil? Does civil weigh into that or no?
No, sir.
So today, just to be clear, and I support my men and women in blue. I support their right to defend themselves. I support due process. But to be clear, and this is a fair statement, we have been met with opposition after opposition after opposition trying to reform the ability to effectively what we've done in school districts, and that's pass the trash. So today, to be clear, that Chief Arredondo, if disposition is he no longer is chief there, and I think we've heard plenty of reasons why he shouldn't stay there, he can be a chief tomorrow in the system we have today.
Without license action on our part,
Well, let me get to the heart of it. Are y'all going to be willing to review some of that, because it's not right? There's no way you can justify what that system looks like today and make it make sense to me.
we can review the performance.
Thank you.
Senator West.
You know, being a lawyer, I believe in due process. We've heard some very challenging facts about his command status and what he did and what he didn't do. But as legislators who believe in due process, you know, a lot of times there's two sides to every story. And so I would hate to say that we should be the judge, the jury, and the sentencers here, but allow him, if indeed the school district and others decide that he was irresponsible, as these facts may very well suggest, but there may very well be other facts that need to come out upon the conclusion of the report. And so I would hope that all of us would refrain from saying he should lose his job when in fact we hadn't had the benefit of all of the facts.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. I'm not suggesting he should or shouldn't. My point is, if he should, by determination of whatever system, be it local, choose to not rehire, whatever that decision process is, in the current system of today that statutorily we have enabled, he would be able to be rehired in the future. So I'm not suggesting he should be fired or not fired. I'm saying that's a policy conversation that I think is relevant to this case. Because people are people. They do things that we don't want them to do, and sometimes they don't do the things they're supposed to. But have a system that allows that to perpetuate going forward.
I agree with you.
That's what this point of conversation is about. It's not about him specifically. It's about a system that will effectively not remedy
I understand your point.
There you go. No, I agree with you 100%.
Let me answer this follow-up question. The same type of system, if police officers resign before they're terminated, are they able to go to another police entity, a police department?
In most circumstances, yes, sir.
And so the point I'm making is this: I agree with you. We need systematic change, okay? Because we pass the trash with police officers also when they resign under a cloud, if you will. They're able to do the same thing. So if we need reform, I look forward to working with you in order to make sure we get that reform, okay? And the second, and as it relates to the school marshal program, the material that you provided there, it's in 62 districts, correct? School marshal program?
62 districts.
Okay, are those districts mostly urban, suburban, or rural?
There's a pretty large mix, but I would characterize most of them as suburban to rural.
Okay, and have they been effective? Effective being basically doing what they were designed to do. That is to, as I think Senator Perry was talking about, some of the text messages of social media postings about, if you come to our school, we're ready for you. So are they effective in deterring people from coming onto the campuses with guns and other instrumentalities of violence? I guess so, since there hadn't been any incidents.
In terms of a deterrent effect, you've got two schools of thought on school marshals. Some, we're obligated to keep their identities confidential under the statute.
Right.
But some schools don't tell anybody that they've got marshals. They don't post big signs saying the sign that was described previously. Others are at the opposite end of the spectrum. They do post big signs warning that our staff is armed and willing to protect type of thing. So I don't know, I don't think we have any data to respond to the deterrent effect of either.
Okay, do we know whether or not Uvalde had a marshals program? Did Uvalde have a marshals program?
If I can get an answer real quick. It's confidential information in an open forum.
Okay, fair enough. What about a guardian program?
As I said earlier, we have no visibility of guardians. There's no obligation to report to us if you have a guardian program.
Okay, I'd like for you to visit with me privately about the marshals program under legislative privilege. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would think just psychologically, a school that has a sign letting you know there may be shooters who are employed here, like law enforcement and stuff, would be a deterrent, as opposed to these signs. You saying my neighbor doesn't have a gun, go rob him. It's got to be a deterrent. But I'm sorry, Senator Kokorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up with that, I recently was at Iola ISD, and they do have a sign out front that they have armed officials inside. So they are very public about it, and I'm sure there are other school districts. I want to follow up 62 Marshall programs, but as you stated, many school districts, or some, I don't know what the defined number is, have guardian programs as well. But there's no duty to report. Is that correct to y'all? It's a school board decision.
Right. It's completely locally controlled, the guardian option.
I have a couple other questions. Is the TCOL active shooter training for school police different than the alert active training?
Fundamentally, no. We're all working off of the same doctrine. The isolate, distract, neutralize that you heard the Colonel talk about earlier. In fact, when we impaneled the committee to develop that curriculum, we had access to both alerts, what they call level 1 curriculum, and alerts solo officer response curriculum. Alert made that available to the committee that TCOL had assembled. We did not have an employee of Alert, but about half of the committee that actually developed that course were either Alert instructors, and almost everyone on the committee were graduates of Alert training. So it is substantially like it, certainly in the terms of doctrine and what we are teaching. The Alert Level 1 course, and I know you'll hear from John Kernut later, I believe is still 16-hour course, whereas the 2195 course is what we refer to ours as, is an 8-hour course. And Alert has numerous support courses and a much broader slate of offerings for active shooter response. So,
well, and let me follow up with that, because I know today it was in testimony from Director McCraw that not all officers have active shooter training. Is it your opinion that all officers should have active shooter training?
All officers, if they have gone through their basic peace officer licensure course in the last 10 years, have active shooter training. It is part of the basic training that officers go through. There is no recurring requirement for it. Many train through alert. Many train through.
But they don't have to train through alert, am I correct?
They're not obligated to go to attend alert as a specific training provider.
So I think that there is some discussion that we could have in preparedness of, you know, technically what is the difference between y'all's active training, which I heard in hours, there's pretty marked difference, and in variety or maybe a slate of different versus active training shooting from TCOL versus alert. I think that's an area we probably should have some discussion. Let me make sure that's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what does TCOL do? Just licensed officers?
I can't hear you.
TCOL, what do
Yes,
you all
sir.
do?
What do we do?
Yeah.
Primarily, we're the license agency, but we also manage the state objectives or the state curriculum by which the training providers provide training.
Training providers. So you all do not do the actual training?
We, TCOL, do not normally train people, except in a very narrow bandwidth. We contract with 113 police academies and approximately 280 other training providers who provide training to law enforcement.
And is that training uniform throughout the state?
It depends on which course you're talking about. There's a lot of variety provided.
And that's part of the problem.
But if we're talking about active shooter, the active shooter for school-based law enforcement course, which is our 8-hour course that's mandatory of school-based law enforcement, we write the state's curriculum, if you will, for that, and then that curriculum's handed off to appropriate training providers, which is generally going to be a regional police academy.
And they probably differ in terms of, for lack of a better word, the quality of the training of officers. They're not uniform in a sense.
There can be different levels of quality. For instance, if I'm a regional training academy at a council of governments or a junior college or even a proprietary academy such as Colonel McCraw runs, they can take that course and they can expand on it. The minimum requirement is 8 hours. If they wanted to train 40 hours in that topic, they could certainly do so.
So in terms of your licensing requirements, you're not actually involved in following up and checking to make sure that the training academies are as rigid as they should be across the board.
We audit the training academies for compliance to curriculum such as the basic peace officer course and those curriculums that we impose upon them as the state.
But this complies with the curriculum, but not the actual training that takes place.
With 113 academies, we've got 2 evaluators, so they do sit in on training. They do attend training for quality control, but it's not pervasive.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that is pretty interesting because I get feedback from my local police department. I have the largest 2 is McAllen and Corpus Christi, and they have their own training academies. And then I get feedback from other smaller cities that may have a regional training center. And through discussions with some police officers, the quality and discipline and the training that's available differs in terms of how well trained a police officer will be.
There's going to be fluctuations, based on local levels of funding, local resources, access to new information. So there is going to be variability across the state.
Okay, and I guess I don't mean to go back to military days, but I mean, in boot camp, when you're in the Marine Corps, I mean, pretty much everybody goes through the same, and it's control, control of your training. So it seems to me that there is a disparity in terms of the skills that are taught while they comply with the curriculum, but the skills they learn in the different academies that we have throughout the state. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Grissom, for being here. What I want to drive to here is, I think there's 4 levels of defense available on a campus. There's, at the lowest level, the guardian, followed by the little higher level marshal, little higher level resource officer, highest level a police department solely commissioned by certified by TCLOS, but commissioned by the independent school district. Is that a fair assessment of those on campus that would be
For me, I would say SROs, school resource officers, and ISD police, certainly from a skill level, licensure, and training level, would be on par with each other.
But the SRO,
I
think you're right. From a training perspective, you're right. The SRO generally is somebody that's works for the sheriff, city, that is stationed on campus.
Yes.
So their command structure is different than working.
They serve 2 bosses.
They're in direct support of the school district, but they're commanded by the law enforcement entity that commissioned them.
Yeah.
But what I'm driving to is there a disincentive of either liability that while the guardian may have the least amount of training and least amount of encumbrances to become certified, they carry with them the greatest liability if something happens with that officer or that individual. Whereas the police department, there's an incredible amount of financial rigor to the ISD that has a police department, but because it's a governmental entity, is there some sort of sovereign immunity related to it that somewhere between there, or maybe it's at each end of the spectrum, we have not created a financial disincentive to the ISDs to have some sort of presence. Are we in that circumstance? Because that's what I'm trying to see if there's something we can do that says, there's not penalties related to taking actions to be able to defend the students.
The ISD police departments provide a whole host of services beyond a response to an active shooter.
Right, but that's the core of what we're talking about here. I realize they do much more. In the rural areas, and I've got counties that are like that, and I'm picking up more counties. But Waco ISD, my biggest whole ISD, has its own police department. It's not large, depends on what the definition of large is, but it's not large, but it's got its own. That police department's working for the school board, not an augmentee from a different.
Yes.
But what are the liabilities that come with that, or is our liability structure about right? And it really is a matter of local priorities, not a fear of liability issue that schools are making the decision not to do guardians, marshals, even RSOs.
In most of my dealings, specifically through the Marshall program and to some extent with START, prior to my recent promotion, I did new agency startups, new ISD police departments, if you will. Most of the time in the early sections of that, liability was not really a question for most of them. Okay. I don't see that as being detrimental. So it was not something that we saw expressed from the districts we were working with as they were weighing their options.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is important in the sense that we got a little mental health conversation tomorrow, and I'm not sure they're going to be back. So do y'all set the curriculum for the academies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that curriculum, I'm told the way it works on a mental health level is every academy member has a certain amount of mental health as part of the curriculum required. And then subsequent to that, there is an additional, and I think it's 20 or 40-hour training that at the discretion of the individual officer, they can pay and take to be, I guess, better, more advanced in that mental health training. Is this true or not true? There's
Yes.
two processes to mental health. One's required and one is subjective or discretionary.
Yes, you have the mental health portion of the basic peace officer course on crisis intervention and de-escalation. Those are the two primary. Upon graduation from the academy, officers have the optional mental health officer certificate, a proficiency certificate that requires training above that. Also, individual peace officers, until they reach their intermediate certification with the state, are required to have recurring crisis intervention training until such time as they meet their intermediate.
So what I've been told by my officers and my friends of uniform is that the crisis intervention and then the requirement to go above that, that number one, the additional requirement, that is a lot of duplication and not really worth some of the energy and effort. But here's my question to you as the licensure determining curriculum. In this time of where we all acknowledge there are a lot of stressed out people doing really foolish things that contact officers, and it kind of goes to ability to read people, being in a school shooting or not, why wouldn't y'all, as a licensure, require 100% of your police force to go through that and add whatever, is it 20 hours or 40 hours, whatever that is? I guess I'm frustrated by why do you subset out this crisis intervention and then do another course that's crisis intervention plus on steroids? Why wouldn't you require that as far as your academy training?
I don't think we recently updated. I think one of the complaints that your constituents have is that the crisis intervention training and the mental health officer course were very similar up until February. And so there was some legitimate complaint in that. And that was due to an increase in the content and the relevance of the crisis intervention, and we didn't get to the mental health officer course until later. That has since been upgraded. So the first complaint, I think you will see diminish. They are two entirely different things. The mental health officer course deals a lot with the legal system in dealing with mental health, from whether it's mental health warrants. It's actually more process-oriented than side-of-the-road crisis intervention with somebody who's in a crisis.
So who is responsible for the additional course? Who gets paid to teach that course?
That course is available to the regional academies and training providers.
And who makes the money on teaching the additional course?
Who makes the money?
Who gets paid to do the certification? Who gets paid to do that? Does TCO?
Community colleges.
Okay, so that's one to seven. I would just suggest to you that there's no reason that should not be a combined part of everybody's training as they come through the academy, whether I'm going to do with a warrant or a blue of mental or not. But to me, it just seems like one more level of bureaucracy that if we just included it all, we might eliminate some cost. Lastly, I had it here. So internally, put your officer's hat on for a second. And I don't know if you have these conversations. I would assume that your colleagues and you do. We have done a lot in this legislature over the past 10 years, specifically a couple of sessions back, where we took a very aggressive approach against truancy and a lot of the things inside of a classroom that I'm told, and have conversation with ISD police officers specifically, they have no power and no control over the kids in the classroom that could become what we say could play out, that there's indicators. There's the broken windows theory, right? That no offense should go unchecked because they just ramp up from there. And so do you have conversations internally? I'm not going for names or specificity, but do you hear concerns from our ISD police officers that because of legislative action, well-intended as it may be, we've lost control over the ability to discipline / remove / put that kid in a different place to where they can maybe get help or not? I mean, what do you hear from your boots on the ground?
I honestly haven't had those conversations. I do not hear those.
I wasn't thinking you probably were, or if you were, you weren't saying a whole lot about it, but I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, that needs to be a broader conversation and go into some legislation we're working on. But the classroom environment now is conducive to a disruptor that becomes someone such as this down the road, possibly if left unchecked. Thank you.
That problem's what do you do? What do you do with them?
When TEA comes up, I'll tell you what we currently tell people we do with them and just how ineffective that really is.
Okay, somebody else have a question they'd like to ask? Okay, you understand why we're here. You heard all the testimony from this morning. When you first sat down, the comments you made, the failure in Uvalde and law enforcement was either a lack of training or poor implementation. I think that's what you said.
We haven't arrived at that yet, but that becomes a question for us.
Well, I wrote it down, so I'm not too far off from what it is you said. I was writing as fast as I could. Yeah. What point us in a direction you think we should go, or throw some ideas out of what we could do better? You've been following this ever since we had the first hearings, and you've seen what's happened. Give us some ideas.
I think we're absolutely blessed to have the Alert Training Center here in Texas. They're a national, international standard on the response side. The problem in my mind is that we keep having to come up with responses because we haven't come up with a prevention mechanism. And I'm not sure that I understand our TCOL's role in coming up with that identification, diversion, and
that's fair enough.
Prevention.
Yeah. Okay, any other members, questions? Senator Kokors?
I want to make sure that we go back, and as a part of basic TCOL training, you say that everyone receives active shooter training?
Yeah, active shooter is part of the patrol response section of the basic peace officer licensing course and has been for approximately 10 years.
I'm getting, and I'm not going to contradict your testimony because I think that you're testifying with a whole heart here, and but I'm not sure. I'm getting some conflicting input. So I look forward to working with y'all. I think this is an area that we really have to dive into, and it's not just to protect our school children, but obviously active shooter. We talked about Duncanville. I mean, it can happen anywhere at any given time. So thank you. I look forward to working with you.
All right, no more questions. Thank you very much for being here. Was there somebody else that had a question? Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll now call up John Kernut, Assistant Director, Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center. And then after him will be Mike Morath, then Texas School Safety Center, and then after that will be Mike Matranga, M6 Global. Okay, John, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. John Kernut. I'm the Assistant Director of the Alert Center at Texas State University.
You have some testimony for us today?
Yes, sir. I wanted to provide an overview of our program, what we do, and then take questions. Okay. The Alert Center exists to provide the best research-based active attack response training in the country. and our goal is basically to save lives, protect communities. Since the program began training across the state of Texas, we've conducted over 81,500 classes across the state, training nearly 50,800 officers. That number reflects that many of those officers took multiple trainings. In addition to everything that we do, we have a very robust research component that we go into very in-depth analysis on these after actions through partnerships with agencies who have been involved in headline-making active shooter situations. We've established criminal justice research department to evaluate and enhance the overall understanding of these events and the corresponding response. Because the training time for law enforcement is very limited, this data helps kind of identify skills that need to be focused on during our courses. Alerts Research Department also studies multiple facets of active shooter response, law enforcement best practices. A team of doctoral students work year-round with officers on law enforcement trainings based on safety best practices and effective response in high-stress situations. The data can also be utilized to help law enforcement administrators make policy decisions regarding their department's active shooter response goals. Our methodology and how we deploy, when and where possible, we prefer to conduct train-the-trainer courses. This empowers agencies with their own training cadre to ensure that recurring training happens once we leave. We also offer logistical support to aid agencies in the ability to conduct more realistic training. This approach allows us a lot of things. So we're able to build programs and increase capacity each year that goes by with the more train-the-trainers and investing deeper into training instructors to be able to turn around and internalize that training within their agency. We get more done in the same amount of time each year that goes by. So that's just kind of an overview of our program. Open for any questions.
Okay. I've gotten my notes that your program is the gold standard for actual learning how to handle yourself in those types of situations. But even though your course is a pretty intense course, very, very good, but you still have to go, an officer still has to be approved, licensed through TCO or something? I'm a little off on that.
So the language that authorizes our funding, either through the federal grants or through the state, basically determines who we teach and what we teach them on, and it is responder-centric. We do, because of the research component of our program, we identified very early on the need for civilian response training, so we began to develop curriculum to teach citizens what to do when seconds count, we're minutes away and still on the phone. What can they do to mitigate the danger that they're involved in before we can get there and help them? So the civilian response protocols that we developed have also been adopted nationwide as Run, Hide, Fight. We call it Avoid, Deny, Defend. Despite the verbiage, the explanation on your response options is consistent across the board. The instructors that we certify for CRACE are then in turn supposed to go into the communities and have those relationships and those conversations locally. So it's local responders and local citizenry working together on local solutions to these problems. But the vast majority of our program is training the responders to better respond to these chaotic events. They will have to have gone through a basic peace officer academy, basically.
Okay, so does the alert training satisfy active shooter response requirements for TCO, and if not, why?
I'm sorry, say again?
Does your alert training satisfy active shooter status response requirements for TCO?
We exceed them. From what I understand, the content, so there's two things that we'll talk about today. There's how much time do you spend, but then how do you spend that time? So as I understand it, it's still a PowerPoint and a lesson plan that provides guidance on explaining some terminology and some concepts and principles associated with active shooter response in the academy. How that is realized depends on the academy cadre's capabilities, knowledge, skills, experience,
But a
training.
law enforcement person still, if they want year to extra training, they take that, but that does not encompass everything that a law officer needs to take, and that's why they have to go also.
No, ours is very unique to responding to an active attack situation.
Okay. Senator Zaffarani?
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. When you are training law enforcement officers to directly go into the face of danger, to approach an active shooter, for example, how do you simulate real-life situations?
It's difficult. We use blanks that are very loud. We use moulage to simulate people that have actually been injured. We use marking cartridges out of actual firearms that are designed to function the same way that our firearms function, but also to actually emit a cartridge that will go downrange and hit, and it hurts when it hits. So there is as much realism as we can infuse into a training environment, and that is done on purpose. We'll have instructors that will lead the students through these iterations of reality-based training. We may be coaching them, we may be yelling, prodding them, trying to get them to move when the natural tendency at this point, because they're still human beings, and what we're effectively trying to do is rewire the hard drive and route past the natural self-preservation instinct that kicks in any human being. Now with this new mission, we're gonna have to push into this. We're gonna have to go in there, we're gonna have to stop it. We have to. So as much realism as we can add is possible and get away with is what we do.
Does your training include the kinds of weapons and the kinds of ammunitions and magazines that have been involved in the shootings in Texas?
Yes.
So you have the assault weapons?
Yes.
Different things like that. Do you have any research that shows you the effectiveness of your active shooter training in comparison to real-life situations and how your trainees performed in those situations?
For the past 2 decades, we've received numerous emails and accolades from people all across the country that have used some components or many components of our training to get through not just active attack response, but also responding to other acts of violence in progress. So we have, and I've personally benefited from a lot of the stuff that we teach.
So in your active shooter training, for example, your trainees are expected and trained to go into the line of fire.
Yes.
What protection are we responsible for offering them? Because while we are certainly concerned about school children and the victims of the shooters, we also have to be interested in the safety of our law enforcement personnel. So what obligation do we, the state officials, have to offer the best kind of protection to the people we expect to walk into that line or run into the line of fire?
So the natural conclusion to that question would be what additional equipment may be. And we've talked about shields, we've talked about body armor. I would submit to you that minimum requirements for training, both in time and how we spend that time, needs to be increased. It is 90% of what law enforcement does on a regular basis evolves around being service-oriented and polite and professional. Less than 10% of the time we're using force. Less than 1% of the time it's deadly force. We're expecting capabilities in people that may never do this actually in the line of their duty. So in a training environment is the only place that we can develop these capabilities or see who is not capable of conducting it. There's a quote I like to use from Winston Churchill. Sometimes doing your best isn't good enough. Sometimes you need to do what's required. And I'd like to think that what we do daily is our best, to the best of our abilities. But unfortunately, there are situations that occur that require more.
Who can take your training? Do you deal with school personnel, college and university personnel, city police, sheriffs? Who?
Any state, local, tribal, county, university, ISD, peace officer in the state of Texas.
Representative Richard Raymond and I met recently with law enforcement officials in our districts at the school, college, city, county, state, and federal levels. We had a closed-door meeting with all of the representatives from all of those levels of law enforcement. And one of the things that they said about training is that they needed more training programs, but also they said that the problem with the training programs we offer as a state is that they're in key sites. And they say they can't afford to send all of their law enforcement personnel to the training. And they suggested that we ask for local training. So in other words, the training centers would send personnel to different cities, including the rural areas, to train the law enforcement officials at the different level. How would you respond to that suggestion?
So our training is funded through congressional line item, and that offsets all the costs for us to be able to deliver instructors, equipment, and curriculum to the field. We're all mobile training teams, so we'll come to you. It's free. We'll open up the equipment, and we'll spend as much time as we have, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, depends on what exactly that they wanted. We will train them. Now, it's not entirely free because there is a cost associated for pulling somebody out of service to go over and train, and there's still calls coming in, so somebody has to backfill that position, so that's a cost that we can't help with. But the cost of getting quality training to them and training with quality equipment and making it as realistic as we can is free to them, and we come to them. And we only ask that we get people to attend the training and a place to conduct the training in.
Thank you. Perhaps on a less intense level, but certainly equally important, do you train your students, so to speak, to deal with radio and cell phone communication problems?
Yes. Sometimes they ask if we would add more technology to enhance the experience. And what we have found is if we can work with the baseline, that anything more than that will work better. But we have to get basics down first. Mastering the basics is essentially what we propose.
And were you aware of what I said earlier during this hearing, that if you're along the border, for example, in my hometown, Laredo, Texas, your cell phone might very, very well say, "Welcome to Mexico," and all of a sudden you cannot use your phone unless you have international service?
Sure.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You were? And how do you deal with that in terms of active shooters?
So when you show up, you'll find people and you'll just start talking. Matter of fact, no 10 codes, no signals, just plain English. And you read the situation, and this is why training the same way across the board and as often as possible is important. There's a lot of time to reflect on this after the event, but during the event, you don't have time to process very much. You have to have got some default responses already built up that you can plug and play very quickly.
Muscle memory. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members? Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Knut, earlier on you mentioned that you do your own after-action review. Are you going to be doing your own after this Uvalde event, or are you a subset of a larger DPS after-action review? Either way, I think it would behoove the committee that if today's review was not the final AAR, that we get it at some point. I'm just looking for who I should be asking for from that AAR to be received from.
Yes, sir. At the request of DPS, we were called in to be kind of an independent third person.
So you're like the observer controller providing ground truth, so to speak, to what
we're looking at the data that they have gone through and vetted, and we're putting it into a report where we look at the response and what we teach, and where there was something consistent with what we teach, we'll note that, and when there's something that is inconsistent with what we teach, we'll note that as well.
Will you be providing that to the committee at a time appropriate upon completion?
Upon completion, absolutely. We want to make sure that what we put out there is accurate and fair.
When do you expect that? Because I don't want to rush you, but like after the West fertilizer plant explosion, it took almost a year for the state, and that's okay, just it took almost a year for the state fire marshal to finalize the report from.
Sure, we're working at the pace of DPS investigation. When they verify that something is proper, true, contextual, chronologically accurate, then we get that information and we plug it into what we know so far, and that helps make the picture of what we're looking at, and then we can assess it.
Okay, how long does that take you, though, from the time you get it from DPS or whichever jurisdictional law enforcement agency?
Not very long. I mean, we're We're anticipating information as it comes in, and we're sitting down as soon as we get it and analyzing it, putting it into, again, the order that it occurred, and contextualizing it properly so that we can give an honest assessment of what was or was not done and when it was not done.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, make sure I've got my facts right. There's 2 active shooter trainings for a particular law enforcement. One goes through Academy. One can choose to go through yours subsequent to Academy, correct?
That's what it sounds like, yes, sir.
So, and what I'm hearing from you, and let me back up, the Academy, does that have hands-on active shooter, or is it all academic?
I believe it depends on the instructor cadre's
So each
capability.
academy chooses its own path. Some may work out of a book, and some may take them out to the range through, I've been on them, they're, homes and houses with pop-ups, and some are simulators, those kind of things.
Yes,
But it really is inconsistent, to say the least.
Yes, sir.
You don't know what you're going to get, kind of Senator Hinojosa's point. So I'll just read between the lines, but if I'm right, you would suggest that yours is more, is a more quality program because it physically requires them to get into that muscle memory mode and to train, correct?
We have a standard approach in how we deliver our material and how we train instructors to deliver our material. And it is everything we do every day to ensure that quality goes out and quality.
You don't have all academic only, though. Everything you do would involve the actual physical going through the
experiential learning is absolutely important for the skill set.
Do you have a database, or do you track ISD versus law enforcement versus other candidates that go through your process? Can you tell me how many ISD officers have went through your training?
Off the top of my head, I can't give you an accurate number, but approximation is a few thousand.
Compared to how many? I mean, what's the percentage? Is 5% of our ISDs going through your program, or is it just whatever the academy of choice was?
I'd have to go and look back at the numbers for.
How many people went through you in a year?
In the state, thousands. Thousands, and we're able to scale way up.
Is it fair to say that a small percentage of ISD police officers, resource officers are going through your course?
Yes, we know of several ISDs that are doing more than the minimum.
Is it fair to say that an active shooter in an ISD setting is totally different than an active shooter in a Walmart or someplace? It's a little different, is it not, or is it the same as far as process?
We're trying to keep things as consistent across the board as possible. There's some broad concepts and principles that apply no matter what the venue is.
So, and I know you got a report, and I'm not trying to get ahead of you, but, and I'll just say it this way, based on the timeline and the response that we went through by supporting evidence and fact, was your training protocols followed in the response to once the shooter got in the building?
We saw were a couple of things based off of what we know so far, that a couple things they did okay, and there were some things that were not handled the way we would have prescribed.
Well, I think that's a pretty broad statement, and again, I know you're getting a report, but I want to leave here with clarity. We all see things that worked as designed, but the things that didn't work were catastrophic failure.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
That the things that didn't work literally cost lives.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. Thank you for your testimony, first of all. As it relates to other type of facilities, in Duncanville, I sat down with the mayor and other elected officials. We're in the city of Duncanville. We had a recreation center that had a summer youth program, and a shooter came in, a person came in with a gun, I should say a shooter. Have you provided instructions for those types of facilities where you have a large presence of youth, such as recreation centers, and is that something provided to police departments?
It's embedded in our material. Our material is specifically for responding to an active attack inside of a high occupancy building. By the very nature of the attack, they are going there to try to take out as many targets as possible, according to them. And our training is designed to get people ready to go into that. How chaotic and confusing and violent and stressful that is to make sure that people are prepared to go in and effectively and efficiently handle that. Yes.
Okay, very good. Where's your school, for lack of a better term, located?
So we have a training facility outside of San Marcos that is ours, but the vast majority of what we do is mobile training teams. So the funding that we receive, we have kits of training equipment that we ship out all across the state, all across the country. Prior to COVID, we were at a pace to do 1,400 classes a year across the entire United States. And we have our own funding in Texas, so we have our own scope of work that we do every year in Texas. We're able to scale way up from that.
Are you provided any funding by the state legislature?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Zaffarini?
I'd simply like to thank this witness for his very succinct and direct answers to our questions. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Bob? Paul, do you have any? Okay. If not, if you were to make one suggestion to this committee as to what we might can do to improve safety for the public related to the issues we've been discussing, what would that be?
I think we need to increase standards. If our expectations are high, so should the standards be. I believe that we need to have mandatory 16-hour level 1 class in every BPOC across the state. We'll supply the instructors to make sure that there's consistency in delivery. And then I believe there needs to be recurring training for every peace officer in the state. That will then also address not just the people that typically go to our classes, but the chief executives and the executive leadership, so that they understand what modern doctrine is, they understand what their agency's capabilities are or are not, and now they have a list of things they need to go back and work on once we leave.
Okay, I asked, thanks. Thank you very much. No other questions? Well then, we want to thank you for your service and the work you've done over the years, and you certainly have an outstanding list of accomplishments and recognitions over your lifetime. So thank you very much for being here.
Appreciate it.
We'll now call up Commissioner Morath. He's still here. Been very patient. And then Dr. Prather will be following Dr. Mike Morath. What he was saying?
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Please state your name for the record, sir, and then begin your testimony. We'll all wait till you finish to ask questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senators. My name is Mike Morath, Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency. In front of y'all, you should have a slide deck I'll walk through. Does everybody have this? Give you just a moment to find it. We have a few extra copies. If you're unable to find it, let me know. Do you need an extra one? Hunter, can we get a couple extra copies? While we're getting the documentation set, just as a broad overview, my plan today was to give you a background on the policy landscape as we understand it, that I thought would be somewhat beneficial, but it also may be remedial for y'all. So if it is, I apologize in advance. In addition to the policy framework, what our current posture is at TEA in terms of supporting school safety around the state, and then what we already know from lessons learned over the last month and action steps that are in progress to improve safety posture around the state of our schools. So the first slide on this document is a this circle-looking thing. And the reason I thought that this was important to show is there are actually a large number of players involved in school safety in the state of Texas. And so the TEA is, of course, a key part of that, as is the School Safety Center. My colleague, Dr. Martinez-Prather, will be speaking shortly. And those are probably anchors in the school safety ecosystem from a statewide perspective. But there are actually a large number of different players with differing responsibilities, including multiple players that have regulatory responsibility in different areas. Which is a little different than some aspects of education policy where you can ask me any question under the sun and I can try to answer, but this is an area where I'll have to rely on some peer agencies from time to time. So with that background, the next page describes the omnibus school safety legislation that was passed in the 86th legislature, this is 2019, Senate Bill 11. The reason I wanted to go through this in particular is because there are a lot of components of public policy that are already fairly well designed to support school safety around the state of Texas, and just give a flavor of what that was. So Senate Bill 11 set up a requirement for every school in the state of Texas, every school system in the state of Texas, to have a multi-hazard emergency authorization plan. They follow a template adopted by the School Safety Center. And then the School Safety Center has the authority to both review and approve or disapprove those plans. And there's a series of compliance requirements that the School Safety Center has the ability to enforce, up to and including calling us to deploy a conservator to enforce compliance in terms of the quality of plan. In addition to the plans, there is distinct from that a security audit system under state law. And the security audit system, the statute is designed for everyone to self-audit a minimum of once every 3 years. That is also subject to oversight from the School Safety Center. So they have an audit framework that they recommend everyone follow, and they have the ability to review all audit documentation, and in fact can require all audit non-compliance issues to be reported from the school district up to them. I just want to make sure, did y'all get documentation, or are we still missing some? We have some, but not all. I don't see. Hunter, do we have more copies of these things? Okay, they need to be passed out. Apologies, Senators. So again, the first page is sort of this ecosystem diagram, and then the second page, which is actually page 3, is where I'm walking through the major policy elements of Senate Bill 11, which happen to be the major policy elements of the school safety ecosystem in the state. So again, the second key component is this security audit framework. Once every 3 years, school districts conduct self-audits, and then the School Safety Center has the ability to ensure that those audit issues are addressed and surfaced. They can force hearings on the way that those audits are conducted. School Safety Center also controls the list of service providers that provide school safety work, including people who are authorized to conduct audits. Third key component of Senate Bill 11 is facility standards. I heard several questions about this, and I want to talk more about facility standards. So TEA has authority to adopt facility standards that apply to every school system in the state and can apply to literally every school building in the state of Texas, authorized under law, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. In addition, there is a process that school systems are required to go through called the Safe and Supportive Schools Program, of which threat assessment is one part of that process. This is a process whereby an interdisciplinary team of staff members at a school would review everything that's happening. So has Mike said something strange at school? Is Mike absent? Is Mike becoming chronically absent? That's the primary function of the Safe and Supportive Schools team. And then the threat assessment teams are, if Mike is deemed to be a threat either to himself or others, there's an immediate escalation and intervention prescribed under law as part of that process. The next page, just continuing Senate Bill 11. It's established a bunch of supports for statewide mental health in schools. including the development of a statewide plan that TEA has deployed, the development of a regional mapping plan to make sure that community assets for mental health are connected to school systems, and then publishing a statewide list of all of the mental health services that are available. We do that in conjunction with the HHSC. In addition, Senate Bill 11 established the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium, funded roughly $100 million up front, and there's some ongoing funds for that. You may be familiar with the TCHAT program. That is where this comes from, the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium. So that's administered really directly by university systems, so the coordinating board and several Texas health-related institutes of higher education. The Senate Bill 11 required school districts to embed trauma-informed practices both into their operation policies and into their teacher training. And then Senate Bill 11 required the SBOE to go through curriculum changes, specifically in the area of health, to include appropriate content related to mental health and suicide prevention. So Senate Bill 11 did quite a lot to establish the policy framework that we've now been operating under since 2019. It was based upon a large number of lessons learned from Santa Fe and from national experts. The threat assessment doctrine, for example, was promulgated by the Secret Service, and there's extensive evidence of its efficacy in reducing violence, both against others and suicides. Senate Bill 11 and related bills were passed. Senate Bill 500, the supplemental appropriation, in the 86th legislature. So Senate Bill 11 established the school safety allotment. That is roughly $9.72 per ADA, average daily attendance. And so that item is sent by appropriation, so you can control how much you want the school safety allotment to be as a specific line item in the Appropriations Act. There's a variety of things that you can spend the school safety allotment on, and it's really what you would logically think, anything related to safety or prevention, mental health related exercises as well. In addition, Senate Bill 11 was the initial funding vehicle for the Texas Child Mental Health Consortium, which has continued to be funded at roughly $59 million per year. And then Senate Bill 500 established what we refer to as the school hardening grants, the $100 million one-time to upgrade doors, windows, you name it. A lot of secure vestibules were added for that. Roughly $14 million of that $100 million remains unallocated at present. But we have received guidance from LBB to extend that for another 12 months because it was actually expiring about last month. So that's, again, I wanted to provide a broad overview of the policy framework that the legislature has already constructed in school safety. Senate Bill 11 did a lot of it. There were other bills that are of relevance, but Senate Bill 11 was really the core of the policy framework. So slides 6, 7, and 8, well, I'll talk a little bit about TEA's specific role, because as I noted in that overview of Senate Bill 11, you've got School Safety Center with responsibility, you've got TEA with responsibility, school districts with responsibility, the HHSC with responsibility, coordinating board with responsibility. There's different players at the state government have different slices of the pie. For TEA, one of the things SB 11 established for us was a division of safe and supportive schools. So we created that team after Senate Bill 11. We were allocated one FTE that was not funded in Senate Bill 11. We have stood up a team of 6 using broad agency funds for that purpose. And as I think many of you know, we are going to be adding a chief of school safety and security that will be a direct report to me, under which the school safety, the Safe and Supportive Schools team will report. And we'll be expanding the size of this team using some short-term expiring funds, but would likely need some degree of operational support to continue that. In terms of TEA's core role, what we do with that team, there's rulemaking responsibility, specifically related to facilities. I'm going to talk more about that again in a moment. And then when you think about safety drills, threat exercises, the active threat behavior teams that need to be engaged, we have rulemaking authority over that aspect of school operations. We distribute the funds that you allocate for us to distribute. One funding bucket that's worth mentioning that's not a state level funding, but obviously the legislature appropriates all funds, is federal Title IV funds. It's about $113 million a year that goes to school districts that can be used for initiatives related to well-rounded students, safe and healthy students, and technology under federal law. We do have some oversight, fairly broad oversight, to ensure that the education laws of the state are being followed by school systems. So you think about our Special Investigative Authority, monitors, conservatives, and boards of managers. To date, I do not believe we have deployed that for school safety-related non-compliance findings, but it is in our power to do so. We collect data related to safety and discipline, and we have, I would say, light involvement on incident response. Specifically, our service centers go in with counseling teams, and we've had a pretty large counseling presence in Uvalde since the day of the incident. Page 8 is sort of the last kind of section of TEA's role in school safety. So there's a variety of things that we do from a technical assistance standpoint. And if you read through this list, what you will see in common is most of this is in the area of behavior management and mental health, not necessarily school safety practices. We do provide training for teachers, for principals, for principal supervisors on establishing loving and disciplined campus cultures. This is an important part of the educational process. Most of the safety training related to behavioral threat assessment has been conducted by the School Safety Center and some of our partners. Think Alert. They're very, very skilled in conducting exercises and training on law enforcement. There are educator certification requirements, both principal and teacher, superintendent as well, that we oversee. And so there's the principal certification, for example, has been recently revamped, and it includes several components related to maintaining a positive school culture, the discipline environment, relationships where information's openly exchanged, that sort of thing. And then last but not least, in special education, there's a component of special education interventions called behavior intervention plans that we monitor as part of our broad oversight of special education in Texas. So again, so far that's a little bit of the policy landscape for Texas as a whole and a little bit about what TEA's role is in it. What I want to now shift is sort of forward movement. Based upon lessons learned to date, the highest areas of systemic focus for me personally and for our leadership team at TEA in terms of improving our capacity to prevent this kind of thing in the roughly 9,000 campuses in the state of Texas. And the way that I will categorize these three areas of focus you'll see on slide 9: incident response, facilities or access control, and the behavioral threat assessment protocol. So to go through incident response on slide 10, you just heard Alert testify. If I learned anything when I lettered in football in high school for writing a software package for my football team, it was that championships are won in the off season. And the preparedness exercises that you go through are pretty critical in terms of ensuring incident response can be conducted effectively. Also, certain planning postures that are somewhat different than preparedness exercises, but that they surface, which is the ability from a staffing posture perspective for force to meet force at a specific point at a specific time is important. So we have 4 things that we're currently in process on to strengthen the technical assistance and regulatory ecosystem of the state. First, expanding technical assistance to school systems in partnership with the School Safety Center and Alert in particular, related to the preparedness exercises that they conduct. If you go through and you conduct an active shooter drill on your own, there's a whole different ballgame than if you go through it and you do it with the expertise of Alert at your side. The second thing is, and so we can expand technical assistance informally in our work with Alert, but we have rulemaking authority over preparedness drills, and what we are attempting to do is examine rules that are in place to see how they can be upgraded so that the level of preparedness drills is more consistently conducted at the level that is required to have effective incident response. Part of that is also evaluating school safety staffing models. You think whether you have SROs or marshals or guardians, having visibility into that staffing ecosystem and ensuring that you can have force meet force in a hallway within 15 seconds, 20 seconds, that's very different than 240 seconds. So, and last but not least, the School Safety Center, as I mentioned before, oversees a very comprehensive safety audit framework, but we believe that there are immediate actions that can be taken independent of a 3-year review related to safety reviews that can be conducted this summer in the area of incident response preparation. So these are four, among a variety of things, but four key components related to improving incident response. Now let me turn to improving facilities or access control. We do have rules related to minimum facility standards. We went through the rulemaking process, post Senate Bill 11, updated all those. However, all of those rules were designed to apply to new construction and renovation. So we are in the process of internally drafting something to go to proposed rule, which would be a new minimum facility standard to apply to every single school facility in the state, whether it was leased or owned, whether it was built in 1900 or 2022. Evaluating, especially based upon lessons learned from Santa Fe, from Uvalde, what we know is necessary to control physical access to the inside of buildings. I will tell you, there's a lot of building diversity in the state of Texas. So if you have a thought for, well, this is the way it should work, I assure you there is a building in Texas where that thought won't work. We do, however, there are appropriate minimum standards related to exterior doors. I think our rough back of the napkin estimate is there's about 340,000 exterior doors in schools in the state of Texas. You also have ground level windows that could be large enough for anybody to walk through. There are issues related to perimeter fencing. There's issues related to front door access control. There's alarm systems. It's a variety of things that are under review. So we have begun looking at what is the appropriate minimum facility response. We, in fact, have, as part of the governor's request to us in the immediate response to the shooting, we'll be standing up a data collection related to this to find out the degree to which school districts will need some assistance to get into compliance with these minimum rules. There is, I would say, added complexity under leased facilities. If you're running a school out of a leased storefront in a strip mall, this is, again, a differing a kind of environment. The hardware itself can be improved, but you have to think about access control as a combination of hardware and human system. So you've got all the best hardware, and there's a rock that is put in front of the door to leave it open at any one time. Now you're talking about a human system. And so we are also looking at both procedural best practices recommendations and rules related to minimum facility posture to ensure a culture of safety and access control at schools. And there's a variety of performance management related behaviors that can ensure that doors can remain closed as intended and locked. I will say that there is likely to be a cost implication of upgrading hardware to meet minimum facility standards, so expect more communication from us when we have more information on that subject. We are moving with a great deal of speed on this. We're talking weeks and weeks, not months and months, for this kind of information to come back to y'all. So that's, I would say, a broad set of activities related to improving facility and access control posture under the authority that's already been granted under Senate Bill 11. The last one is improvement in threat assessment practices. It is worth spending, 90 seconds just talking about what this is. Imagine a team, and the team might include, if you have a law enforcement person on staff, great, include campus principal, a teacher or two, perhaps a department head, counselor. That team comes together once a week to consider the state of students. And they have a whole bunch of inbound information coming to them. They have discipline reports. They have attendance data. They have verbal communication from teachers. They have self-reports from a system like iWatch from students. Somebody says, hey, Mike is in a really bad state. His parents are going through a divorce. This kind of information is intended to come in to this interdisciplinary team. When the threat assessment team is being conducted well, and when a broader safe and supportive schools team is conducted well, you have a large number of loving relationships between adults and students, and between students and each other, and an environment where people are accustomed to, if you see something, say something. When this is in place, then this group of people sort of reflect on that, and then they decide what is the appropriate action to take for student X, student Y, student Z, real time, right then and there. Maybe it's somebody give Mike a hug. Maybe it's somebody give Mike a talking to. Maybe it's Mike needs a regular appointment with our school counselor. Maybe it's Mike needs a referral to an exterior psychiatrist. Maybe it's Mike needs to be institutionalized right now. That is the discipline of threat assessment that is prescribed under state law under Senate Bill 11. What I just described is not easy to do. What we believe is likely necessary is the expansion of technical assistance, both through us and through the School Safety Center, to help increase the muscle in terms of how school systems can execute this. Think about activity that principals engage in every week and all of the things that you have to manage to make school run well. So we're looking at how to identify and very clearly delineate best practice models, how to using the resources of our service center, but potentially some supplemental resources, create additive job-embedded training supports to help districts do this well, campus leadership do this well. And then also we have a rulemaking authority in this area, so what should be appropriate minimum standards from a rulemaking perspective. I would leave you with general broad observation I have, which is you can't regulate your way to excellence. You can regulate minimum compliance, but it's very hard to regulate excellence. So this investment in coaching is something that we think is likely necessary in order to pull this off effectively as the legislature intends. So members, with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Okay, before I recognize anybody for questions, I think everybody's going to have one. I want to recognize we've got Senator Larry Taylor over here, who's the author of Bill 11. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Whose hand was up first? Senator Kokorsz.
I want to, the last part that you talked about, the interdisciplinary group,
Yes,
and talking to superintendents and the need for more support. I know there have been a lot of behavioral issues post-COVID. I mentioned in my opening remarks, and they've all stressed that need. And so I think what we're going to talk about tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, is going to be very relevant to what some of your remarks were. But going back to a question I asked Director McCraw, the perpetrator in Uvalde, how long had it been since he had been in school?
So I don't have the information. I don't have that information today. We have begun a review process of every aspect of the student's educational history, and I would expect that review process to take a couple more weeks to conclude. We do have data that we have on the student that is submitted to us centrally, but school systems locally have much more information about their students than we do. So, for example, looking back at the student's attendance history, we know that the student began becoming a chronically absent student in 6th grade and nearly in 5th grade. We know that as of the end of last year, the student, the only class the student passed last year was web design. All other classes were failed. Incidentally, normally I wouldn't be saying this in public, but there are no FERPA and student privacy rules that apply to the deceased. So so we have some information, but we are conducting essentially a behavioral threat assessment in chronological order. What did we know as of 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, all of the information, sort of lessons learned, in order to improve the ability to train school systems around the state on recognizing and intervening.
Yeah, I've done some reading and, obviously research. And chronic absences is an indicator.
For sure.
Someone really troubled. Director McCraw testified that he was estranged from his parents, living with his grandparents. So we're not sure of oversight. Truancy laws. Where are we with truancy laws in the state of Texas?
Yeah, the truancy laws, I will say I'm not necessarily an expert on that aspect of the education code. I can ask my general counsel to step up. But two, I will say that the reports that I get from our superintendents is there is some difficulty under a law at present to enforce truancy actions. And that there was some difficulty before COVID began. There has been gargantuan difficulty since COVID happened. And I don't know that it is returned to its prior state yet, but its prior state, this was a common source of complaints that I would hear from school system leaders attempting to enforce truancy-related provisions.
So you've consistently heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that I've heard, you know, even before this tragedy.
That's correct.
I had been hearing from superintendents and the need for, I don't know, Commissioner, the need to understand where our children are post-COVID. There are a lot that are not back in the classroom. Now, some are being homeschooled, and that is absolutely the right of a parent to homeschool their child. And so there are others that I'm not sure we know, and you've testified, I think, in finance before about that issue.
Yeah, that was I would say that was a larger problem before. Much of that problem, I think, is we're getting back to a slightly more normal picture of school attendance, although school enrollment is simply down. And so you have a large number of families that have chosen to leave public school and they're educating in homeschool or some other environment.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Senator Zaffarini, excuse me. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, do you worry at all that some of our preparedness training could be traumatic for students?
There was a little bit of an echo in the room. I think you asked if I was concerned whether some of this kind of training could be traumatic for students.
Preparedness training.
Yeah, so the nature of preparedness training has to be very thoughtfully done. So the exercises that they describe with flashbangs and simulations, those generally should be happening on Saturdays. They shouldn't be happening while students are in the building. You shouldn't do anything like that when students are around. Perhaps the only drills that you do that involve students being physically present in the school are lockdown drills. Even those, I think you can do those largely with staff without students, and you stick to fire drills and tornado drills for the kids. That's what you do, which again, this is not an argument against drills. It's just making sure you understand you use the right drill with the right group of folks to simulate the right kind of planning and preparedness. We are going to attempt to increase the level of clarity that we have related to the nature of drills schools districts should be engaging in, because it's really this progression of you got to walk before you run in terms of the kinds of, because if you can't manage lockdown, some of these interdisciplinary jurisdictional incident response drills are, let's worry about lockdown first. But yes, you have to be very thoughtful about how the drills work, students should only ever feel loved and supported at school. They should have no reason to ever feel fear while they're in a school building. Thank you.
You talked about a culture of safety. What does a model safe school look like?
So in that particular environment, that procedure in particular, I'm really talking about keeping doors closed. And I'm not talking about classroom doors, I'm talking exterior doors. So you can imagine an environment where there's no review regularly of whether the exterior doors are locked. So that's not, let's start with that and say that's not good. And next is, we're going to have a procedure, we understand this procedure, which is the doors will be swept at least once a week. Okay. Now I'm going to assign, I'm very clear on who's responsible for that. I have a way to check that they're doing that. Okay, that's better. Now I'm making sure that any open doors are found and communicated back to the school principal, and then the school principal can talk to staff in that particular location of the building to say, like, we found this open, let's make sure we keep our doors closed. And then last but not least, you could actually build a performance management system around this where you're logging, like, I found 5 open doors on this sweep. I found 10 open doors on this sweep. And what you want is that to sort of aggregate up to district leadership, and district leadership wants that number to be 0. So you have district leadership reinforcing this with continuous management meetings once a month, reviewing that. This is how you create a sort of a very rigorous management culture to make sure that your access control procedures and your access control hardware is working as intended.
Thank you. There have been so much discussion about safety measures, including the closed doors, fewer windows, higher schools instead of wider schools, et cetera, controlled access to the first floor. How can we ensure that these intended safety measures don't have unintended consequences, for example, fire hazards?
So what you would have is you might have a number of non-operable exterior doors. And what I mean by that is imagine a door that doesn't actually have an external handle. Nobody can get in, but it's still got a push bar so people can get out. So not uncommon feature that ensures you have appropriate fire. So fire code is still going to be followed on the construction of all these buildings, and you have a mechanism that, I mean, you're all familiar with the push bar door. That's a very standard feature that allows folks to get out, doesn't allow necessarily folks to get in.
Thank you. We discussed the $100 million appropriated for school safety, but we spent $3 billion on border security. Do you have the estimated cost of ensuring that our schools are safe and have the necessary equipment?
So what I will be able to do for you is provide an estimate of cost of what it would take to be in compliance with any proposed rule that we will issue. And I should be able to report that to you. My hope is I can report that to you by sometime in August, but it might be a little like early September. It just depends on how long it takes the districts to conduct their facility sweeps.
Do you have an opinion regarding whether teachers should be armed?
I sometimes think that the narrow focus on teachers makes this conversation limiting, because you have to remember teachers are roughly half of the employees that we have in public education. So you've got custodial supervisors, you've got coaches, assistant principals, and the like. So I've encountered a number of educators in my career, whether we're talking actual classroom teachers or other people that are involved in the school building that are former law enforcement or former military, many of whom would be more than happy to serve in this additional capacity.
Thank you. To what extent are school principals or other personnel or school district personnel, including school boards, expected to foster effective communication and collaboration with local law enforcement officials at the different levels, ranging from school districts to and colleges and universities to federal level?
Yeah, so I want to make sure the last part of your question I was a little confused by. If you're talking about interoperability of radios, interoperability of planning processes, incident command, I think that's what your question was about, but I'm not sure if is that what you mean largely?
To some extent.
Yeah. So there is essentially an expectation. Senate Bill 11, Senator Taylor sort of specified a huge amount of these operational expectations, but the degree of interoperability, the degree of preparation, or the degree of interoperability and the degree of interjurisdictional communication is largely a function of interjurisdictional exercises. So if you've never conducted a very rigorous interjurisdictional exercise where you had to simulate what happens to your communication system when 50 extra officers self-deploy, you have no idea how it's going to work in that environment. So these are the things that you have to do in the off-season, as it were, to make sure that everything's functional. So think, for example, if you have most classrooms have some kind of phone device. If you call 911 from that phone device, what shows up in dispatch at 911? Is it the central office address or is it the school address? So these are things that we have the technology to do, but somebody actually has to spend managerially the time to make sure all those systems are functional. And if you do it one time, you need to periodically test these things to make sure that they work. Your Director McCraw testified to the fact that they couldn't even use the radios inside the school building. So I have visited a lot of schools in Texas. I'm sure you are familiar with the schools that resemble a concrete bunker, right? They've got the cinder blocks. These things are built to last. They were not built for RF communication. And so there's I can't remember what this thing is called, like NCES or NCES. Anyways, RCES something. There's some repeater system that is a Homeland Security standard that you can deploy on a school district, and it might not give you, radio access in this little cranny, but it's going to give you radio access largely in a facility. So this should resolve if that is universally available. Then you have radios that can work in any school building in the state of Texas. But of course, the only way you know that is you got to turn the radios on and test them, while you're walking through the building. So these are part of your preparedness exercises.
Thank you. If you were writing this report for the committee, what legislative recommendations would you include regarding school safety?
I do think that I would put them in these same three functional buckets that we're focused on, sort of the incident response improvements that can happen, the facilities and access control improvements that can happen, and behavioral threat assessment training and coaching systems that can be in place. I do think there's likely more lessons learned and to be learned from this that might highlight even additional aspects of legislative policy in terms of information sharing between agencies. Imagine students who transition from K-12 to higher ed, and if someone's been case managing a student in K-12, can they continue to case manage that student in higher ed? We have not finished our review of what we know, and I can assure you I will share everything that we find that we think is a substantive policy improvement.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have two questions for Senator Blanco. Would you like me to ask them at this time or come back to them after the committee members have asked questions?
You had some questions from Senator Blanco?
I have two questions that I'd like to ask on behalf of Senator Blanco.
Okay, let's just hold up. Let's get the members of the committee first, and we'll come back.
Thank you.
So I've got Senator Hinojosa, then West, then Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the 86 legislative session, we passed Senate Bill 11 with a list of components and requirements from multi-hazard emergency operations plan to security audits, facility standards, and you have a whole list. Do we know how many schools are actually in compliance with the requirements under Senate Bill 11?
So I think with regard to the multi-hazard emergency operations plan, I think Director Prather might have more insight on that, as it's sort of their purview to review and approve those plans. So with regard to facility standards, again, our facility standards are proscriptive for new construction. I don't have any reason to believe any new construction is out of compliance.
Well, who checks to see their compliance?
Say that one more time, sir.
So who checks to see if the schools are in compliance with Senate Bill 11?
So multiple entities, basically, but if you think about what TEA does in particular, we're going to respond to complaints. There's not a proactive TEA monitoring force outside of special education that goes and sees, are you compliant with this aspect of the education code, this aspect of the education code.
So you don't have that information?
So I couldn't tell you with certainty that every new facility constructed complies with facility standards. I think Director Martinez-Prather could tell you the number of multi-hazard emergency authorization plans that meet muster, but that's different than they're doing what is in the plans. And so there's no third-party security audit contemplated under state law. That was always self-audited. And so if you want to find out, if you want to have a state-level oversight related to that, then your security audit statutory framework needs to be modified to allow for some degree of third-party security audits. And then you have to have a team that does that.
Well, it would seem to me that the responsibility needs to be placed with one person, one agency, one governmental entity. Otherwise, nobody audits, nobody follows up to make sure they're in compliance. So we don't even know at this point how many schools are not in compliance or in compliance with the requirements and components that were set out in Senate Bill 11.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're speaking to a unified command and control structure and the ability to have unified accountability. And I would generally agree. I think it's wise to do so.
I know, but there is part of the problem. It's a big problem. Everywhere and everything I read always says that. We don't know how many schools are actually in compliance. We don't think most of the schools are in compliance because they don't have the resources. There's no way to, I guess, audit, or at least I know Governor Abbott has asked that there be follow-up and audit of the schools, make unannounced visits. But it would seem to me that if Senate Bill 11, as was passed by the Texas legislature, is to be effective, we have to have a way to enforce it and follow up and see where are the needs? I mean, what are the shortages? Or what else do we need to do as a state to provide the resources, or the modifications, changes in law to make it happen?
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just words.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're your concerns are valid. There's sort of a dual regulatory structure implied under Senate Bill 11. Some regulatory authority at the School Safety Center and some regulatory authority at TEA.
See, part of the problem is in this presentation you made to us, you have all the listings that require Senate Bill 11, other actions that you all are taking dealing with mental health, the consortium, school safety grants, but they're just in writing. It doesn't tell us like who is complying, what has been done. We don't seem to get that information seems to be missing, and I think it's extremely important for us to be able to actually address and focus on the issues that will come up. We have found out of all the shortcomings that really actually exist out in our public school systems.
Yes, sir. I do think that, again, Director Martinez-Prather actually probably does have insight as to the level of compliance with, again, the multi-hazard emergency authorization plans, perhaps even security audits.
Well, I will ask, but now you see one of the problems is that one state agency, well, that's the other state agency or the other entity, they may have the information, I don't have it, and you are Texas Educational Agency. In charge or responsible
yes,
for our public school system. And this deals with a public school system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Commissioner, you are the Commissioner of Education in the state of Texas. I started off today asking a question I'm going to ask you as the Commissioner of Education.
Yes, sir.
You may not have them right now, but as the Commissioner, I'm asking you to give us recommendations that we can consider to, in your mind now as a parent, can reassure parents in the state of Texas that their children will be safe in our public education system. Now, you've given us a bunch of things concerning Senate Bill 11 and things of that nature, which is great. You're telling us that you will, and I understand as it relates to the time frame, it'll be August, maybe first part of September, when the school will have already started. And so the question is, during this interim period, whether we have a special session or not, what can you provide to us to reassure parents that we're not going to have another Santa Fe, we will reduce the chances of having some of these mass shootings that we've had at our schools with our children.
Yes, sir.
And so you as the Commissioner of Education need to provide us some recommendations so we can take those back to our constituents.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, as the executive in charge of the Texas Education Agency, there are, based upon, again, the governor's leadership in this area, there are several immediate action steps that are being taken to significantly improve the level of safety in the fall. So this includes a complete review of facility access points at essentially every school in the state of Texas. It includes an evaluation of and repair related to facilities issues that need to be repaired. It includes procedures related to ensuring doors are closed. It includes a review, comprehensive review, top to bottom, of safety procedures in each district. It includes a reflective meeting of that status with each school system's school safety committee. These are like immediate action steps that are being taken right now. As I'm sure you know, I'm not just a commissioner, I'm also a dad, and I've been reflecting on this. It's been a very emotional month. My oldest is in 3rd grade, and each morning after the incident, I get breakfast ready for my kids. And she's a little bit of a lazy bum in the morning, so I pick her out of bed and I take her downstairs and set her at the breakfast table. And there are 19 dads in Uvalde. They can't do this anymore. And that is a thought that I had literally every morning for the remainder of school. So we are absolutely dialed in on providing support to our school leaders around the state around the most effective evidence-based practices that we know can reduce risk in schools. I have spoken to all of the superintendents in the state of Texas about these actions, and they are, with their own facilities teams, their own safety teams, their own security teams, conducting these reviews. What we want to do is we want to make sure that that is done everywhere at all 9,000 campuses for all school systems, and it's done with a level of fidelity that we would expect in preparation for the start of the school year.
So is there a date certain where these reviews have to be completed and reported back to the state?
The facilities reviews will need to be completed in time for us to, the answer is yes, although I don't have the date for you today.
I'm sorry?
The answer is yes, there is a date certain, but I don't have the date for you today.
Okay, but it's before the beginning of this fall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you'll